Good morning to everyone, good time zone and warm greetings to wherever you are in the world. This is Amelia, aka Space.Puffin, and we are reading Volume 5 of Heaven Official's Blessing. And our last read was eventful, to say the least. Not only did we get to dig deeper into the Mount Tonglu lore, not only do we have HuaLian being the cutest and silliest and also most second-hand embarrassment-bringing couple of my entire existence, and not only do we have a cliffhanger so timeline-defying that even Minion Ching could not have predicted this, we also meet him. And my gosh, you've been gatekeeping him from me. As in, holy shit. Remember the Waning Moon officer's entry into the story while we were watching the Donghua? Like, yeah, there were things going on with him, but it was kind of whatever in, in the big picture with everything else happening. And I remember there was a little bit of, yay, Waning Moon officer, but the mask came off, and suddenly die-hard Yin Yu fans were crawling out of the woodwork. Like, never could I have guessed how popular of a character he is. And it is kind of impressive that you guys have managed to hold back. But then again, I did get into the backstory, and that kind of explains the hype. A 7 out of 10 face, but a 10 out of 10 backstory to back it up. Teehee. But before we can talk about Yin Yu, we have to talk about the Xulians. Because I think there are about as many notable characters from Xuli at the moment as there are from Xuan. They're catching up in numbers. And more specifically, we do need to talk about Ling Wen. Because as Pei Ming said, I can't believe you didn't tell me you were the one who snipped Xuli's last lifeline. Harsh. And as of everything that happened in the last read, we have plenty of reason to believe that there might be some truth to that. I think maybe as I was reading, I gave the impression that, this was the boring backstory, but at the same time, we are learning a lot about. And while they are side characters in the grand scheme of things, they are very important to the whole secondary plot that I keep bringing up to you guys. The one regarding why heaven is structured the way it is, and why it is crumbling so badly with a few key figures taken out. And also, I do find myself pretty partial to Ling Wen's character and the way she's written, so I do appreciate that we get to kind of pass out some of her possible motivations now that we know a little bit about her backstory. I think we could have left Jing Wen out though. I already put a skull next to his name because I'm pretty sure he didn't survive getting his vessel broken like that. Like, I barely even want him to go up on the board, but I'm gonna put him up there next to Xuli anyway. So Jing Wen was previously the top civil god and also Ling Wen's boss. For worse or worse. Like, I think the best thing he did was make sure that we now have Ling Wen, and his demise was needed for it. But in this story, like he accuses Ling Wen of having been the one to cause both his and Xuli's demise. But I guess we still have to ask the question of, was that the reason? Because Ling Wen has a lot of pride in her accomplishments. I was left a comment on my last video that beautifully details this, mainly through her possible name meanings, and I just can't help but feel like the author put a lot of thought into her as a side character, and it has paid off for me at least. She is definitely one of the side characters I enjoy the most. Not just for being hardworking and for having this sort of deadpan personality and permanent eye bags, but also for her pride. The fact that she has built a palace that is the biggest civil god palace that heaven has ever seen. And yes, overthrowing Xuli would have made Jing Wen lose his foundations, as we're explained. I guess the mechanic that's kicking in here is kind of the same as HuaLian's in a sense, in that he wasn't really established much outside of his home kingdom. In HuaLian's case, I think it's more about him also having been ascended for a grand total of 3 years before it went to shit, and in Jing Wen's case, I think it was a matter of laziness, really. But that's just my headcanon. The point is, was overthrowing Jing Wen enough of a reason to make Xuli fall? See, the thing is, we still don't have the backstory of Bai Jing aside from the story of the Brocade Immortal, and I think maybe there is a bit more to this. How much of that legend is true and how much isn't? And the next question is then, did Ling Wen purposefully get revenge on Jing Wen using outside help? Because Pei Ming seemed surprised. He did not know about this. So it's likely not him, even if Jingwen accused him of it. And furthermore, I can't believe you didn't tell me. This thing, like if it is true, it seems like this is something Lingwen has kept very close to her chest, because not even Pei Ming knew about it. I think that among the Tumas, she's perhaps the ones who have most secrets, and who has been able to play her cards closest to her chest as well. So we can't really answer that question just yet, but timeline-wise, we are getting a few more hints. We know that during HuaLian's first ascension, Lingwen was a junior official working in heaven. So it's pretty straightforward to say that she probably ascended herself after HuaLian's banishment. As for Pei Ming, I think he ascended before Lingwen ascended as well. And it is very likely that he wasn't an ascended martial god at the point in time when HuaLian was. This is a little bit of guessing on my end, mostly being how HuaLian treats him as if they didn't know each other before. And the way Pei Ming acts makes that feel mutual, you know? But because Jingwen accuses him of having sent officials to aid her, that means he must have been a heavenly official while all that was going on. So in my head, at this point, I feel like Lingwen was a junior official, Pei Ming ascended first, then Lingwen ascended, and then she would have ascended. That is my headcanon for now. And also we do get decisive information regarding the Ling-Ming relationship. It is not sailing, the ship is not sailing. Like Lingwen said, it doesn't matter if they say that they're not f***ing if everyone else think they are. But this is also what triggers Bai Jing into killing Jingwen, and well, that is also the end of the enthusiasm that I can drum up for this storyline. Huachang shows up in his real form, saves the day, and blesses the rain in Mount Tonglu. God, he's so hot, HuaLian, I get it, I really do. And so the whole gang is back together again, and Lingwen says, "There are a lot of people here." To which Pei Ming replies, "You just wait, we're gonna have enough people to play a table of cards." Oof. He is right, isn't there? There are going to be more people showing up. I mean, just afterwards we did have Yin Yu join the party, and now Xuan Yizhen is around as well, and we know Rainmaster is somewhere around with the Ox. And I have already put my money on the Fetus Spirit and Jianlang, as well as Fu Yao chasing them. Still no sign of Qi Rong, but he might be lurking in the bushes. Who else? Who else are we missing? Xuanji. Xuanji is going to show up sooner or later. I can already feel it in my temples. But more interestingly, the murals are gone. Magically. Poof. And then Huachang explains to us that, yeah, they were created using magic, and it really makes me suspect that HuaLian, or someone in our group, very, very likely HuaLian, is the intended audience. Especially because right after this we find another one that's depicting Dante's Inferno, apparently. Yeah, it's of the Crown Prince Wu Yong, sitting with his 4 deputies, having a prophetic dream. And the fact that he's having prophetic dreams, it again, Mei Nianqing, anyone? Mei Nianqing! Actually, it's a prophetic nightmare because he is watching the destruction of his kingdom and his people as they are melted and burned in a sea of lava. This creates context for a lot of things. First off, it becomes very clear why the Crown Prince of Wu Yong would descend to save his people. But also, this is a natural disaster. This is very, very different from HuaLian's situation. I mean, his situation was also an impossible problem to solve. However, how do you defend against a fucking volcano? And thirdly, even if you could, is this even a natural volcanic eruption, or is this the creation of a ghost king? Very likely, the eruption must have happened, but so far we don't see any traces of the living in this kingdom, even though we've come across all the ruins. I'm guessing the towns and buildings we passed by were too far away to be directly taken by the eruption. But as we know, with gigantic volcanic eruptions, the area around the center would have also been affected. And you know, if this volcano really did birth, you know, a seed of evil, then I would have packed my bags and moved too. And my next question is, did this volcanic eruption result in the calamity, which left the heaven dead as dust, all the way until John Woo's ascension? At the same time, it's really hard to say, because Tonglu of today does not act like Wu Yong, we can assume. Did Wu Yong have moving mountains that tried to keep everyone away from the volcano? I don't really imagine so, because they are seemingly, you know, ghostly spirits as well, I think. But you know, if the volcano did happen, if the eruption did happen and a lot of people died, maybe the death of so many people at the same time would be enough to create the circumstances that becomes Mount Tonglu as we know it today. Either way, I'm like 99% sure that the Crown Prince of Wuyong did descend. And I bet that went well. In fact, his temples being all scratched up and burned makes me think that, yeah, he descended and he failed, and that might be why they burned his temples. Again, Crown Prince of Shanle parallel. So the gang is standing in the temple theorizing, but they are interrupted. Say hello to old age, and or sickness, and or death. 2 of the 3. And they just want to hug. And keep others from entering the kiln. I think they're jealous. Maybe their real mission is to give the kiln a big hug as well. Yeah, so these mountain spirits gave HuaChang a bad time before, which leads us to this little comedic moment where HuaLian is just imagining HuaChang acting all novice-like. Not gonna lie, I would want to see like baby ghost HuaChang making his way through Mount Tonglu and having a rough time. But this experience is also why he has called for backup. So Yin Yu arrives with the Earthmaster shovel, which is like, oh yes, relief. Until we realize that he forgot to put his mask on. It very quickly gets awkward after that. You know, when your former colleagues are all there and they are probing. You really could have saved us a lot of awkwardness if you had remembered to put your mask on, Yin Yu. Oof. HuaLian also mistakes him for being Blackwater there for a hot second, or more accurately, mistakes him for being one of Blackwater's disguises, because it's a great disguise. 7 out of 10 would disappear into a crowd. We will be talking more about Yin Yu in a hot minute, but luckily for him, they dig up into the stomach of one of the mountain spirits and everyone gets separated. Except HuaLian, who are now together and alone, and honestly, I seriously can't believe HuaChang's luck. Seriously, what better excuse to say, oh, this is a tricky situation. Wait, hey, how about I tie this string to your finger so that I will never lose you again unless one of us dies? Foreshadowing much. Okay, aside from the fact that this must be like, well, to us and to HuaLian, it is pretty clever. It's a good solution for the situation at hand, and also, I guess, kind of cute, and also kind of suggesting of something, as HuaLian kind of mentions, but still goes along with it because of reasons. But to HuaChang, who couldn't find HuaLian for maybe, you know, up to 800 years, he's won. He's winning. He has a Find My Gugga string now. What a time to be alive. Dead. Living dead. So yes, we have canonical HuaLian Red String of Fate. And the scene itself is a parallel as well to the scene in chapter 37 when HuaLian ties his own hair around HuaChang's finger, which is why HuaChang to begin with has that red string. That was in order to protect HuaChang, and now HuaChang is tying something onto HuaLian's finger to protect him, the both of them really, but you know, the parallel is paralleling. And also, like I mentioned in the last video, this is like Red String of Fate remastered, as in HuaChang is the master of this string, not Fate. The fact that he is putting that string between them, creating that connection between them, it's kind of as if saying that it doesn't matter what fate has decided, I will make sure that we are together. I choose to walk the path. And you know, this all happens just in time for HuaLian to be separated, so the timing is amazing. HuaLian even had a moment of almost pure insanity there, where he was like, oh wait, what if Huachang is in this wall? And then he immediately goes to punch it. Yeah, the protectiveness, damn. But this is kind of like the scene in Qirong's cave all over again. HuaLian will take anything hurled at him, but when it comes to Huachang, he does not compromise. Brain cells off, it's time for action, which is what happened in the CPR scene as well, I suppose. So then we have HuaLian hanging out and hugging in the wall. And outside the wall, Yin Yu encounters Xuan. He's also stuck in the wall. And don't worry, we have prime seats to the reunion thanks to Butterfly TV. And because we also need the Yin Yu law in order to properly understand his feelings and actions in the upcoming scene, don't worry. We also have access to the Butterfly streaming services. Memories of the past delivered to Gaga in 4K via forehead touch. This novel really has it all. But as a side note on that, I do have to mention that at this point, these are the butterflies of convenience. They just have whatever mechanics that is very convenient to have at the moment. Like now that we know that they can do this video recording and everything, just the fact that they can't, you know, send signals both ways seems so unnecessarily trivial. It was only because the tension in that scene was higher if they couldn't speak through the butterflies, if you know what I mean. And that is just something that is in the back of my mind. Huachang's butterflies alone are so overpowered. And in combination with everything he can do, like I definitely understand why all the other characters are so deathly afraid of him. But at the same time, I have to nitpick a little bit on these very convenient abilities that we suddenly have at the moments we need them. One of the reasons this kind of still works is because the one thing Huachang cannot stop is HuaLian inadvertently hurting himself. As happened in season 2 with him going between Lang Chencho and Ming. And as happens in this previous read we had where he picks up these poisoned skulls. And that provides the balance that still makes this setting kind of work. Like unless he goes down the full dark route and locks him up, HuaLian getting hurt like that is one thing he just cannot control. And they wouldn't even ever like stop HuaLian from doing what he wants. That is literally his thesis, just do whatever you want. I'll be there with you. But anyway, enough Huachang for now, let's talk about Yin Yu. And Yin Yu is perhaps the most relatable character I have met in this series so far, since HuaLian, honestly. Since HuaLian in the prologue. After reading the backstory, I can really see why he has resonated with so many people and why he is a hidden favorite. And the question we are trying to answer while learning about his backstory is, why does he have murderous intent towards Qiying? And as Huachang tells us, murderous intent, it doesn't have to be like one huge event, it can stem from small things. And Yin Yu starts out as the head disciple of his sect. He's popular, he's dazzling, and he's kind-hearted, 10 out of 10, no notes. And then he gets the very talented Xuan Yizhen a place in his sect. And then, as his deputy when he ascends, along with this guy called Zhen Yu. I have a note for him, but I'm like, is he even gonna show up anymore? I feel like he was just for that story. I'll put it on the board just in case, but fuck Zhen Yu. And Yin Yu seems to be the only person who actually shows Xuan Yizhen any sort of kindness, and then they go up to heaven and they have a shit time in heaven, and then it goes downhill from there. In fact, Yin Yu ends up cursing Xuan Yizhen into almost killing himself, only stopped by Zhen Wu, and is banished. Yin Yu, I guess this story is really a little bit of a gifted kind child meets the real world and can't handle it, basically. Learns that hard work isn't always rewarded and certain circumstances can turn your life upside down no matter how good you had it setting out. And also no matter how good your intentions are. In a sense, he was the protagonist of his own story and he did not succeed. So he has a lot of similarities to HuaLian. The difference being that HuaLian is still here 800 years later trying to do something. Definitely has the ambitions of running his little putti shrine, right? He wanted to build something for himself. while Yin Yu at the end of his story was broken, tired, ready to give up, simply wanting to leave. And yes, I know we make jokes about HuaLian's description of Yin Yu's appearance, but this is actually thematically on point for him. At the end of it, Yin Yu no longer has that ambition. He no longer wants to be the protagonist character. He wants to become someone in the background. So I think that the fact that he used to look so radiant and special, and now he's kind of like a face that melts into the crowd, I think that is part of the storytelling around him as a character. My thoughts on this arc hasn't really changed since I read it, even as I've been really listening to it. I think it was very straightforward, honestly. So if you are interested in my thoughts, they are still in the last video. You can navigate to the previous chapter and just have a listen back to what I have to say, or even just watch the post discussion. But also, Yin Yu's flashback backstory helped us place him on the timeline because of the people we meet. Pei Shuo is there, which means that Yin Yu was up in heaven around the same time as Pei Shuo was ascended. And it seems like he wasn't up in heaven for that long to begin with. Like, he might have been there for a while when he finally established his palace, but probably not that long, just a few years maybe. And then Xuan Yizhen ascends pretty much immediately after, like 6 months after, I think Hua said, after the events of that day. And then spends, I don't know, I guess a few years being like the most prominent martial god of the West, before everything goes down and Yin Yu is banished. Pei Shuo ascended after the massacre of Banyue, which on our timeline is about 200 years ago at the max. So that means that Yin Yu could only have been in Huachang's servitude for the last couple of centuries at most. I guess we kind of already knew this a little bit because we know that Xuan Yizhen is a very young god compared to everyone else up in heaven. But either way, I like having these details. And the reason why they interest me so much is, again, because I used to write fanfiction. And these were the kinds of things that I was really obsessed with getting right. So if I'm a bit nerdy about the timelines of things, I'm sorry, it's just how I'm created. It's how I grew up. As for what will happen next with Yin Yu and everything, well, Yin Yu does not seem interested at all in confronting Xuan Yizhen. He immediately put his mask back on before Xuan Yizhen even, regained consciousness. And then he does have a little bit of a murderous aura before he decides to ultimately dig Xuan Yizhen out of the wall. And is he still mad? Or is he concerned? Excuse my shipping goggles. But I think what will eventually happen is that Yin Yu is going to be forced to actually be truthful with Xuan Yizhen about his feelings, about what he's actually been thinking all along, and why he didn't want to be found. And again, it's a bit of a pride thing as well. He was, after all, a martial god. And everyone who grew up experiencing some sort of success only to end up feeling very washed up and unable to do anything about it. Like, I think they can relate. I definitely think that this is also part of why Yin Yu is such a remarkable character, one that you do pay attention to. He is very easy to feel for, and he also makes Xuan Yizhen a much more interesting character in my eyes. And Yin Yu has made his mark on my server for all eternity, honestly. And I wonder how much of this contained side story is gonna apply to the main plot, to the actual plot. Because right now it feels more of a side thing that is there to build his character and to make us understand why he is where he is. Guess who also got more character building? It's Xuan. And his 50 clones up in heaven. This man is an actor. Which again, like, the way we're getting more information about who Blackwater was, it's interesting because I think that upon rereading it with all these extra pieces of information, you get a whole different experience because you know that Xuan has 50 clones up in heaven. You know that he is really good at acting, so whenever he slips up, it's either intentional or he is really, really anxious and therefore making mistakes. So anyway, my good friend Gibby asked me in a comment on the previous video if I am still bothered about clones being a thing. And the answer is yes, I really, really am bothered. But my appreciation of Xuan's dedication to the craft of revenge can simultaneously exist. But Xuan successfully infiltrating the capital 50 times only goes to show that the only reason this mechanic hasn't been used more frequently maliciously is because the author chose it. And also, it is not used to solve problems easily because the author chose it. As in, we know a lot of characters who have used clones by now. Even Jing Wen used a clone to go participate in that festival or whatever. Pei Shuo has used them, Xuan has used a lot of them. It's implied that Sun Lang is definitely capable of using them. And in Volume 1, Season 1, HuaLian even asks if his form is a clone. To which he very proudly replies that this is the real deal. And the deal is, you know, with fantasy worlds, when you're building a fantasy world, the author really needs to give thought to the skills you put in and the mechanics around them. Because they need to be consistent and be supported by the narrative as something plausible and not something that can easily be abused. As in, if the characters just used it differently, they would have solved all their problems. There needs to be limits and consequences, they need to be believable and they need to be set in place. Because technically, the existence of clones could break the story. If Shi Qingxuan or Huachang could have just made clones during the Blackwater arc to make sure to follow everyone around, it would have been easier and also more boring. And when the skill is paired with the shape-shifting that everyone seems to be capable of doing, it's a hard one. And it is making me a huge clone skeptic. Like, at least I wish it would be more clear that clones are difficult to control or difficult to keep fed with spiritual energy or something. And maybe that is why Xuan could have 50 of them, because he is a ghost king and he eats ghosts in order to keep them going. Like, there are a lot of ways that you can make this kind of work by giving it limits and consequences. But what the novel is doing, what the author is doing, is just not calling a lot of attention to it. So it kind of slides under the radar, but if you just stop to think about it, it can be pretty damning. Like, we can explain it away, but I wish there would have been more limits put into place that would make sense to the reader, you know? But I'm not gonna spend any more time on that. Back to Mount Tonglu, where Huachang is just about to break HuaLian out of their cozy little mountain rendezvous, when suddenly a very familiar voice from the past is heard. Knock knock! Behind mountain wall number 2. It's Mei Nianqing. Or at least someone with the same voice as Mei Nianqing. Like, come on, it's gotta be Mei Nianqing. I'll be very annoyed if this is a clone in disguise. And if this is indeed Mei Nianqing, wow, he's still alive. Suddenly he seems way less mortal, and a lot of my theories are suddenly more probable. So what is he actually saying? He mentions something about martial gods from the upper court, like he's talking to someone. Again, it's unclear if they are there or if he's talking to like a spiritual communication array, but he's reporting on these martial gods being eaten by the mountain. And also, His Highness the Crown Prince has also come. He's beyond saving. Saving from what? I am so excited to know exactly what is going on here, because this person, Mei Nianqing or not, knows that HuaLian is here. And that also makes me wonder if Mei Nianqing is the person behind the murals. I mean, obviously he's been observing HuaLian somewhere. He must have seen them, right? And I have so many questions. Who is Mei Nianqing possibly working with? Because in some of my theories, Mei Nianqing is the Crown Prince of Wuyong. In another theory, he is Bai Wuxiang. In another one, he's all of them. But this makes me wonder if he is not Bai Wuxiang and we still haven't seen Lang Ying anywhere. And I wonder if there is something here. There's something going on behind the scenes here, and I am so eager to find out. After we do our coffee mentions, and the first one coming up today is for my friend Fiend, who is going up on the board with a bigger name tag. And also this flower, thank you so much for your support. Willow is getting a heart. However, Willow has a lot of hearts. So I am taking them and magically turning them into cherry blossoms instead. And this cherry blossom was about to go up for Kea, but Kea also keeps eating cherry blossoms, so we're turning that into a paw print, which once again is a special pin that goes out to the people who have been supporting me multiple times. So that one is over there. Next I have a bunch of hearts that need to go out. So thank you to Mary Silva, to DK Williams, a shout out to Will, thank you so much. This one here for Misty, this one for Maru, a heart for Misfortunes, a pink heart for Muley, this one here for Shady, and the last of the hearts is for New. Thank you guys so much for all your support. But we're not done yet. I also have this adorable little bear character who's saying hi to Ro. Ro, thank you so much for all your support to this channel, for finding this channel and for enjoying these videos, and also for joining my server and enjoying our watch parties and being around. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and thank you so much for your support. And lastly, a butterfly warning. This butterfly pin is going up on the board for the wonderful Elida. Elida has been supporting me for ages and has become such a familiar name. I am so happy that you're still watching these videos and that you're still enjoying this content. And I hope that giving you guys these pins shows just a fraction of my appreciation for all that you guys have done for me. And that is the coffee board for now. If you're interested in getting your name up on the board, follow the link down in the description. And that is the end of our program before we're getting back into reading. And even though I am super excited, I do need to have a little bit of a lunch break, so I'll be back in just a second. Let's go. And here we are, back at it again with volume 5, chapter, what is it? 85. And if I remember correctly, I'm like a good chunk into the story now. I'm way past the halfway point. And at this point, I feel like we aren't really going to be introduced to more characters. We're going to be playing around with the ones we already have. And any new characters are going to be related to the ones we already have. Like, we are going into like the last parts of the story. And one thing I do know also is that there is going to be a second flashback in Arc 4. So if you take away that flashback, there's not going to be that much story left. There's not going to be that much book left, you know? So on a positive note, that means that I think we're going to go a bit chop, chop, chop soon. We're going to get our balls rolling so that we can get to kind of like the final big problem that needs solving. But again, we still have a lot of room left where we could still be filling it up with some things. So the next question we need to answer is the person on the other side of that wall main Yanqing? I want him to be desperately, like I desperately need him to be main Yanqing, because that would be way more fun than this being a person who's impersonating him. But if it's the person impersonating him, we need to know who that person is. So either way, we need some big reveals. We need to know what's going on here. And so without further ado, crack open your books. We are reading chapter 85. A riddle of the mysterious state preceptor confounds minds. That is so right. I am very confounded. HuaLian's heart raced wildly and even his fingertips trembled. However, he remained composed and didn't make a sound, only lifting his head a little to whisper in HuaChang's ear. Sunlong, don't move. The voice out there sounds a lot like the state preceptor's. Let's not allow ourselves to be discovered. It certainly sounded like him, but he couldn't say for sure. There were people in the world who shared similar voices, not to mention that he hadn't seen the state preceptor for centuries, so he could be remembering wrong. There was no need to make any reckless moves right now. If they just quietly observed to see how things progressed, perhaps they would learn more secrets. HuaChang bowed his head slightly and hugged HuaLian's waist. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, take your opportunities. Take those shots, HuaChang. All right, you don't move either, he whispered in his ear. Oh my fucking god. Squeak. Rocks and earth crushed at them from all around, forcing them to press tightly against one another. Yeah, the service is servicing. Their faces nuzzling and their ears warming at the contact. While it was hardly the right time, a thought nonetheless flashed through HuaLian's mind. It doesn't feel so bad to share a grave. Oh my god! This is so... That kind of stings actually too. Like, I know it's a very fancy being pressed up to you there moment, but also HuaLian has been in a grave and likely, maybe even for tens of years alone in a grave. So for him to say this, it's like, oh my god. HuaTang has become so important to him that even the trauma of having been in that coffin is if it's with HuaTang, it doesn't feel that bad. Just then, that voice sounded again. Let's go. What about the other two? Where did they go? The other two? Well, there's a lot of other twos, actually. HuaLian first thought was that he was referring to himself and HuaTang and was slightly startled. He wanted to listen closely to find out who exactly the other participant in the conversation was. But there was something quite strange occurring. After the state preceptor, he would address him as this for now, posed the question, there was no response of any kind. Yeah, because it might be a spiritual communication array, right? It really was strange. At such a short distance, both HuaLian and HuaTang could hear the state preceptor's questions. His voice wasn't loud and he wasn't yelling at the top of his lungs, so the other party couldn't be too far away. If that person replied to him, their voice should be audible. And yet there was no response to be heard. The state preceptor spoke again. Thank them for their efforts, but there's no need to worry about the small fry anymore. They'll amount to nothing. We have more important things to attend to right now. Small fry, huh? Oh, wait. I'm dumb. If it's a spiritual communication array, why would he be speaking out loud? Is this man talking out loud to himself? This is weird. Or maybe the person he's communicating with is using sign language or something, Someone who cannot talk. It was then that HuaLian understood that the other two did not refer to him and HuaTang, but rather to the state preceptor's other two companions. Things were becoming increasingly bizarre. It was clear from the state preceptor's tone that he had received a reply, but it sounded like he was talking to himself or to the air. An eerie idea appeared in HuaLian's head, but he brushed it off. It was possible that the state preceptor was the only one who could hear the other participant's voice. Suspicion was growing thicker and thicker in his mind, and he held his breath as he listened more intently. Well, yeah, maybe he is the only one who can hear his voice. Would the state preceptor, if he is the state preceptor, he's immortal, he should have some sort of spiritual power, right? He should be able to use a spiritual communication array. But again, like HuaLian, it could be sign language, it could still be sign language. To HuaLian, every word the state preceptor uttered was more peculiar than the last. Is everyone inside the mountain now? He asked. Bring them to the kiln first. I'll think of a way to take care of them individually at that point. The faster the better. They must get there within 2 days. The kiln? And within 2 days? The teleportation array couldn't be used within Mount Tonglu territory, so how could they get there so quickly? And what was that about taking care of them? After a pause, that voice continued. Call the other two over. Let's go to the kiln together. None of us can be missing if we are to face His Highness the Crown Prince. He hasn't fully awakened yet, but if he does, it's hard to imagine what he will do this time. Hasn't fully awakened yet, but if he does, it's hard to imagine what he will do this time? It's HuaLian has not been places where he's kind of been unconscious or anything. This is, are we talking about the other Crown Prince? Are we talking about the Crown Prince of Wuyong? And that is why he's like, who knows what he's going to do this time, because we don't know how volatile he might be right now. So is Minjing not talking about HuaLian? But he seemed to be talking about HuaLian, because he was like, the Crown Prince is here. Let's keep reading. HuaLian was stunned. Was the state preceptor talking about him? Right then, the sounds of explosions echoed throughout the mountain's body. HuaLian could feel the rocks faintly shuddering all around him. From the outside, the state preceptor asked, "What's going on?" Inside the stone wall, he turned to HuaChang with the same question. "What's going on?" "Something happened on the other side of the wall," HuaChang said, hushed. The two touched foreheads once more. And the ongoing situation with Yin Yu and Xuan Yizhen appeared again in HuaLian's right eye. It was probably showing him what had happened a few moments ago. Yin Yu had finally dug Xuan Yizhen out of the stone wall, and he panted as he dragged him down. He heaved a sigh, but unexpectedly, the unconscious Xuan Yizhen, I see, suddenly leapt to his feet and yanked the mask off Yin Yu's face already. Xuan Yizhen had only pretended to faint. Now that HuaLian thought about it, Xuan Yizhen would be extremely familiar with Yin Yu's habit of pacing while thinking, the way he spoke and his strength when he struck. Perhaps he already knew who was behind the mask the moment Yin Yu's shovel swung down. But it was inconceivable that Xuan Yizhen even understood how to deceive someone. Who would have thought they'd ever see the day? Indeed. He's been in heaven for too long, he's been learning. They have corrupted my boy. It was the simplest of tricks, but when he used it, it was completely unexpected. No one was prepared. Underneath the mask was Yin Yu's pale, terrified, obviously shocked face. Xuan Yizhen was fiercely thrilled and bounced in place with his head covered in blood. Oh my god. Shushong! Yin Yu's lips twisted. He looked like he had seen an indescribable horror. He abruptly clutched his head. "You got the wrong person!" Oh my god. "Well done, good try. With that roar, he bolted. As he ran, he blasted at the person behind to hamper his pursuit. Don't follow me! Xuan Yizhen dashed after him, completely ignoring the blasts. He only yelled, overjoyed. Oh my god. Shushong, it's me! Yin Yu couldn't help but roar out an expletive. Oh, god damn it, it's because it's you that I'm terrified. I said don't follow me. The two ran and fought the entire way, making the mountain rumble with the blasts. The state preceptor was puzzled. What are they doing over there? What's all that ruckus? There was still no audible answer, but the state preceptor seemed to have gotten a response. I see. Kids these days, honestly, so energetic. I'll take my leave first. There are still some preparations to be made. Let's reconvene once you're closer to the kiln. He was going to leave. HuaChang covered HuaLian's ears anew, and HuaLian closed his eyes. A moment later, there was a violent tremor from all around, and the stone wall that had been pushing against their bodies was finally blown apart. The two leapt out together, landing lightly on their feet, and breathed fresh air once more. However, on the other side, there was only an empty cave. There was no state preceptor, nor any mysterious second person, nor any trace of them left behind. Disappointing. HuaLian and HuaChang exchanged a look. They weren't in any hurry to give chase, and they hadn't yet separated when a black-clad man came charging out of the cave adjacent to them, Yin Yu. He waved the Earthmaster shovel as he dashed madly toward them. Chengju, Your Highness! Xuan Yizhen came running after him, his head covered in blood from Yin Yu's blows. HuaChang didn't bother looking up and only flicked his hand. Xuan Yizhen raised both arms to block, but the move HuaChang had used couldn't be warded off with fists. Red smoke blasted around Xuan Yizhen with a resounding boom. Are we making him? After the smoke dispersed, there was only a very round red Buddha Wang. It's a Buddha Wang. Oh, Buddha Wang, Xuan Yizhen. Spinning in place where Xuan Yizhen once stood. It looked very innocent thanks to its big wide eyes. This was the same trick HuaChang had once used on Lang Chencho. Gosh, I want HuaChang to do this to every heavenly official. I just want them all to be Buddha Wangs. Collectible in blind boxes. You can flick them into each other. That'd be satisfying. He should do this with Fengqing. Only then did Yin Yu stop his crazed flight. He wiped away his cold sweat as he approached. I'm eternally grateful, Chengju. Did you really have to be so scared? HuaChang asked. Yin Yu was still shaken, and he smiled miserably. Truth to be told, when I see His Highness Qi Ying now, I only want to run as far away as possible. HuaLian found that a little funny, but he could sympathize. Chuan Yijian's personality quirks must have severely traumatized Yin Yu. The Buddha Wang sat on the ground, watching them patch pathetically with its wide eyes. It swayed heavily back and forth without anyone paying it any mind. This is so cute and pitiful. HuaLian felt pity for it and was about to pick it up when he felt the ground shake. He nearly fell over with the tremors. They almost shook harder than the rocking doll. He quickly steadied himself. What's going on? Earthquake? Although HuaLian didn't need help, Huachang still held his arm to help steady him. Then he turned to Yin Yu. Go take a look outside. Yin Yu recovered quickly and acknowledged the command. Yes, sir. He then picked up the Earthmaster's shovel and rapidly and cleanly dug a hole. Sunlight shone from the outside. When Yin Yu took a look, surprise filled his face. Your Highness Yin Yu, is it an earthquake, or is it the mountain collapsing? HuaLian asked. It's neither, Yin Yu answered. The mountain spirit, it's running. Running? HuaLian and Huachang exchanged a look. Then both ran over to look outside the mountain spirit. They were rendered speechless by the sight that greeted them. It really was running. Outside the mountain's body, the scenery was whizzing rapidly past, reduced to nothing but colorful streaks. It was like they were riding a speeding carriage pulled by galloping horses or sitting on the shoulders of a giant as it ran wild. And they're running towards the kiln, the mountain. The mountain! The other two, there are 3 mountains. The 3 mountains are going towards the kiln. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Mei Nianqing, if it's Mei Nianqing, can talk to the mountains, to the mountain spirits. And he's asked them to bring these people, well, everyone, HuaLian included, right, to the kiln. To deal with them, whatever that means. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Like, I don't know what his intentions are, and if he's the one behind the murals. Oh my gosh, this is exciting. I'm gonna keep reading before I make any thoughts and guesses. Hills, rivers, clearings, forests, they were all trampled beneath the mountain spirit's feet, crushed to make way. Whooshing winds whirled in from the hole, and their hair and belt ties began to dance with them. At this speed, it'll probably only take 2 days to reach the kiln, Yin Yu remarked. 2 days? Hearing this, it dawned on HuaLian. No wonder they couldn't hear the responses to the State Preceptor's one-sided conversation, and no wonder the State Preceptor asked that they be brought to the kiln impossibly quickly. Because all that time, the State Preceptor wasn't talking to another human, he was talking to the mountain spirit. Huachang must have also figured it out. Just as well, by borrowing its strength, we won't need to move so slowly anymore. He said they would reconvene at Mount Tonglu. We'll know what he wants once we're there. However, HuaLian looked somber, and Huachang noticed. Gaga, what's wrong? He asked. What did he mean, hasn't awakened yet? HuaLian asked. That voice from earlier had said, he hasn't fully awakened yet, but if he does, it's hard to imagine what he will do this time. This time. Oh my god. Is he talking about HuaLian? Because the thing is, I know we've had a lot of these discussions about HuaLian's poor memory, and that has come up quite a lot. And we still don't know much about that second ascension, except for HuaLian's regret regarding it. And it's a bit... Guys, it's that... I just have this thought, right? I've always kind of had a thought that maybe Bai Wuxiang is somehow connected to HuaLian on a psychological level as well. And I wonder if there's a bit of a double theater going on here, where Bai Wuxiang is a physical other person, aka ghost, but also that whatever happened in the second flashback that we're coming up on, is gonna be something more. Okay, so I feel like, again, now I'm coming back to that notebook, guys. I'm coming back to the notebook. For those of you who don't know what I mean, I did, like, when I received all the volumes, I also received a notebook in the Volume 8 Special Edition that I did have a peek at before I realized that maybe I shouldn't be looking at all the merch that I got from Volume 8. And thinking back on it, I haven't looked at it since. It's in the stack over here in the back, like it's between a couple of books, so I can make sure that I can't look at it whenever I clean and stuff. But it has, you know, the silhouette of HuaLian, and I'm assuming HuaChang, but I can't, like, as a soldier. So that is like, that's very Arc 2, right? But also we have that mask in the background of HuaLian. Like, if I remember correctly, I remember that there's a mask in the background that is very Bai Wuxiang-esque, and that was one of the things that keeps feeding into my theory that HuaLian is connected to Bai Wuxiang somehow. And this is kind of like poking into that. And because I have that image in my mind, I can't help but wonder if Bai Wuxiang has somehow, like, if he's not connected to Lang Ying, or maybe he is partially connected to Lang Ying, but maybe he's also partially connected to HuaLian. Like, maybe it's a bit of like fragments of him are in Lang Ying, and then some fragments are in HuaLian. I don't know. I don't want to theorize too much about this, but it is this line. He hasn't fully awakened yet, but if he does, it's hard to imagine what he will do this time. What the fuck is going on? Mei Nianqing knows something that I don't know. If that man really was my master and he was talking about me, then what did he mean by all that? HuaLian said. Gaga, don't think too much right now, HuaChang said. That man might not be your master, and the crown prince he spoke of might not be you. Don't forget, the crown prince of Wuyang is also a royal highness. Yeah, which is, that was my thought earlier. So here's the thing, who is right? Is it gonna be HuaChang, who is always right? Or is it gonna be HuaLian for once? It is really hard to know because, you know, we're kind of, as a reader, we're kind of made to understand that HuaChang is usually the one who's right. Maybe we should listen to HuaChang, but maybe this is the one time where that is, like, not the case, the exception to the rule. But if it was, HuaLian urged, I have some hunches. Will you hear me out and see if they make sense? Very well, Gaga, do tell, HuaChang said. There are 3 great mountains within Mount Tonglu territory: old age, sickness, and death. Birth is the only one missing, HuaLian began. If that man really is my master, and the one he was talking to is the mountain spirit, and he has the ability to communicate with mountain spirits, then it's possible that when he mentioned the other 2, he was referring to the other mountain spirits. Yes, I agree. And? HuaChang said. And I wonder if the 3 mountain spirits possess human consciousnesses, HuaLian continued. Or perhaps they were originally transformed from humans. Why is there no birth? Because birth has yet to materialize as mountain. Birth is still a person, and that person is the state preceptor. The more he thought, the more he felt it made sense. With his heart racing in his chest, he continued, oh my god. 3 mountains and 1 state preceptor left. Is this going where I think it's going? Mount Tonglu used to be part of the kingdom of Wuyong. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. There are a set of 4. The crown prince of Wuyong also had 4 guardians. Coincidentally, there were also 4 state preceptors who taught me when I was growing up in Shanle. 1 chief and 3 deputies. Okay. Yeah, I vaguely remember that there were more, but I only remember Mei Nianqing. But that is another connection then, another parallel. Do kingdoms typically have so many state preceptors? I didn't think anything of it in the past, but now I realize there normally aren't so many. Do you think this is a coincidence? Or are they all connected somehow? It could easily be a coincidence, HuaChang replied. Aren't there 4 famous tales? And when there weren't 4 calamities, 1 more had to be forced into their ranks. For some reason, I have a strong feeling, HuaLian said. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. The 4 guardian deputies of Wu Yong and the 4 state preceptors of Shanle, perhaps they're all the same people. HuaLian followed along with this train of thought. But if it's true that my 4 masters were the 4 guardian deputies of the Crown Prince of Wu Yong, why did they come to Shanle to become state preceptors? Why did they come to teach me? Why did Master tell me the story of the Crown Prince of Wu Yong? Why did he say he wanted me to become someone like that prince? Is there something about me that I wasn't even aware of? What did he mean when he said that I'm not awakened yet? Could I actually be... He was rambling like someone possessed. Huachang gripped his shoulders and he assured him with conviction. It's not possible. I can swear that you're you. You're no one else. Trust me. Don't read too much into this and imagine things that aren't real. It was then that HuaLian came to his senses. You're right. I'm letting my mind run a little wild. After his own parents, the state preceptor was the person HuaLian knew the best. While the state preceptor often scolded him for not listening and was often reserved due to HuaLian's position, he was a good teacher overall. It confounded the heart to so suddenly discover that someone he thought he knew was something so terribly foreign. Moreover, there was another point. They were too similar. While the temple mural's story was not yet complete, the experience of the Crown Prince of Wu Yong depicted upon them gave him a vague but terrifying sense of reincarnation. Oh my god. Okay, so it's a bit reassuring to have Huachang be like, no, trust me, this is not, you're you. You're not some ancient crown prince reincarnated. But what if? He can be both, right? It can be like a reincarnated soul, but like awakened. What does that mean? Is this if this is the one time HuaLian is right, this is kind of unnerving. This is nerve-wracking. And in which case, Mei Nianqing's what would it be? Statement in the story that the prince died could be true. If he reincarnated, that could be true. Huachang's tone softened. But, Gogo, think carefully. What was the state preceptor of Shanle's background? HuaLian mulled over the question. I'm not sure. It was true. He couldn't remember where his master came from. After a moment of contemplation, HuaLian said, the state preceptor had held the position since before my birth. I only know that he was called Mei Nianqing, but needless to say, that must be a false name. I thought this many times. Master is such an incredible individual, so why hasn't he ascended? If that really was him just now, then he spent many more years in this world than I have. If he wants to deal with us... It's all right. Who cares if he's been alive longer? Huachang said with nonchalance. No matter what he is, we'll take care of things as they come. Remember that if anything happens, I'm here. I will always be on your side. HuaLian was a little stunned by that. Yin Yu's presence was already faint, and since he hadn't spoken this whole time, he had practically been forgotten. Only now did he speak up. Changju, do we need to go find the others? They had gotten out of the wall, but Peiming and the others had been swallowed too. Who knew in which hidden corner they were being digested by the mountain spirit? Yes, let's go find them together, HuaLian quickly replied. Please wait, Your Highness Yin Yu. Your Highness, there's no need to call me Your Highness. I haven't been a heavenly official of the upper court for a long time now, Yin Yu said. HuaLian smiled. Then you can just call me by my name as well. No need to be so polite. I also haven't been a crown prince in a long time. Yin Yu glanced at Huachang. He was standing behind HuaLian. I daren't, he hastily replied. I shouldn't. I can't. What's the concern? HuaLian asked. Are you completely oblivious to the fact that Huachang is standing behind you right now? What's the concern? HuaLian asked. He took a couple of steps forward to pick up 20 Zhen, the Butawang, when a figure suddenly dropped from the ceiling and landed heavily before him. The sound of bones cracking was loud and crisp in the air. HuaLian's first reaction was to reach for Fengxin and strike. It was fortunate that he had good martial habits. He looked before he struck and forced himself to halt mid-swing. General Pei! The man, indeed Pei Ming, flipped over and leapt to his feet. He dusted off his shoulders, looking amazingly at ease, and glanced at them. Looks like His Highness and my Lord Ghost King have been enjoying themselves here. We're not too bad, HuaLian said. But General Pei, are you alright? I thought I heard a cracking sound. Oh, that was nothing, Pei Ming said. Though I appreciate your Highness's concern, that cracking sound wasn't from my own bones, but from this one. He raised an object, and it was the femur of that unlucky man. The bone was bent out of shape. It was this good brother's help that allowed me to dig a path to safety through the mountain spirit's body, he added. Even though it's a man's bone, he's a solid, good man. Just as he finished, a second figure dropped from the ceiling not far away, also crashing in heavily. The group of them walked over to see, and this time it was Pei Shu. He was shielding Banyue in the cradle of his arms, and Banyue was holding the 2 black clay pots that contained Kamu and Rongguang. The 2 of them were ashen-faced and disheveled, whereas Lingwen. But they didn't seem to have any serious injuries, and they quickly crawled upright. Pei Shu spat out a few mouthfuls of dust. General, your Highness, oh my gosh, he's still stuttering. Looks like the mountain spirit didn't think we were tasty enough and spat us out, Pei Ming commented. Huachang and HuaLian exchanged a look. Not necessarily, HuaLian said quietly. Perhaps someone told it to spit you out. Pei Ming took a few steps and noticed the unusual tremors, shaking the ground, and he furrowed his brows. What's with this mountain? Why is it shaking so hard? Because it's currently running and carrying us toward the kiln, HuaLian replied. Pei Ming walked to the hole Yin Yu had dug and glanced outside. So fast! Excellent! That'll save us some walking. However, there was still one person missing. Where's Lingwen? HuaLian asked. Huachang used his right eye to take a look. The silver butterfly on his back was swallowed by the mountain spirit. He's gone. Oh no! The silver butterfly is swallowed. R.I.P. George's brother. You did good. You did well. Which meant that Lingwen and the Brocade Immortal could now move as they wished. That was no laughing matter. Let's go find him, HuaLian hurriedly exclaimed. Thus, the group started running around once more inside the body of the mountain spirit. Huachang released nearly 100 wraith butterflies to conduct the search, and in the end, it led them to another hole. This hole had been forcibly blown out of the mountain, its edges jagged. Beyond it, they could see the landscape flying by. Wild winds were flung into the mountain's body, making howling, demonic-sounding cries. After Lingwen was spat out by the mountain spirit, he probably made this hole for his subsequent escape. Peering down from the edge of the hole, HuaLian frowned. What should we do now? The Brocade Immortal's destructive power is too strong. We can't just leave it be. Don't worry, Huachang said. He's headed for the kiln too. We're just taking different paths to the same direction. Once everyone gathered around, HuaLian briefly gave an account of what he had overheard earlier, although he left out some of the fine details. After he was done, they all sat down to let their minds drift. There weren't any monsters to fight right now, and they didn't even need to make the journey themselves, so this downtime was rather boring. Since Yin Yu said he really didn't know how to communicate with Xuan Zhen, and just seeing his face gave him a headache, HuaLian felt it wouldn't be wise to release him, so he temporarily kept it in Budao form. Pei Ming was bored, so he continued to play with the doll by slapping it down. I just remembered that Xuan Zhen did throw a bed at Pei Ming, so maybe this is a bit of petty revenge as well. HuaLian saw how heavily the doll was wobbling, like a little kid being physically abused, and felt sorry for it. He softly cleared his throat, then chided. General Pei, please stop playing around. Pei Ming briefly complied, but when HuaLian grew drowsy and dozed off leaning against the mountain wall, with no one to stop him, he started slapping at it again. Yin Yu, who was guarding the hole and keeping track of how much distance had been traveled, watched this from nearby. He kept looking like he wanted to say something, But he stopped himself in the end. Yeah, and he was usually the one who would step in to stop the bullying of Xuan, so this is holding back instincts, I guess. And yet, tragedies are born in the midst of extreme joy. Pei Ming's slapping session was interrupted by a sudden thud. Pei Shuo had keeled over. Since Pei Shuo was his blood descendant, Pei Ming instantly forgot all about playing and grabbed him. "Little Pei, what's wrong?" Yin Yu took his chance to quietly walk over and pick up the Buddha Wang, then set it down next to HuaLian. Yeah, I think Yin Yu, at this point at least, knows HuaLian well enough to trust him with this doll. So if he can't do it himself, he knows he'll be safe next to HuaLian. Huachang was annoyed. "What's with all the noise? He's not going to die. Can't you see His Highness is asleep?" Sure enough, HuaLian was roused. He groggily realized he'd somehow ended up leaning against someone's shoulder when Huachang's voice sounded right next to his ear. "Gege's awake." Oh my gosh. Yeah, so but this was like another example of like a scene where HuaLian is there, but the narrator is the one telling us what is happening because HuaLian is not even awake. HuaLian rubbed his eyes. The Buddha Wang Xuan was swaying back and forth next to him, so he quietly tucked it away. "I fell asleep on you. Sorry about that. What's going on?" "It's nothing," Huachang replied, looking calm and composed. "If you're sleepy, you can take another nap. We'll be there soon enough." Across from them, Pei Ming was violently shaking Pei Shuo by the collar. The sight shocked HuaLian a little, and he was now quite awake. Thinking something was wrong, he went over to try and help. Once he finished his examination, he said, "Oh, don't worry, General Pei. General Pei Jr. is just overwhelmed by fatigue and hunger at the moment." Pei Shuo was mortal right now, after all. He'd been struggling all this time without food and water, and he didn't have HuaLian's wealth of experience with starvation and beatings. He couldn't hang on anymore and had finally collapsed. Pei Ming had a bone to pick with the way HuaLian had described it so offhandedly. "What do you mean by just overwhelmed by fatigue and hunger at the moment?" That couldn't be helped. He didn't like to brag, but HuaLian could go 3 days on one meal, and he could get beaten down 10 times and be back on his feet after and collecting scraps like nothing happened. What other heavenly official had more experience with this? HuaLian coughed. "Does anyone have anything to eat?" No one responded. Bonnier took out a pot. "I'm sorry, but I only have this." The moment that Pei Ming saw it was the pot of toppled phoenixes, he yelled, "Why are you still holding on to that thing? Who are you trying to kill? Throw it out now!" While they were getting noisy and rowdy, Huachang turned to HuaLian. "See, I told you it was nothing. So why not take another nap?" The mountain spirit had been running the whole day with them on its back, and HuaLian could see that the sky was turning dark outside. "How far have we traveled now? How much longer until we reach Mount Tonglu?" "We've run nearly 400 kilometers, Yin Yu answered. That was definitely much faster than walking. HuaLian rose to his feet and approached the edge of the hall where Yin Yu had been keeping watch. He was only going to take a casual look, but when his eyes swept over their surroundings, he saw something that made his hair stand on end. "What's that?" Looking down from the mountain spirit, through the darkness of the night, he could see a giant human face on the ground below. Is this the mountain spirit? The face had closed eyes that curved into crescents, and its lips curled upward in an eerie smile. HuaLian took a step back, in spite of himself. Huachang caught him from behind as he did. After pulling himself together, he took a closer look. As it turned out, that face was merely an image formed by hills and ravines, an optical illusion. However, the illusion looked very real, and it was a shocking sight when caught in a passing glance. "What's that gully that resembles eyes and a mouth?" HuaLian wondered. "That's the Wuyang River. It was called the Mother River by the people of the kingdom," Huachang replied. Its source was in the high mountains, and melting snow from the mountain tops supplied its waters. Of course, it's completely dried out now, but if we've reached this area, it means we're very close to Mount Tonglu. HuaLian nodded. "Then the nose? A bustling city on the shores of the Wuyang River," Huachang answered. "Want to go down and see?" HuaLian inclined his head. Is there anything worth seeing down there? There's another holy temple of Wuyong in the city, HuaLian said. I imagine Gogo might want to check it out. I hope you have imagined correctly, because I certainly would like to check it out. If there was a temple, then there might be another mural. Let's go, HuaLian immediately said, eager to learn more about the Crown Prince of Wuyong. Pei Ming chimed in. Let's go. We have to find some food and water for little Pei. How do we get down, though? My sword's broken again. HuaLian waved, and silver butterflies appeared around each of them in a flurry of shimmering light. They rested on their shoulders, backs, heads, and sleeves. Anyone else who saw these little silver butterflies might grumble and question whether they could possibly bring them anywhere, but HuaLian didn't say a word before releasing Roya and tying everyone together so they wouldn't lose each other mid-flight. Yin Yu widened the hall to allow for at least 5 or 6 people to go through at the same time. Preparations complete, HuaLian and company stepped toward the edge of the hall. Everyone get ready. Wait, Pei Ming called out. HuaLian turned to look. Pei Ming, is something the matter? What's that on your hand? Following his gaze, HuaLian looked down at his hand. Only then did he realize that, oh yeah, that his and HuaLian's fingers were still connected by the red string. Of course it is Pei Ming pointing this out. Ellipse a reply. HuaLian softly cleared his throat. This is a spiritual device of sorts, for keeping in contact. Oh, Pei Ming said. Is he gonna ask for everyone else to get one just to make fun of this? Doesn't it make moving around difficult? It's a string after all. What if you trip on it or it gets tangled on something? Accidents might happen. His comment made a lot of sense. A martial god should never allow anything to hamper their movement. It wasn't as if HuaLian didn't know that, but for some mysterious reason, HuaLian really didn't want to cut the string. Mysterious reason? Even I know the reason, HuaLian. It is no mystery to me. Seeing the hesitant expression on his face, like he was caught in some internal struggle, HuaLian looked at the red string and chuckled. It certainly is a little inconvenient like this. HuaLian saw the red string disappear between them. Now it's much more practical, HuaLian said. HuaLian stared at the empty air where that red string had once been, a little dumbfounded. It had only connected them for a short while and now it was gone. This wasn't a big deal, really. It was extremely minuscule. But he was still a little forlorn. Afraid someone would notice, HuaLian quickly squeezed out a smile. Let's go. Ready? Jump. Wait, what do you mean? Like, it's not gone, is it? Is it gone already? What? Come on, HuaLian would not just take it off if he could come up with a better excuse for keeping it on. Come on. He says now it's much more practical. It's still there. It's still there. Come on. He just made it invisible or something. The mountain spirit was still charging forward and didn't notice that little people the size of grasshoppers and had surreptitiously leapt from its body. Enveloped by a circle of raised butterflies, the whole group landed light as feathers, not a hair on their heads harmed. They had landed on the bridge of the nose of that giant, smiling face. After straightening up, HuaLian scanned the area, perplexed. Sunlang, is there a Wuyong temple in the city here? Yes, HuaLian said. But there's nothing around, HuaLian remarked. It was true. He had thought that when they landed on the ground, he would see the same small town sites that had surrounded the first holy temple. Streets, shops, residences, wells, temples, and so on. But before him now was an open clearing, empty and barren, without a trace that the city had ever existed. Pei Ming was holding Pei Shuo upright, and he propped up one leg on a boulder. Where is this bustling city? Under your feet, HuaLian said. What? The group crowded around studying the boulder under Pei Ming's foot. Is there some sort of secret mechanism? HuaLian asked. HuaLian put his hand on the hilt of his scimitar and walked over. Come, stand here. The others did as he said. He pulled out the scimitar erming, aimed the tip downward and stabbed the ground right next to the boulder with a strike as fast as lightning. The tip of the blade pierced the earth. There was a cracking sound, and small cobweb-like fractures spread outward rapidly. The cracks grew bigger and bigger, and fissures deeper and deeper. Finally, the entire section of the ground caved in with a boom, revealing a chillingly dark hole. HuaLian jumped in first. HuaLian hadn't realized he would take the first leap, and he dove for the edge of the hole. Samdang! HuaZhang's voice came from below a moment later. Everything's fine down here. You can come down too. It turned out he'd gone down first to scout. HuaLian sighed a breath of relief and immediately jumped in as well. HuaZhang reached for HuaLian's hand and pulled him upright. It's so dark in here, HuaLian noted. He had just spoken when several silver butterflies lit up the darkness, dancing languidly in the air as shimmering specks of light. A number of ghost fires also appeared to illuminate the deeper parts of the hole. What appeared before them was a long street. 1,000 years ago, this would have been a bustling place packed full of shops and large buildings. The boulder that Pei Ming had stepped on was the roof of one of those very buildings. The others jumped down one by one as well. HuaLian looked up. I see. So the city was buried. Buried by what? Earthquake, landslide, or volcanic ash, HuaZhang said. Of course. This is it. This is our Pompeii. HuaLian quickly turned to look at him. The entire city was buried beneath volcanic ash about 7 meters thick, HuaZhang specified. What you see right now is a portion that was dug out by nefarious creatures who came to Mount Tonglu for past trials. There's still more of it buried deep within the ash. HuaLian instantly thought of the mural inside the second divine temple. Its vivid red glare seemed to materialize before his eyes again. This meant that the apocalypse foretold by the Crown Prince of Wuyong's dream really had come true. Yeah, this is our first proper evidence of that. Pei Ming set Pei Shuo down on the roadside. Never mind all that for now, it's the water. A few sips of water would be good for him. The river on the surface has long since dried up, though I recall that there is water in the deeper parts of the city underground. Let's see if we have any luck finding it, HuaZhang said. Thus, Pei Ming, Ban Yue, and Yin Yu left to go find water. HuaLian was still deep in thought when HuaZhang walked over. Gaga, look at your hand. HuaLian automatically did as asked. When he raised his hand, he saw that the bright red knot on his third finger, personally fastened by HuaZhang, was still there, even though the red string connecting the two of them was gone. It was like a tiny red butterfly had perched on the back of his hand. HuaZhang had explained that if the red string between them broke, the knot would disappear. HuaLian couldn't help but blurt out a noise of surprise. This? Seeing him stunned, HuaZhang smiled. Just a little camouflage spell, that's all. The red string is hidden, the distance is unlimited, and you don't have to worry about tripping over it. But it wasn't actually broken. He raised his own hand to show HuaLian an identical knot. As long as the affinity knot is still there, the person on the other end of the red string is safe. Things will only get more dangerous as we approach the kiln, and we don't yet know what is ahead of us, so I thought untying the red string would be a bad idea. What does Gaga say? I don't know. I think Gaga is kind of overjoyed actually, HuaZhang. Upon learning that the red string was still there, HuaLian's lips curved upward in spite of himself, but he straightened his expression the moment he noticed and replied very seriously. Oh yes, with this we'll both know whether the other is safe at all times. Excellent. It's a very practical spell. Practical spell, my ass. Oh my god. HuaZhang also flashed a smile, though it quickly disappeared. But Your Highness, there's something I must say, and I hope you'll listen. Seeing him suddenly turn solemn, HuaLian grew sullen as well. What is it? Go ahead. HuaZhang gazed into his eyes. I know you can't die, and that you aren't afraid to die, but no matter how tough you are, remember that you can still get hurt. Oh god, this hurts. HuaLian was stunned. Not dying doesn't mean not getting hurt, HuaZhang continued. And it certainly doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt. When you see something strange or dangerous, don't touch it. Find me. Let me take care of it. Oh my god, it's the skull thing. It's the skull thing again, and like all the other things again, and I like that he's communicating it though. He's communicating that HuaLian getting hurt bothers him. You need to be even more direct, HuaChang. Tell him it hurts you. When he had touched those skulls covered in corpse poison, HuaLian remembered HuaChang's expression turning dark in a flash. Could this be why HuaChang was so angry? Just because HuaLian had nonchalantly picked up something dangerous? If that were truly the case, then he really didn't know what to say. It took him a moment to reply. All right, I won't do that anymore. His answer sounded sincere, and that seemed to satisfy HuaChang. He nodded and was about to turn and continue onward when HuaLian called out. Sunlang, wait! HuaChang stopped and looked back. HuaLian chewed on his words before he finally, arduously, squeezed out a quiet request. You too. If there's something dangerous, I won't touch it. But you don't touch it either. Neither of us will touch it, alright? One side of HuaChang's mouth quirked up. Once he said it, HuaLian was a little nervous and unconsciously let out a laugh, only to see HuaChang take a step closer. He was about to speak when they heard Pei Ming's voice from not far away. Pei Ming, please! I thought you too were a HuaLian connoisseur. What is going on here? Why are you interrupting us? This was a good moment. Oh my gosh. Why would you interrupt us? What is this? They look like people, Banyu said. Indeed, Pei Ming remarked. But how could people turn into something like this? Oh my gosh, are there like the husks of people remaining here? HuaChang and HuaLian exchanged a look and walked toward their voices. Turn into what? HuaLian said, and that is the end of chapter 85. We made so much progress, guys. Oh my gosh. All right, I think the most exciting thing that we got out of this really is, aside from the HuaLian moment that we just had, that was absolutely fucking perfect. I can't believe it was only 1 page long. Well, 2 pages-ish, but still, I wish there was more. I always wish there to be more. But this one was, it's important. These things are so important. I do like that they are communicating to each other that do not get hurt, because... Well, they're not saying it out loud yet because that hurts me, but they don't want each other to get hurt, and I like that. I like that a lot. And even they, I know you can't die, and I know you're not afraid of dying. Oh my god. This book from HuaChang's perspective is so painful. It is so painful. Because these things are happening so nonchalantly, and we as readers have been kind of conditioned into HuaLian gets hurt, and he keeps saying that, oh, he's used to it, even with the starvation and falling over from exhaustion with Pei Shaw just now, he's like, well, it's just a little bit of exhaustion, been there, done that. Hey, I can go 3 days on 1 meal, though I suppose my experience helps me out a little bit. Oh my god, HuaLian. We're being so desensitized to this sort of thing, and from HuaChang's perspective, every time he would get to hear anything of this, it's like, Gaga, please. But anyway, as I was saying, I think the most important and interesting thing we got out of this is HuaLian's theory of his reincarnation into the Crown Prince of Wuyong. Well, from the Crown Prince of Wuyong. And one of the clues that he serves up is the fact that, Mei Nianqing could be kind of the final of the 4 state preceptors. That's what he's saying. I feel like I have to move all the Wuyong stuff over here now, because I feel like that is kind of separate from the actual current Wuyong plot, the current Tonglu plot. Except for the mountains, of course. The mountains are in both the areas. Is he right? That's the question, is he right? The one evidence he kind of pulls up is the fact that he has had 4 state preceptors, which is apparently pretty unusual. He has that one main state preceptor, and that is Mei Nianqing, but apparently HuaLian has had more. He has had 4. So now the question becomes, are they all the same people who were the state preceptors for the Crown Prince of Wuyong? And if they are, what does that mean? Because HuaLian is apparently starting to think that it means some sort of reincarnation BS, and HuaChang is pretty against it. And that makes me maybe nod. Maybe this really isn't HuaLian's head, but at the same time, this could be the one time where Huachang is wrong and HuaLian is right. Because HuaLian, wouldn't he know himself and this feeling better than anyone else? So it's a bit hard to say at this point, especially considering the cryptic messaging between Mei Nianqing and the other mountain spirits, who might have been his colleagues. And like, if they were they are mountain spirits now, but if they were in Shanle, when did they become mountain spirits? Why did they become mountain spirits? What is going on? Because they were mountain spirits when Huachang was there in Mount Tonglu, doing his little trials. And even then, like, they seemed old, right? They seemed old. Are they trapped like this, or are they there by will? That's another question. This is difficult. This is a difficult one. So what is the truth? We're gonna have to learn. Now we're in Pompeii, looking for another temple of Wuyong that is gonna give us more information, I think. And maybe even more evidence to either support or disprove HuaLian's theory, right? I mean, the best way to figure this out would be to actually confront Mei Nianqing, but apparently he just poofed. Where did he go? How did he go so quickly? Unless this is if this is where he's from, if he is from Mount Tonglu originally, from Wuyong originally, maybe this is like where he is somehow most powerful. Here is another thing. HuaLian is wondering about how old he is, because apparently he must have walked the earth longer than he has then, if he's really from Mount Tonglu, from Wuyong. Could he, having been the state preceptor and also the deputy of the Crown Prince of Wuyong, could he have ascended himself and been part of heaven before the calamity? And that is why he is still around. He somehow escaped the calamity that ruined the heavens, or the war, or whatever they participated in, and is therefore still around. Could that be it? Is that why he is still, like, moving, living, immortal? Gosh, there are a lot of things to think about regarding Mei Nianqing, I feel. This is only the beginning. But we're gonna have to wait until we confront him again, possibly in the kiln. Right now, we're at that underground city where we're seeing the destructions of the ashes, which means that, closer to the mountain, you're gonna have places destroyed by lava, but this is our Pompeii. These are the ashes covering the city. It's been excavated by nefarious creatures who've been here throughout the centuries. So yeah, that's how Huachang knew it existed, and he's been here as well. He probably dug out parts of it himself for shelter, for some reason we don't know yet. I don't know if we'll ever know. But again, just imagining novice Huachang running around doing what he can to survive. I love it. It's so endearing to me. Poor Huachang had such a rough time at Mount Tonglu, but then he came out on top. I love a good underdog story. Okay, so with that chapter out of the way, how about we dive into another one? This one is quite short actually, so no, it's not. It's about the same as this one actually. Let's go. Try to see if we can solve these mysteries in chapter 86. Saint born under the ominous star. Oh my god. The ominous star, eh? These fucking stars. Should have known we'd be getting into this. I mean, our horoscope bitch is right there, so he had to learn this from somewhere. Pei Ming and company had entered the yard of a residence, probably in search of a well. HuaLian followed after them and commented offhandedly, "The houses on this street are all so big and impressive." Mount Tonglu is situated in the imperial capital at the heart of the kingdom of Wuyong, Huachang replied. This place is close to the mountain, or rather, close to what used to be the imperial capital 2,000 years ago. So it was once a wealthy area. Since mostly prominent figures and government officials lived here, the homes are naturally impressive. Okay, so this is like the rich suburbs, got it. There was in fact a well there, but the sight near that well was horrifying. There were 7 or 8 people sprawled over the edge, as if they had been dying of thirst but perished after struggling to make it there. Upon closer inspection, HuaLian blinked. I wouldn't call them people, they're more like stone statues. They weren't live humans, of course, but they weren't corpses either. And they definitely weren't skeletons. They were coarsely made ash-white stone statues. HuaLian was about to reach out and touch when HuaChang gave him a look. Yeah, we just talked about this, HuaLian, we just talked about this. He immediately remembered what they had just promised each other, and that they wouldn't touch anything strange or dangerous, so we forced down the impulse. He was so used to just being the first to go up and touch things. Thinking about it, who in the world would sculpt so many terrifying statues? They had to be people, but they had been transformed into this state for reasons unknown. The front doors of the residence were wide open. HuaLian looked inside the house and saw that there were 2 more people lying on the ground, their forms twisted into a tight embrace. While their faces were blurred and their expressions were unclear, judging by the pose, one could sense that terror had filled their hearts. There was a bundle between them that they were hugging tightly. On closer inspection, HuaLian realized that it must have been a baby. What had happened was more than clear. The ones outside were the household servants, and the ones inside were most likely the master's family of 3, HuaLian said. HuaChang said. After the volcano erupted, the Wuyang River ran with lava. The citizens who lived on high ground weren't burned to death by the lava or blazing fires, but they couldn't escape the blanket of volcanic ash and died of suffocation. The volcanic ash had enveloped their entire bodies in an instant and formed a hard shell, preserving their last moments and transforming them into stone statues. At the very instant their lives ended, this husband and wife had fearfully embraced each other and their child, and had thus become one in death. The old well had long since dried out, of course. Pei Ming wasn't interested in studying the faces of the dead, so carrying Pei Shou with him, he left to continue the search for water. Yeah, so this is terrifying. This is such a terrible way to go. And it is very obvious that this is directly inspired by what we know of the events of Pompeii. I keep making the joke, but this is I did a lesson on this not too long ago, and we ended up reading quite a bit about how this would happen, what would happen to the body if you were covered in volcanic ash like this, and it is not pleasant at all. So yeah. Suddenly, HuaLian noticed something strange. He leapt into the house and crouched next to the stone bodies of the family. HuaChang entered as well. What did you want to see? HuaLian slightly furrowed his brows. I just think their positions are a bit strange. The 2 adults are holding each other tightly with one arm but the other arm. Their other arms were tucked against their chests like they were gripping firmly onto something. You want to see what's in their hands? HuaChang asked. HuaLian had barely nodded when HuaChang tapped once on the joined stone statues. Wait, isn't this disrespectful to their remain? HuaLian exclaimed, but HuaChang moved faster than he did, and the family of 3 broke into a pile of shattered ash-white shards. No need to be too concerned, HuaChang said evenly. They're long dead. The remains are already gone. Yeah, and that is another thing, that whatever's inside, it's burnt away, it's decomposed already. After so long, 2,000 years, there's nothing inside anymore, really. It is not a sort of embalmment, this is not a mummification process. This is just burning and kind of the casing that is left around these people. There was nothing left in the shattered shells. The stone statues were hollow on the inside. Although the volcanic ash formed a solid protective cocoon, the corpses sealed inside still decayed and broke down. Yeah, exactly. And after the rotting was done, only the ash husk remained. All that once lived would eventually pass away, leaving behind only that which had never lived at all. Amidst the shattered ashen pieces that had shattered across the ground, there were some pieces of cloth that had not yet fully rotted through. The jewelry and accessories had also remained intact. Rings, earrings, necklaces, and so on. HuaLian highly doubted that this couple was clutching jewelry in the face of death, and he was picking through the pieces when HuaChang plucked something from the pile and handed it to him. What's this? HuaLian asked. It's what they were clutching in their hands, Huachang said. It was a pendant, a shimmering golden plate, and something that resembled a bone was hanging off of the chain. Patterns were engraved on the golden plate, and HuaLian lightly dusted off the ash on its surface to examine the details. The ominous star, which comes with a heavy footnote of the star of glowing befuddlement resting in the heart constellation, or the ominous star in this translation. And ancient Chinese astrologers believed Mars was unstable in both position and light, thus they called it the star of glowing befuddlement. It symbolized ruin, pestilence, death, famine, war, and other such bad omens. The heart constellation sits in the east, and its three main stars symbolize the crown prince, the emperor, and the commoner. Thus, when Mars enters the heart constellation, it is often interpreted as foretelling major changes in politics and dynasties, or the fall of greatness. Yeah, okay. So the ominous star. Saint born under the ominous star. A celestial drawing was etched on the golden plate. The gold represented the heavens, and inlaid agate represented the stars. The stars were laid out in a very particular pattern, depicting the sign of the ominous star, the celestial phrase in which the star of glowing befuddlement stays motionless in the heart constellation. The star of glowing befuddlement had historically been seen as the star of war and death, and when it rested within the heart constellation, it was an even more ominous sign, especially toward rulers and emperors and other such leaders. Why was a celestial drawing like that engraved on an accessory? No, this couldn't have been an accessory. HuaLian fumbled through the ash shards again and found two more identical pendants. There were three in total. Even the baby in the couple's arms had one. It's for the crown prince. It's one of those charms, right? Under what circumstances would the same accessory be purchased 3 times? This isn't a protection charm, is it? HuaLian wondered. Only a protection charm would be gripped tightly by those teetering on the brink of death, prayed over frantically in a last grasp at hope in the face of terror. It is, Huachang said. I've dug through the parts of this city in the past, and I discovered the same protection charm on quite a number of statues. HuaLian hummed. The people of Wuyang worship their crown prince, so this should be his protection charm. But why draw this particular celestial phrase on it? Does the crown prince have any connection to the ominous star? He was born under the celestial face of the ominous star, Huachang said. The people of Wuyang used it to symbolize him. How did someone find this out? HuaLian asked. Huachang flipped the gold plate over. It's written on this. Sure enough, there was a line of engraved characters on the back, which Huachang translated for him. These words mean, Saint born under the ominous star. In recent times, the star of glowing befuddlement resting in the heart constellation is a grave omen, but things might have been different 2,000 years ago. HuaLian mulled over those words, his heart slowly sinking. For he was also born under that very same celestial phrase. The sign of the ominous star, oh my god. Same horoscope? Yeah, this reminded me that I was gonna move this over and I just didn't. I'm gonna do that now, actually. Ominous star, born under the face of the ominous star, oh my god. Suddenly, HuaLian's theory doesn't seem as random anymore. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? He rose to his feet. Let's go to the Holy Temple. The two walked down the long street side by side. Pei Mei and the others hadn't had any luck in their search of the area, so they followed along as well. The remnants of many carriages were strewn across the street. Some rested on the roadside. Others were completely overturned. There were also more stone people scattered on the ground in various poses. Most citizens had run back to their residences to escape the disaster, so the ones on the street were likely homeless beggars or travelers who couldn't make it home in time. Their cries and struggles in the moment before death were preserved. The group traversed this strange, grotesque display. HuaLian pointed out to HuaLian which homes were the residences of wealthy merchants and which belonged to the entertainment district. HuaLian couldn't help but ask after this knowledge of his. Sunlang, the kingdom of Wuyong fell over 2,000 years ago. None of its descendants remain. How did he learn to read their script? He couldn't have just forced his way in from nothing. There must have been a door to this method. It wasn't too difficult, HuaLian said. As Gogu can see, some Wuyong characters are very close to today's characters. That's true, HuaLian said. The two characters that make up the word Wuyong are indeed very close to how one would write it today. Right, so those two characters were the first Wuyong script I learned, HuaLian explained. There are a few more like this, and when they are mixed into a given phrase together, the other words can be determined from context. There are some that use a familiar character but give it a different meaning. That's not too common though. HuaLian nodded, and HuaLian continued. And then there are words that show up more frequently, like those two. He pointed at two buildings on the street. It's obvious what those places are. The words on the signs have different beginning characters but the same ending characters. Therefore, one can easily deduce the meaning of the ending words. They're either taverns or restaurants. And there are many similar methods. If Gogu wants to know more, I'll tell you all about it when there's time. How HuaLian became a linguist? This is so fun. Has a knack for deciphering dead languages. This is, yeah, I guess we know what HuaLian's major in college would be. What his university degree would be. So that was it. There were actually people in this world who could figure anything out through their own power without any help. HuaLian couldn't help but be awed. The Holy Temple of Wuyong was still the grandest and most impressive building in the city. The party arrived at the temple, but before they entered, Pei-Ming spoke up. What's that noise? Squeak, 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 squeak. The noise echoed from afar, then dispersed. Rats? HuaLian wondered. Not your typical rats, but if there are rats, that means there's water nearby, HuaLian said. When they entered the temple, there was no burnt material on the walls this time. They could see the vibrant colors of the immense mural simply by raising their heads. However, there wasn't just one mural, but murals left, center, and right, a set of 3. There was a mural on each of the walls. Now the question becomes, so this Temple of Wuyong would probably, like they didn't burn it in time, you know? Because this is one of the cities closer to the kiln. It was, everyone was killed before any hatred towards the crown prince could start, unlike in the outer cities where they would start desecrating his temples. So that makes sense, but are these murals then the original ones? Or are they new ones? Because HuaLian said that all the murals were all burned up. Did he just admit that this one wasn't? He's obviously been here before, right? The group stood before the first mural and looked up. The Crown Prince of Wuyong was sitting up on the clouds with golden light shining around him. However, his expression was severe. In his left hand, there was a ball of light, and within its glow was a small mountain spewing flame. The fingers on his right hand were pressed together, the palm facing upward, seemingly waving in dismissal. A palace was depicted below, and over a dozen people stood within. Their attire and accessories were incomparably lavish, and each was making unique gestures. Some had their arms wide open. Some were wearing armor and carrying bows, and some were pointing into the far distance with agitated expressions. Okay. The details of the mural were complex and abundant with information. HuaLian studied it for a good while before turning his head. May I tell you what I've gathered from this painting? The ball of light held in the Crown Prince of Wuyong's left hand contains a small volcanic eruption, indicating that he told his dream to those down below. As for the gesture made with his right hand, it's obviously one of negation. He must be rejecting something. What is he rejecting? Pei-Ming asked. That we find out from the actions of the people below, HuaLian replied. This palace is situated in the mortal realm. It's magnificent, so it's likely the royal palace. These people must be the royalty and nobility of Wuyong. Look at this one with his arms wide open. It seems he's making a gesture for expand, but expand what? We learn this by looking at what's in his hand. The group looked closer. The man held a map, and Pei Ming was more than familiar with what that meant. Expand territory? Yes, HuaLian said. And these generals are dressed in armor, looking ready to be dispatched into battle. There are others to the side pointing the way. Look, the directions are very obvious. It's like they're saying, go there, fight there. With this information, the meaning of this mural becomes easy to understand. To roughly summarize, it seems the Crown Prince of Wuyang told his prophetic dream to the ministers inside the royal court. Once the volcano erupted, the consequences would be severe. It would be a disaster that would bring ruin to the kingdom of Wuyang. The kingdom's territory wasn't big enough because the volcano was situated right at its center. All of its important cities would perish, so how should this be solved? If their own territory wasn't big enough, take over someone else's, Hua Cheng said. Right, HuaLian said. The minister suggested opening up the borders and invading neighboring countries. However, the Crown Prince of Wuyang didn't agree with this method, which is why his right hand is a gesture of rejection. After analyzing the first mural, the group moved to the second. The colors of this mural were much gloomier than the previous, perhaps because it depicted a scene of slaughter and war. Okay, so even though the Prince of Wuyang tried to avoid war, it happened anyway, is that what we're saying? Blood flowed like a river through the battlefield, and the soldiers on both sides killed relentlessly. HuaLian could tell which side was Wuyang, since their soldiers' armor was the same as that of the generals from the previous mural. The Wuyang soldiers looked savage and aggressive, trampling the heads of their enemies under their feet, raising corpses up on their halberds. Arms and legs and flesh flew, the scene bloody and cruel. There were soldiers who wore savage smiles as they reached for cowering women and children, the horrors of war. Thick clouds of gloom blanketed the skies above the battlefield, yet from within peeked a sliver of white light. Half of the Crown Prince of Wuyang could be seen through the clouds, and he was watching the scene below. His expression was that of fury. One of his arms was extended, and his palm released many pillars of golden light. The Wuyang soldiers, touched by the light, were sucked upward. The painting's meaning was easier to analyze than the previous one. HuaLian studied it for a moment. It seems the generals and ministers didn't listen to the Crown Prince's advice and dispatched armies to invade neighboring countries, he said softly. The soldiers killed indiscriminately and excessively. They even harassed women, children, and the weak and the old. When the Crown Prince found out, he was furious, and he put an end to the Wuyang soldiers' aggression. How, though? Did he kill his own people? Is that what we're saying? How touching, Pei Ming said flatly in response to his interpretation. But to be frank, if one kingdom has perished, then they can't be blamed for choosing to protect their own land's future. If the soldiers on the front lines didn't die at the hands of their enemies, they probably died from the rage of their own Crown Prince, or their own rage at him. I certainly wouldn't want to fight for someone like that. HuaLian gave a dry chuckle and said a little woefully, General Pei is quite right. Hua Cheng only snorted at the comments. So the volcano is about to erupt. What does the Highness, his Crown Prince, plan to do? Pei Ming continued. He can't just leave his own people to wait for their deaths. Let's look at the third mural, HuaLian said. It should have the answer. The group finally came to the last mural. The colors were again in enormous contrast to those of the last mural. This image returned to bright, vibrant tones and was filled with holy light. But with only one glance, HuaLian was shocked to the core. His eyes went wide. Pei Ming observed the piece. My God! Is this the idea the Crown Prince of Wuyang came up with? Ha! Daring! Worthy of admiration! At the bottom of the third mural was the kingdom of Wuyang. The Wuyang River wound across the earth. The Crown Prince and his 4 guardian deputies were also depicted, but none of that was the focal point of the piece. The most prominent object was a bridge at its center. The Crown Prince Wuyang and his 4 guardians were holding up a massive bridge that radiated white light. The people on the ground were swarming toward the bridge with smiles on their faces. The Crown Prince of Wuyong had built a bridge that connected the heavens and earth to bring his people to the heavenly realm. HuaLian was struck speechless by what he saw. Is that possible? Pei Ming wondered. Why not? HuaLian countered. Everyone looked at him, and HuaLian continued. Isn't appointing a general just bringing a mortal to the heavenly realm? He's simply taking everyone near the royal capital to the heavens temporarily, then sending them back once the disaster is over. Why couldn't he do that? Well, I guess. Crimson Rain's hot flower, please don't make it sound so easy, Pei Ming said. My lord should know that it takes spiritual power to appoint generals, and he's appointing how many with such a feat? Okay, we're learning some mechanisms here, but I'm still a bit shocked about this. So that was, I saw the art. That was like a while back. When was it? Yeah, like literally right here in one of the previous chapters I read. There was like a mural that I couldn't make sense of. But this is literally what this was depicting. This is a road to heaven. This is a bridge. It's a bridge. Like they were not holding it up in this one, but that was what this was about. A bridge connecting the mortal realm and heaven, and he was gonna use his spiritual energy to appoint generals temporarily, you know? Again, daring, but perhaps not undoable. And is this connected to why heaven went into a disaster, though? A catastrophe? Why it ended up falling? In reality, appointing a general was nothing more than using one's spiritual power to keep a mortal in the heavens, who would then have to labor in their service. If there were no restrictions, what would stop a heavenly official from appointing all the people they wanted? An emperor might as well bring up his full harem and court. A general might as well appoint his entire army. Judging by the relics left behind, the kingdom of Wuyong had a population of only a few 100,000, and some tens of thousands lived in the vicinity of the royal capital. While it would be tough, it's possible, though just barely, HuaLian said quietly. Even if it's only a few tens of thousands, no heavenly official would dare appoint so many, Pei Ming said. If he really went through with it, well, then I don't know if he should be congratulated on his courage or extreme stupidity. There's definitely no one else like him in history, at least. HuaLian studied the bridge on the mural, completely engrossed. The faces of the white-clad crown prince and his 4 guardian deputies were looking more and more bizarre to him, more and more like his own face and those of his 4 state preceptors of Shanla. That, plus the celestial phrase of the ominous star, this was the stuff of reincarnation, of history repeating itself. He wanted to know what happened next, but perhaps he already knew. He turned his head away, afraid to keep his eyes on that mural any longer. Have we found water? He asked. Banyo dragged Pei Shou along as they walked. That Gogo went to look. She was referring to Yin Yu. HuaLian glanced at Pei Shou, who had his eyes closed. Humming for a moment, he decided to speak up. When we go onward to the kiln, I think it would be best that General Pei Jr. stays here. Pei Shou was presently in a mortal body after all, which was inconvenient in many ways. Furthermore, they didn't know what awaited them ahead. Pei Ming squatted and looked Pei Shou over. Yeah, I agree. But will your highness please not tell him the reason to his face? The boy will understand. Just leave it to me to tell him. Rest assured, General Pei, I understand, HuaLian said. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it while he was unconscious. Pei Shou was once a young martial god with an infinitely bright future in the heavens. But now he had to stay behind because he couldn't keep up. Of course he'd feel bitter. However, mistakes must be punished, and that's how exiles should feel. He had no choice but to accept it. They remained in the temple and discussed their situation for a while longer. Where's Yin Yu? HuaLian wondered, puzzled. It's been a long time. Why hasn't he come back yet? Has he still not found water? HuaTang was staring intently at a few raised butterflies resting on his fingertips. The butterflies had been very useful earlier, but now they had all returned to him, tucked away to conserve energy. He looked up slightly. He shouldn't be taking this long. HuaLian grew alarmed and stood up. Let me go take a look. General Pei, watch over things here. Sanlang, will you come with me? Of course, he would go with him. HuaLian left Roya behind to tie a protection circle. Then the pair left the temple and headed toward the deeper part of the underground city. There were plenty of houses of all sorts of random things along the way. HuaLian picked up a jar that he rather liked, and Huachang seemed to find it funny. What are you doing picking that up? If we find water later, we can use this to bring some back for General Pei Jr., HuaLian said. He had grown used to collecting scraps, and he patted the jar in his hands in spite of himself. Come to think of it, this is an antique, thousands of years old. Huachang laughed. If you like stuff like this, come to my place later. I've got a few antiques of my own. You can see if you find anything you fancy. An instant's time passed before the two finally overheard the faint sound of flowing water. Yeah, are we just gonna ignore that you got invited over for to look at his antiques? Is that what kids say nowadays? Hey, want to come over and look at my old vases? So they found the sound of water. Soon after, HuaLian exclaimed, "Over there!" There was indeed a subterranean stream down below. HuaLian set the jar he'd picked up in the water and started washing it with gusto. 2 millennia's worth of ashes had formed a thick shell that couldn't be washed off, but rinsing the loose dust from the surface would make it usable at least. He filled it with water and lowered his head, ready to take a sip himself. Huachang had been surveying the area with a keen eye and turned just in time to see what he was about to do. "Don't drink that," he immediately said. HuaLian had already put his face to the jar and was confused by the caution. "What?" "So hot," a voice said. "Yeah, I know, me too, watching the season 2 opening with HuaLian by the stream. Yeah, I get it, that was us, that was all of us." There were only the 2 of them here, so where did that third voice come from? HuaLian subconsciously looked down, following the sound. It was coming from the jar in his hand. He quickly peered inside the container. There were 2 tiny scarlet dots lurking in the water, watching him. Those had to be eyes. Could someone be hiding in there? The moment the eyes met his, the thing inside the jar lunged straight at HuaLian's face. The water inside was disrupted by the movement and splashed out. HuaLian's hands moved swiftly and flung the jar meters away in an instant. It smashed against the wall, and the 1,000-year-old antique shattered into pieces. As for the thing that had been hidden inside it, it wasted no time scurrying off into the darkness. In his rush, HuaLian hadn't clearly seen what it was, only that it looked like a big bundle of something black. What was that thing? Huachang stood in front of him to shield him, and HuaLian frowned. "It wasn't in the jar before, was it?" he asked. "And why had it said so hot? Shouldn't it have been cool inside the water?" "No," Huachang said. "It swam into it from the river. There are creatures that flock together and swim in the subterranean stream. That's why I told you not to drink it." "But you'd let General Pei Jr. drink it," HuaLian thought. Yeah, who cares about General Pei Jr.? I mean, a lot of people, but Crimson Rainsort Flower is not one of them. All of a sudden, he felt a chill on his back and he shouted, "Who's there?" He had just heard someone cough in the distance. It definitely wasn't a delusion, and he tensed in alarm. Soon after, hushed chatter came pouring like the tide. Pair after pair of red dots lit up around the 2 and surrounded them in a circle. "Don't worry, they're not human," Huachang said. "It's because they're not human that we have to worry," HuaLian thought. When he listened closely to the whispers, HuaLian could discern what the voices were saying. "So hard. Oh, it's so hard. I'm boiling. I'm suffocating. Is anyone there? I can't move. Can't move." The voices were tiny, but clear and full of pain. They were like ants vigorously crawling into his ears. HuaLian was just about to reach for Feng Xin when a voice cried out sharply. Your Highness, where are you? Save me! Save me! Oh my god, this is some Arc 2 level shit. That last cry made the hair on HuaLian's neck stand on end. For an instant, he thought the voice was calling for him. However, HuaLian released thousands of raised butterflies with a fierce wave of his hands, and they charged at the glowing red eyes. The silver butterflies shimmered and illuminated the countless creatures that were whispering in the dark. Sure enough, they weren't humans. They were rats. HuaLian grabbed him. I mentioned there are a lot of rats here. Let's go. Even as he rushed along, HuaLian was still stunned. Those rats! Why do they look more like cats to me? It was true. These rats were were each larger than a cat, and their hair was black as ink and thick as needles. Ferocity glinted in their little red eyes. Many were perched on the walls, watching them closely from the darkness. They were speaking in human voices, creating a scene that was creepy to the extreme. Once the silver butterflies charged at them, the slaughter began. Red and silver lights flashed and crossed. The tide of the battle was unknown, but it was clearly vicious and violent. Yin Yu couldn't be dragged off somewhere by those creatures, right? HuaLian wondered. He wouldn't be so useless. There's probably something else tripping him up, HuaLian replied. The first part made HuaLian relax slightly, but the latter part made him tense again. Never mind how big the rats are. Why are there so many? What do they eat to grow so large? Simple, HuaLian replied. The dead, of course. Those are corpse-eating rats. When volcanic ash blanketed the city, the humans had nowhere to hide, so it was the same for their large domestic beasts, oxen, horses, lambs, and so on. But the rats could burrow deep underground. They survived the disaster by relying on the air and food in the underground caves. Once their dust settled, they re-emerged from the underground and scoured the now hellish city for food. However, everything was destroyed. It had all been entombed in lava or buried in volcanic ash. They gnawed through many things but couldn't find food for the longest time, until one day they smelled the scent of rot. The putrid smell, oh my god. The putrid smell came from those humanoid statues, stone statues. Some corpses had a thinner ash shell, and when they started to rot, they emitted a rancid stench and began to leak fluids. The starving rats surrounded the statues and set about creating small holes with their teeth, allowing them to scurry inside and feast upon the corpses within. The lowest, scummiest creatures often survived the longest. The bodies of the dead were cocooned in those ash shells, as was their terror, rage, frustration, and other such powerful emotions. When the rats ate their corpses, they consumed those emotions too. They gained the ability to speak with human voices and expressed what those people had yearned to say in the moments of their deaths. HuaLian was enlightened. I see. So that's why they were saying those things. I was wondering why they would say stuff like that. What was that? HuaLian unexpectedly asked. HuaLian blinked. HuaLian stared at him. What did they say? What did you hear? HuaLian was confused. Sunlong, you didn't hear them, he then repeated. So hot, it's suffocating, can't move, save me, things like that. But before HuaLian responded, it dawned on HuaLian. That wasn't right. The corpse-eating rats could only repeat the ravings of the Wuyang people before their deaths, which naturally would be in the Wuyang tongue. So why could he understand them? Oh my god! That was the end of the chapter, but... What do you mean, HuaLian? What do you mean? You can understand the Wuyang tongue? You can understand them speaking Wuyang? What the... That is ominous. And another point in the favor of what the fuck is going on here. Maybe HuaLian is onto something after all. How do you understand? How do you understand, HuaLian? How do you understand what they're saying? And HuaLian didn't hear it, or he heard them, but he didn't understand what they were saying. This is insane. Oh no, maybe I should have taken what HuaLian said a bit more seriously, because holy shit. So are we saying that the Crown Prince of Wuyang, I mean, Mei Niancheng is not the Crown Prince of Wuyang, so that's out of the thing. Very likely he is one of the 4 state preceptors, and the other 3 are the mountain spirits somehow. But the Prince of Wuyang, might have reincarnated? Is that what we're saying? I mean, obviously, HuaLian is his own person. I don't believe that he is, you know, a whole other person. But I also don't know how reincarnation and souls work in these sort of Chinese fantasy settings usually. So there could, but like, you know, in generally in fiction, like there could be a sort of connection. There could be like parts of him asleep, as the State Preceptor said, that are like. You can wake them up, you know, but the question that brings us back to who knows what he'll do. Mei Ningqing also said, as in, has this almost happened before, sort of happened before? I don't know. I don't really know what I'm thinking about, where I'm going with this, because we have kind of like we have already seen HuaLian experience like some pretty shit things. Like we have HuaLian's story, and yes, the second flashback is coming up, and the second ascension is coming up, which we know that he regrets. But they seem to be things he remembers. He knows what happened back then. So there are like no time. There's no time where we know for sure that HuaLian was aware of himself being more. Except for now, apparently. Now he's starting to think that. And there's something about Wu Yong has triggered that, but how, and the one definite thing that makes this feel probable is this. Why would he know what they were saying when HuaChang couldn't? When HuaChang doesn't know the language, the oral language of Wu Yong, how does HuaLian know it? Like you don't get to, you don't learn language by transmission or anything. So it's not like Mei Ningqing could have like taught him like that. I don't even know. Like again, the only way to figure this out is to read more. Gosh, we have quite a bit left to go, but the next chapter is only like 10-ish pages, not even. And the one after that is pretty long. So how about I read the next chapter, and then I'll take a break and I'll come back tomorrow or later and try to get a couple of more chapters in, because doing the rest of the book would be a lot. Let's do one more chapter first and see where we end up. And then there's the mural. I didn't even talk about the mural yet, but I feel like that one is pretty straightforward. We were explained what each of those parts are, but also like there are some parallels here to HuaLian, and then there are some things that are not. The crown prince attacked his own people, apparently killed his own soldiers. So we're gonna have to wait and see how all this plays out. Like there are some parallels, but there are things that were very different. At the same time, HuaLian is only really focusing on the things that were similar. And I understand why, considering this thing just happened. Anyway, let's see what we have to say about the Wu Yong tongue and HuaLian understanding it in chapter 87. Jealous Ghost King! I like where this is going. 3 questions on where the friendship lies. If we're talking HuaLian, guys, the friendship is like we are getting so many affection points. We are moving out of friendship level and into please kiss already, consciously, while making this decision for the sake of your blooming relationship. HuaChang had used his own abilities of inference and capacity for learning to pick up the Wu Yong language. He would decipher the meaning of words, but since there wasn't anyone alive who could read the words out loud to him, he couldn't match the written word with sounds. That meant he couldn't understand the murmuring of the corpse-eating rats. But HuaLian, who had never visited Mount Tonglu before, understood. What could this mean? HuaChang could tell what HuaLian was thinking with a single glance, and he was quick to reassure him. Gaga, don't panic just yet. I'll repeat those words to you. Give them a listen. All right, HuaLian said. HuaChang's memory was exceptional, and he clearly, precisely repeated the words as soon as they left the area where the corpse-eating rats had gathered. HuaLian stared intently at his lips as he pronounced the series of moderately paced and somewhat bizarre-sounding phrases. Their words had a strange and ancient rhythm to them. Hearing them spoken with such steady control through HuaChang's lips made the notes deep, beautiful, and pleasing to the ears. After concentrating on the words for a moment, HuaLian said, I don't understand them. Now this was very strange. He could understand the words the corpse-eating rats had spewed, but he couldn't parse them. When Huachang repeated them exactly, still, that moment of comprehension couldn't have been a figment of his imagination. Yeah, there was something about, maybe there's something about the rats, that it's the voices of the actual Wuyong people that, HuaLian is, if this is true, is somehow connected to it. Oh my god. And when Huachang speaks, it wouldn't have the same impact because he is not of Wuyong. When you heard those voices, you easily understood what they were saying, right? Huachang asked. HuaLian nodded. Right. There was never a translation process in my brain. He hadn't even realized it was a different language. I get it, Huachang said. What do you get? What you understood wasn't the Wuyong tongue, but the emotions of those who died. HuaLian understood, but at the same time he didn't. Meaning that, a long time ago, someone heard these same dying voices. They understood them and remembered them, and then somehow transplanted this memory into you and infected you with their feelings. Huachang explained further. They knew the Wuyong tongue, and had already completed the comprehension step, which is why you don't need to know the language to understand. Those voices have always been buried deep within your mind, and you were brought directly to their emotions the moment you heard them. HuaLian thought this explanation sounded fairly plausible. Yeah, but what the heck? Weren't you just team, no, this is not a reincarnation, Huachang? I see, but the question is, who could pass such memories and emotions to me? And why? And when did they do this? After a pause, he murmured, The state preceptor? We can't be sure, Huachang replied. Gaga, you're already assuming your master is from Wuyong, but if that's the case, shouldn't they have been communicating in the Wuyong tongue when they were in the stomach of the mountain spirit? Why weren't they? That wasn't hard to explain, HuaLian said. The kingdom of Wuyong was destroyed 2,000 years ago. They would need to use modern language to survive in the world for the past 2 millennia. It's only natural for them to use the language they're more fluent in now. Yeah, because for that long, they would have been able to use the Wuyong tongue together with each other, but if they were the only ones, eventually you would just transition into using, the modern language. But this makes more sense that it was planted into HuaLian, I suppose, by, someone who might think he is the reincarnation of the Crown Prince of Wuyong, even if he's not. It's, we're getting more points in, okay, this is not exactly what happens. So like a sleeper agent sort of thing. Huachang gripped his shoulders, his tone growing harsher. Gaga, stop letting yourself think this way. Yeah, yes, Huachang doesn't like this at all, and he's very, he doesn't want HuaLian to end up thinking too far into this in a way that he shouldn't, so that he'll make up scenarios, But why is HuaLian so inclined to doing that right now? Because he's always tried to, figure out things, He's always trying to kind of connect to what might have happened and imagine, things like that. But he's really self-inserting a lot into this. And I wonder if it is because of his own trauma. This situation is so similar to his own situation. And in a sense, that could be a relief, I say, with big goose eyes, in that he's kind of projecting onto this. If he is the reincarnation of this very unfortunate crown prince, and these unfortunate things happen to this crown prince and therefore also happen to him, that is an explanation for why Shanle fell. So even if it is not very logical, maybe HuaLian is projecting here because that would be an explanation for something that there is no explanation for, really. And we like that as humans. We like finding these sort of hooks to put our feelings and thoughts on. And it gives him a sort of way of organizing this and kind of, what's the word? Not justifying, but giving reason to it, giving meaning to why this happened. Why such a meaningless amount of suffering happened to his people. And he shouldn't be doing that because if they are two separate people, which is what HuaChang is kind of insisting here, like don't make it out to be like this happened because of you, you know? That is what we're actually saying here. You don't need to take on the burdens of another dead kingdom, one that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with you. So don't imagine that it does. So I definitely understand HuaChang's apprehension here, especially having, witnessed HuaLian during this time of his life. HuaLian finally turned to face him. Fine, Sanlang. What does it usually take to transplant memories and emotions to someone? There are two conditions that must be met. First, you must trust this person absolutely and without reservation. When necessary, you are willing to be led by them, HuaChang answered. After a brief moment of contemplation, HuaLian had picked the candidates in his mind. Second, it is someone you are powerless to retaliate against. The one implanting the memories must hold absolute power over you, and you must fear them deeply, HuaChang said. Gerger, think carefully over the years who has matched these requirements. Fear them deeply. Did you fear Mei Nianqing? I don't know. I don't know. Who do you trust deeply and also fear? HuaLian contemplated for a while, and after some hesitation, answered slowly. I suppose there are 3 in total. Very good. Who are the 3? HuaChang asked. The first one is the state preceptor of Shanle, HuaLian said. Yeah. That is our first obvious candidate. Yeah, okay. I guess you also had a fair amount of fear for Mei Nianqing. While he loved his parents deeply and never guarded against them, he knew deep down that he and his father walked different paths. Thus, he couldn't say he was willing to be led by his father. However, the state preceptor guided him at the beginning of his education and taught him everything. He met both conditions. This was expected, so HuaChang prompted. And the second one? Zhanwu, HuaLian answered. He held immense respect for Zhanwu and was constantly in awe of him. No need to say more on the subject. He also met both conditions. Is it a coincidence that Zhanwu is also on this list? Like, either that is sort of like a... I mean, I nothing is throwaway information in this book. Come on. This is interesting. Like, there is a tiny chance, a tiny, not so tiny chance, yeah, because we have information about Zhanwu, but we actually have no one who can confirm this information because the stories are the ones being told by people who did not witness it and do not know. So... there is, and I say that this with a lot of caution, there is a chance that Zhanwu is somehow connected to the Crown Prince of Wuyong as well. Like, we already know where the preceptors are, the 4 state preceptors. No, wait, come on. Who else? There are no other people kind of mentioned around this that could be candidates, really. Unless Mei Nianqing just wasn't that last preceptor and it was Zhanwu instead or something. Yeah. I'm gonna put that on ice for now, but I don't think it's a coincidence that Zhanwu is mentioned here. And again, he is the oldest existing being that we know of now. Well, now we know Mei Nianqing. We know Mei Nianqing. So Mei Nianqing is older. Unless. So yeah, he held immense respect for Zhanwu and was constantly in awe of him, so no need to say more on the subject. He also met both conditions. HuaChang didn't look too impressed, but he didn't comment. And the last one. The third one. Come on, it's you, HuaChang, it's you. HuaLian said. Doesn't match the first condition, but the second. The fear? HuaChang understood. White no face, he said darkly. HuaLian closed his eyes and nodded, a hand covering his brow. I won't lie to you, I never revealed this to anyone. Not even Fengxin or Muqing. I never said anything dispiriting to them back then, but actually, deep down, he profoundly feared that creature. There was a period of time when even hearing the name would set him trembling non-stop. But HuaLian had never dared to allow anyone to notice, because he was the only hope they had for defeating White No-Face. If even he was scared, then wouldn't everyone else fall deeper into despair? If that happened, everything would collapse. Of course, it was all much better now. HuaLian gripped his shoulders even harder. It's all right. There's nothing shameful about being afraid of something. HuaLian gave a small flickering smile. I'm just not brave enough, that's all. You don't need to be so hard on yourself, HuaLian comforted. Without fear, there's no courage. HuaLian was slightly taken aback. HuaLian continued without pause. Is it only those three? HuaLian nodded. This meant that someone among those three had planted within him the Wuyong's people's memories and emotions at the moment of volcanic cataclysm. HuaLian mused on it, furrowing his brows. Yeah, I'm also furrowing my brows now because one of those three. Bai Wuxiang, Crown Prince of Wuyong. If Bai Wuxiang is the Crown Prince of Wuyong, which is, again, a very possible theory, then that would make sense. If he had somehow managed to put these memories into HuaLian, and what we do know is, again, the fucking mask keeps coming back, again, the psychological thing. Did he do this against HuaLian's will? He's put these memories into HuaLian against his will. Okay, so what I think is happening here is that is probably something that happened, and I think that maybe we're gonna get to learn more about that in Arc 4. I think we're definitely gonna be seeing more of Bai Wuxiang. But the reason why we're mentioning the others here is because Junwu might also have done this to HuaLian, and it's not this memory, it might be something else that he's implanted in him, and we're gonna have to find that out at a later point. Because HuaLian has willingly let himself be shackled by Junwu, so why would Junwu not have been able to plant a memory in him like this? This is what I'm thinking. It might not have anything to do with this, but it might also, be one of the reasons of why Junwu is so adamant on having HuaLian nearby, training him for this emperor role, Again, there's a reason why Junwu was mentioned here, and I have to find out what that reason is. HuaLian was silent for a while before he suddenly spoke up. That's not everyone. More? HuaLian turned his head to look at him. What? HuaLian drew a small breath. It's actually not just those three. There's a fourth person who fulfills the first condition. But I'm certain he has nothing to do with the memories and emotions of the dead. Hearing this, HuaLian turned toward him completely. Oh, how do you know? Have your highness and this person shared many years of deep friendship? Not so many years, HuaLian thought, but a deep friendship. It's you! It's you, HuaLian, come on! He believed this person counted, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud, so he replied ambiguously. In any case, he might be the one I trust the most, even more than my master and Junwu. How does that count? HuaLian asked. HuaLian lightly cleared his throat. It's embarrassing to say, he said shyly, because if I were to make a grave mistake or find myself in trouble after upsetting a huge hornet's nest, he's the first one I'd think to call, and my trust for him isn't quite the same as what I have for my master and the emperor. Oh my god. Oh my god, are we confusing? Are we making HuaLian jealous by talking about him to his face? Come on, HuaLian, catch on! Before he could finish, he noticed HuaLian's odd expression. He trailed off. Sunlung? Only then did HuaLian come around. He quirked an eyebrow. Oh, it's nothing. I was thinking of something else. Your Highness really trusts this person so much. He usually raised his brows when he was relaxed or teasing, but it didn't seem very natural right now. Oh my god, it didn't seem very natural. HuaLian nodded. God, he's so jealous. Is there a problem? Huachang bowed his head slightly and adjusted his silver vambraces. Nothing major, he said, sounding nonchalant. But in my personal opinion, it'd be best if Gaga didn't trust others so easily. Delivers a reply, it's you, Huachang! This is so funny. This is the reverse of the noble, gracious, special someone. The person that HuaLian deeply trusts. Hearing him say that, HuaLian wasn't sure whether Huachang had figured out who he was talking about, but he didn't dare reveal anymore. So he only gave a soft, oh. Although he paused, in the end, he still couldn't resist asking. Sanlang isn't going to ask who this person is. Oh my gosh, you want to tell him so bad. You want to tell him so bad. What? Huachang asked. Since Gaga said he trusts this person and has determined that he has nothing to do with this affair, there's no need to ask. HuaLian rubbed his forehead. Huachang quickly added, but if Gaga wants to tell, Sanlang is happy to listen. Are you going to take the chance to tell him? Or are we going to get this other, moment of, tension? That literally the revenge for the noble, gracious, special someone. This is the revenge for the noble, gracious, special someone. I just know it. Gosh, this is so funny. Although his words sounded gracious, it'd be awkward if HuaLian told him now. It would be like he was begging Huachang to ask who he trusted the most. HuaLian couldn't tell whether Huachang was just being polite or if he really didn't care. Coincidentally, the wraith butterflies that engaged in bloody carnage against the corpse-eating rats had returned. After going through that strenuous battle, the silver butterflies were flying a little low, like they were drooping with fatigue. HuaLian quickly went up to greet them, reaching out to catch a particularly tiny butterfly. It's George. Hello, George. George, you've done such a great job. Thanks for your hard work, he said. Now he'd done it, the butterflies paused in the air, and the next second it was like they had smelled delicious pastry. Delicious smelling pastry is Chinese slang for a highly desirable personal thing. Yeah, just like Ming, they are all recharged by HuaLian. They all charged at him like mad. HuaLian still had the little silver butterfly cupped in his hands and was almost struck dumb. Huachang gave a calm, deliberate cough. The butterflies paused again, then backed off politely and calmly flew toward Huachang to land on the silver vambraces on his arms, becoming one with the engraved butterfly patterns. The two continued to search for Yin Yu. After they'd been walking for a while, Huachang suddenly spoke up. It's not Feng Xin, is it? Oh my god! He is not letting this go. I love that. I love that so much. HuaLian is worried that he's coming across begging Huachang to ask him, but Huachang is gonna ask anyway because this is gonna keep him up at night. This is so funny. It's not Feng Xin, is it? HuaLian's mind had already moved on to something else, and when he heard him, he blinked. What? The person Gaga spoke of, Huachang said. HuaLian instantly waved. Of course not. Huachang's brows twitched. It's not mooching, is it? A drop of sweat rolled down HuaLian's forehead, and his hand waved faster. That's even more impossible, but why is Sanlang asking about this again? Huachang smiled. I thought about it, and I think that this fourth person is the most suspicious. So to prevent any surprises, will Gaga please tell me? Who is this person you trust the most, and with whom you've shared many years of deep friendship? It's not many years, it's not so many years. In fact, it is a rather recent development. HuaLian stared at the smile on his face. He had a gut feeling that this smile was very fake. But just as he inhaled deeply, preparing to speak, the faint silver light from the scout butterflies disappeared. Darkness fell all around, and Huachang swiftly seized HuaLian's hand and dodged to the side of the street. Huachang could tell something was wrong. Sanlang, is something coming? he asked in a whisper. Even though darkness had come unexpectedly and nothing could be seen, he followed Huachang's steps closely and hopped into a house to hide. Huachang's voice sounded next to his ear. It's here. Within the darkness, they heard a very peculiar sound. Thump, 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 thump. Xuanji. It was a strange dragging noise, and although it was still far away, each drag sounded extremely heavy. And each one also sounded much closer than the one before. The speed of its approach was astounding. HuaLian thought this sound was oddly familiar. Yeah, oh my gosh, it's fucking Xuanji, I know it. And that, he had definitely heard it somewhere before. When it sounded close by, he looked outside to see. Sure enough, there was a woman dressed in wedding robes on the main street of the underground city. Although she wore wedding robes, the robes themselves were in tatters. It was a chilling, haunting sight. Her face was beautiful, yet held no sign of life. The glowing green ghost fire atop her head made her blanched complexion shine green. In her arms she cradled a small child whose face was also a ghastly pale shade. Though he barely, oh my god, I just read the name down here. Though he appeared more alive than her, he was obviously a living human. Bumping into old friends again, Huachang said. It was the ghost bride Xuanji and GUOSHI. Green ghost fire on top her head. Oh my gosh, well, we know that Xuanji and Qirong might have had connections. Oh my god. Terrible timing. I was about to get more jealous Huachang, and I love it. I absolutely love it. But now Xuanji is here with GUOSHI and Qirong. Well, we knew that would happen eventually. Xuanji coming along, I mean. I did not expect this team up, but in hindsight, I should have. Because Xuanji and Qirong had a thing before. We know that they might have worked together, and he's mentioned her before. And GUOSHI is still not doing great. We gotta rescue this kid. This has gotta be the time where we finally get GUOSHI back. Where is Qirong and the dad's body then? And does this have anything to do with Yin Yu disappearing? Who are we kidding? We want to know more about HuaLian. We want to know more about this whole reincarnation thing. We want to know who's implanted these memories into HuaLian. Oh my god. There are so many things that are happening right now, and I am so happy that this last read has had things that are very interesting to us and the main story. Because there's been so much side character stuff that I'm like, yeah, yes. This was a good meal. This was a good read. Very, very satisfied. And I have to accept that maybe we're heading into more side character stuff soon, because we had such a good bite of main plot in HuaLian just now. Amazing HuaLian moments to go through, and we also, HuaLian, who is this person who you trust more than anyone else and who you would call out for if you had kicked a hornet's nest? We know. Noble, gracious, special someone. Person HuaLian trusts the most. They eat at the same table. I fucking love this. The miscommunication tag is working so hard. I guess I was, like, for a while there, I was, like, really on board with the reincarnation thing that HuaLian has been going on about. But again, with all these, like, things being planted, I think that, like, my new theory that I'm so super on board with is that Bai Wuxiang is the Prince of Wuyang, the Crown Prince of Wuyang, somehow connected to that. I think they might be the same person, and that is why he's been so up in HuaLian's case for like ages. And that would make sense if Mei Nianqing is the state preceptor of Wuyang also, then Mei Nianqing might have like known a little bit about what was actually going on in Shanle, and the thing that is actually going on in Shanle, like yeah, he might say it's a horoscope thing, but you know, if Bai Wuxiang was the crown prince of Wuyang, who has been pulling the strings kind of behind all this. That is literally the first thing we get of Bai Wuxiang. He hanging on those vines like he's a spider in a web. Like he's the puppet master pulling the strings. He's the puppet master pulling the strings, oh my god. Maybe not that puppet master, but he's definitely been doing some strings. As in, he was the one who was stringing Lang Ying along as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if he is the one who planted these memories into HuaLian. And he has a sort of like, he's projecting onto HuaLian, but like in the bad way, you know? Did he ever, like, was he, because if he's a ghost, yeah, it would make sense that he would maybe see this crown prince who is very promising, and if, I don't know if he knew that Mei Nianqing was there, that he's the Mei Nianqing, you know? Because if Mei Nianqing and those three other state preceptors were in Shanle and Bai Wuxiang learned of it, what would that make him feel? Would he be mad about it? Would he be happy about, like, what would he do? What would he do? Because again, I think that what Mei Nianqing is talking about, if he's talking about the crown prince who has yet to awaken, is he talking about Lang Ying, who is the current form of Bai Wuxiang? And the whole thing I've been talking about of HuaLian having parts of Bai Wuxiang in him, no, he doesn't, but he has some of his memories because they're implanted in him. Oh my gosh, is this what is happening? It makes so much sense, but I don't know if I'm saying the right things now or if I'm completely off on a different track, but this seems like all the things I'm saying, I feel like I can connect it to something. Is this where we're going? Is this where we're headed? Or am I completely off? God, I fucking love it when the book does this. This is the theory I vibe with the most right now. It could be wrong. There could be other things happening here. There could be a reincarnation thing happening. But I feel like I need to trust HuaTang a little bit on this because, like I said, I think HuaLian falling kind of into the trap of thinking this is a reincarnation is his own trauma speaking. So I think, God, I think a lot. And I yap a lot as well. I have a lot of thoughts that are kind of unfinished in my head is what I'm trying to say. But this could definitely make sense if Lang Ying is here and Mei Nianqing has seen him and he recognizes somehow that that is Bai Wuxiang. That makes sense. That makes so much sense. And oh my god, this is so exciting. It is so much fun. The only thing that doesn't make sense is, in that case, did Mount Tonglu open during the Shanle War? And was that why all those spirits, you know, started escaping from those pagodas and stuff? Or, so that might not have been the creation of Bai Wuxiang, and it could have been one of the, I don't know. It doesn't seem like heaven was aware of the Ghost King creations before Bai Wuxiang entered the stage, entered the scene. It could have been, though. That could have been the creation of Bai Wuxiang as a Ghost King. Before that, maybe he existed in the world as a ghost who was getting stronger and stronger. I mean, like HuaTang, he had to start off somewhere. Maybe he started as a regular ghost and fought his way in the remnants of his own kingdom and became the first Ghost King. Maybe he really is the first Ghost King that was created out of Mount Tonglu. Or at least the first one after that explosion that ruined Mount Tonglu. We still don't know. We still don't know if he is the first one ever, or if there were some ancient ghost kings as well that resulted from the destruction of Wuyang. Like, we have a lot of details that we're still kind of fixing, finding out. They're not fixed yet. But this is making so much sense. This is making so much sense. Because if he was a crown prince, watching this other crown prince who were doing all these amazing things and getting all this praise and then ascending and being so promising, would that not spark a little bit of jealousy? Wouldn't that spark a why him when not me? Why does he get all the glory and get to, you know, flourish and become something amazing, revered and loved by his people, when all I did was trying to help them, and in the end, they forsook me, and I could not save everyone, and the people who were left burned my temples and everything. Like, this could be it. This could be the motivation. This is so interesting. This is insane. It's insane, but it makes sense. I think if this is it, This is so cool. This is amazing. And even if it isn't this, I hope we get an explanation that is just as, like, that fits just as well. There might be something I've overlooked here that might turn this a little bit different, you know. But gosh. I hope this is it. I hope this is it, because that got me very excited to think about. As for Junwoo's connection to this, remember how Wu Yong and its people were like very... They went out to conquer. They went out to conquer other nations in order to make more room, more space for their own people to come in and take over. I wonder if Junwoo's place in this, we know that he's from a warring kingdom during like a time of a lot of turbulence. I wonder if he is somehow connected to like maybe the people of Wuyong who left Wuyong, the ones who did not die in the lava, the ones who burned the temples. Like maybe they left Wuyong and became, you know, other people. They assimilated in other people and their cultures. But the wars that they started, maybe they kind of lasted for centuries, had like these wave effects, you know, around the countries. And that is where Junwoo came in. He was born into this era with all these wars going on. And then he managed to ascend and become a martial god. The martial god. And then whatever happened, like if Crown Prince of Wuyong is by Wuxiang, was he created at the start of in Arc 2, in our Shanla arc, as a ghost king, or was he a ghost king before? Is he the calamity? Oh my god, because that would make sense if he was the calamity that ruined heaven. If the Crown Prince of Wuyong died, aka became a ghost, and then became a calamity, ghost king, fed by his people's resentment and everything, and by the fact that he could not protect him, that is his, like, holding on, his grudge against the world, he would be very angry with the fact that his plan didn't work, and he would be skeptical about this plan not working. It would be the heavens. It would be heaven. And maybe he took his revenge on the heavens and decimated them. And then Junwoo is just, you know, he started a new cycle of heavenly officials. So they're connected, but not connected, you know what I mean? Like, Junwoo existing is the result of everything that happened before. And so Junwoo thought that he banished the Ghost King, but maybe he didn't. And maybe he didn't know that he didn't, but the Ghost King is so much fucking older than him that he was able to run away. So much older, so much more powerful. He's the Ghost King, like that is kind of where my theories are at the moment. And I wonder then what Junwoo will do. How will Junwoo fit into this? Is he going to be our second antagonist? Or is he going to turn out to, like, is he going to have a bit of a villain arc, so to speak, where you think that his decisions are more of like the institution making these choices and they are not going to benefit us as the followers of the protagonist of the story, as in he's going to be an obstacle but not outright villainous, but he's going to do things that are going to be villainous for us, and then it's going to turn out that Bai Wuxiang was back all along and he's the real villain, you know, and we're going to get help or something. I don't know. Or is he going to team up with Bai Wuxiang? I don't know. I honestly don't know where we're going with Junwoo now that we have this kind of in our minds. He's such an afterthought, but he's still being mentioned, so I feel like I can't forget him. This is getting intense. This is exciting. I'm gonna take a break and maybe come back and do some more later. But I need to rest my voice. I need to get some dinner going and contemplate on how many pages I'm gonna read next. I have a little wish to kind of marathon my way through book 5 as well and just finish it, because I am going on vacation next week and I kind of want to have this video done and out there and have a lot of stuff to show you guys so that you won't miss me too bad. And also hopefully to uncover more spoilers. I'm so happy to have uncovered a red thread. You guys have no idea how much red thread art there has been in my server. And if you would like to share some red thread art, you know where to find me. Link is down in the description. But yes, I will be back with the next chapter in a little bit. And we are back. Back from another eventful day of interesting talks over at my Discord server, and I haven't told anyone yet that I started reading these chapters, so I'm hoping to surprise everyone when I drop the "look how far I got" little message. I don't know how much further I'm going to be reading tonight, because the next chapter is a bit chunky. Well, no, not the next chapter, but the chapter after is pretty chunky. But also there are only 3 chapters left, so it's there's 60 pages left of this book, give or take a few. So I feel like it would be kind of a waste if I didn't finish it off. We're just gonna have to see. A lot of things might happen and I might have a lot to say, in which case I'll just have to postpone the rest of it until tomorrow morning. Luckily I do have a day off, so we'll see. We will see where we end up. But the next thing that's gonna happen, now that we have encountered GUOSHI with Xuan, is that I'm expecting Qirong to show up again. So I'm guessing this is gonna be more of a, we're collecting more people and figuring out what is up with them in the whole Tonglu thing. Like we're over on this side of the board now, collecting more people to take them. But Xuan is back at it, and I am betting she's going to bump into Pei Ming. And that is a very anticipated reunion on my end, but I don't have high hopes for it. Chapter 88. Ghostfire Top, the Unlocking Incantation. Ghostfire Top. I mean, there was a Ghostfire with Xuan, so that could possibly be related to Qirong, the green fire. They'd come to Mount Tonglu as well. GUOSHI is here, does that mean Qirong has come too? HuaLian wondered. There's no doubt he has. Look at that ball of green light on top of her head, HuaLian said. Ellipse reply. GUOSHI seemed a little afraid of Xuan, staying very still while she carried him, but he did squirm subtly a few times. Perhaps her cold body was uncomfortable. Don't move, Xuan admonished. Beneath the glow of that ball of green ghost fire, the muscles of her face appeared even more twisted the moment she opened her mouth. Ghost fire was one of the telltale signs of a ghost, but wearing it on top of one's head was in exceedingly poor taste. Any lady ghost who valued her own image would refuse to wear such a garish thing over her head. HuaLian suspected that Qirong must have forced her to wear it. Yup. The green flames and the red wedding robes formed a shocking contrast that assaulted the eyes. It was a more depressing sight than a sect leader forcing his disciples to wear extremely ugly uniforms. My tummy doesn't feel good after drinking that water, GUOSHI pleaded, his eyes brimming with tears. Oh no, this is child abuse, we need to save GUOSHI. Water, HuaLian broke out in cold sweat. Hordes of corpse-eating rats were swimming through the water here. While it might not be toxic, children had weaker constitutions and might suffer diarrhea after drinking it. Xuan was obviously the type who didn't like children, and she had very little patience for him. Hang on for a bit, we'll be back soon. Their backs disappeared, and they became one with the darkness ahead. No need to say another word. HuaLian and HuaLian quietly trailed in their footsteps. After following Xuan around a few turns, they came upon another large street, and at the end of that street was a particularly lavish house. There were voices coming from within. It was surely their destination. Under the cover of shadow, HuaLian and HuaLian dashed ahead and hopped onto the roof of the house. They peered inside through the cracks. Sure enough, Qirong was sloppily lounging in the center of the mansion's main hall. He had hauled in dozens of stone statues and positioned them so their heads were facing him. Because the stone people were all sprawled on the ground, they looked like they were in complete submission to him. He was basking in his fake prostration while munching on a bloody arm. He looked quite pleased with himself. In the corner of the room sat several farmers. The farmers that the Rainmaster is looking for. And Qirong was the one who kidnapped them? Is that what happened? Qirong is the one who made them disappear? That makes sense then. And there was someone else among them with his head bowed low and no presence to speak of. It was Yin Yu. As they suspected, he had been captured by Qirong. No one was bound by rope, but there were bolts of bright green ghost fire hovering over every captive's head. Upon closer inspection, these ghost fires were different from the ornamental one on top of Xuanji's head. These had grown faces with all 5 senses. Their narrowed eyes stared downward, and their expressions were treacherous and wicked. All were steadfastly watchful of the person below them. "Those balls of fire must be doing something," HuaLian whispered. "It's Qirong's ghost fire lock," HuaChang replied. "Once that fire sets its sights on you, if you dare try to escape, it will shriek at the top of its lungs. Then the hostage will be burned to death in an instant when the spell is activated." Qirong was munching on the severed arm with relish when Xuanji's voice rang from outside. "My lord, I've returned." He immediately threw the arm away and wiped his blood-covered mouth. HuaLian was somewhat amazed. What was that gesture? Did he not want someone to see? Had the day come when Qirong knew shame? Could he actually be embarrassed by someone witnessing the way he ate? Is it because, he spoke highly of Xuanji before. "Qirong, do you fancy her?" Before Xuanji entered, she set Guozhi down. Guozhi scurried in with a ta-ta-ta and rushed straight to Qirong's side. But when he saw him, he pointed an accusing finger and shouted, "Dad is secretly doing bad things again." "I'm not," Qirong retaliated. "I smell it. Your breath stinks when you eat bad stuff," Guozhi accused. "Oh my gosh, were you hiding from Guozhi? Were you hiding it from Guozhi?" Qirong raised his hand and huffed a couple breaths against his palm, and his expression showed that he could smell the blood reeking from his own mouth. Without any way to deny it, he grew annoyed. "God damn it, Xuanji! Why did you bring him back so suddenly? Didn't I say to walk him around a bit longer while I ate?" Xuanji walked in, visibly peeved. "He was making a fuss about a tummy ache after he drank water, so I brought him back early," she explained. "My lord, please don't make me take care of children anymore. I don't know how to deal with him." "Honestly, same," Qirong glared. "What? Aren't you a woman ghost? How can a woman not like taking care of children? You're disqualified." "But it's not even my own child," Xuanji countered. Guozhi tugged at the hem of Qirong's sleeve. "Dad, don't eat those things anymore. They're not good for you." Qirong was growing annoyed by his nagging and scolded him. "Go outside, go! Don't hang around here to annoy people. What is this, kids sticking their noses in grown-ups' business? Go out and play by yourself!" With that, Guozhi could only drag his feet and go outside to play in the mud by himself. Glancing at the group in the corner as he left, only when he was gone did Xuanji speak up. "My lord, I really don't understand. Why must you bring him along if you think he's annoying? He's been hungry and thirsty and weepy and sickly the entire way. If we hadn't bumped into that mountain spirit and managed to ride it here, we would surely be lagging behind." Qirong laughed wryly. "My cheap son is determined to call me dad, so just let him." "What rubbish. It's because I'm gonna eat that dumb little pecker, of course. We still haven't." "A kid's meat is so tender, even without seasoning, it'll be flavorful enough." "Then why hasn't my lord eaten him yet?" Xuanji pressed. And she is so right about that. Greedy green light flashed in Qirong's eyes. "You don't understand anything. I'll kill him after he's fattened up. I'm saving the best for last. Besides, we still have so many rations left. There's no rush." With the subject of rations raised, Xuanji peered at Yin Yu. "I think this new one you captured is suspicious. Very, very suspicious. My lord, did you figure out where he came from?" Knowing how much Qirong despised HuaChang, he would have eaten Yin Yu immediately if he had known his new captive was HuaChang's subordinate. "Yeah, I got it out of him. This bastard came with the Rainmaster to help," Qirong replied. "Well, good little lie in there." A weak sense of presence and an unremarkable personality was sometimes a good thing. People wouldn't immediately link someone like Yin Yu with someone like Crimson Rain-Sort Flower. It seemed Yin Yu had successfully deceived Qi-Rong about his identity, and HuaLian sighed a breath of relief. Xuanji's face, however, dropped. Yushi Huang has already chased us here? Nah, Qi-Rong said. This bastard found this underground city by accident, same as us. The Rainmaster hasn't discovered us yet. Oh, God fucking damn it! He suddenly cursed. Why is the Rainmaster so hard to deal with, chasing us and smacking us around all this way, forcing us to hide down here? We only nabbed a couple of those hicks to eat. Why so stingy? These heavenly officials, I just knew none of them were any good. So narrow-minded and miserly. Yeah, Qi-Rong stole the farmers. Qi-Rong was always so self-righteous. Those farmers had been minding their own business when he snatched them all up with his wretched hands, and he had the gall to scorn their master for not being generous enough to provide him with a few more. His speech made HuaLian's fists itch. Why don't we just release these people? Xuanji said. Qi-Rong, however, seemed to think the very idea embarrassing. He glared. No, I already ate half of them, so it won't matter even if I release the rest. The feud has begun. The only way to prevent it would be if I didn't snatch any farmers at the start. Might as well eat them all now. But if anyone corners me, this ancestor will burn them all to the ground. We can all be miserable together. I didn't know it would go this far. Yushi Huang, meaning the Rainmaster, I'm betting. Yushi Huang used to be so easy to bully. This never would have happened in the past. If we kidnapped people from Yushi country, I thought it would be swept under the rug and the insult swallowed. That's the only reason I dared to make such a move. Who knew it would invite this much trouble and such relentless pursuit? It seemed that Xuanji knew the Rainmaster personally. But her opinion of the official was quite low. They likely knew each other when they were both still mortal. Oh, Xuanji, Rainmaster, connection, Yushi Huang. Is that the name or is it a title? Because Yushi is also the name of the country. Thinking back on all the legends, HuaLian whispered, was Xuanji once a general of the kingdom of Yushi? Xuanji, a general of the kingdom of Yushi. Holy shit. So, Alright. So Pei-Ming was in he was directly the person who was in the battles that overthrew the kingdom of Yushi then. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. General Xuanji of Yushi, are you for real? Goga guessed right, Hua Chang said. That's exactly it. HuaLian was dubious. But that's not right. Lord Rainmaster is a descendant of Yushi royalty, quite high in status. Xuanji was only a general, a subject. How can she look down on her monarch like that? She went as far as saying easily bullied. Just then, Qi-Rong started ranting. Who cares about some Rainmaster Dogmaster? Just wait till this Ghost King cultivates the supreme status in the kiln. I'll be reborn so powerful that I'll rock the world, and everyone from heaven above to the earth below will be forced to bow before me, to kneel and eat the mud at my feet. Then I'll tear down Ghost City, sink Blackwater Island, and even Junwoo will have to be careful where he treads. Oh my gosh. Seriously, where does Qi-Rong find all this ambition? Listening to him rattle off so much bullshit, happily imagining of his future glory, other than an urge to laugh, HuaLian felt nothing. Hua Chang, on the other hand, didn't even bother with laughter. Qi-Rong then assured Xuanji, when the time comes, I'll chop off Pei-Ming's dick for you to play with and make him your slave. Oh my god. Xuanji clenched her fist at the mention of that name, a trace of life flashing in her deathly pale face. No need. As long as my lord promises to give him to me and allows me to handle him myself, Xuanji will be infinitely grateful. When the matter didn't concern Pei-Ming, Xuanji looked like a fairly normal ghost woman, but the moment General Pei was mentioned, HuaLian could see a shadow of that mad, obsessed spectre from Mount Yujin. She had actually placed such absurd hopes on Qi-rong, a choice that could only be described as blinded by love. HuaLian looked up. Sunlong, Yin Yu and those farmers are in Qi-rong's clutches. What should we do? They could, of course, just saunter directly inside and beat Qi-rong and Xuanji to a pulp, but the farmers and Yin Yu were hostages. Qi-rong was a fiend, and they had more to lose. He could immolate a hostage with every punch they threw. Just as he said, he could burn it all to the ground if they cornered him. Huachang wasn't the least bit anxious. There's an unlocking incantation for Qi-rong's ghost firelocks. First, let's think of a way to wheedle it out of him. Who will do that and how? We certainly can't, HuaLian said. As soon as he posed a question, their eyes simultaneously fell on GUOSHI, who was playing with mud outside the mansion. After a momentary pause, HuaLian said, That won't do, it's too dangerous. Qi-rong is already thinking about eating GUOSHI. What if he suspects the boy is trying to trick him? Whether that brain of his can even detect trickery aside, Huachang said. If he tries to do anything to the child, we'll just rescue him. Maybe Gogo should be more worried about whether the child has been permanently damaged by his extended period of proximity to Qi-rong, and whether his mental state is still normal. Yeah, my gosh, this child. Judging by GUOSHI's reaction earlier, he probably isn't that bad off, HuaLian said. Let's give it a try then. Huachang opened his palm flat and released a particularly tiny silver butterfly. It languidly fluttered down. Qi-rong and Xuanji were still talking inside the house, and GUOSHI was outside drawing in the mud, a picture of a big person holding hands with a smaller person. Suddenly, he spotted a silver butterfly, and that was glowing slightly. He looked up at once, his eyes wide, and was just about to exclaim, Wow! When a whisper came from the creature. GUOSHI, don't speak. The moment you speak, I'll disappear. It's me. Do you remember me? If GUOSHI had yelled anyway, Huachang would have had the silver butterfly confound his mind, but GUOSHI covered his mouth obediently. I remember scrap collecting Gogo's voice, he whispered back. What a good memory you have, HuaLian laughed awkwardly. Yes, that's right. That's me, the scrap collecting guy. Sneak over to the side of the house for a moment and don't let your dad see you. GUOSHI nodded. He rose to his feet and was about to sneak away, but Qi-rong immediately noticed. Hey, don't run around randomly, you hear me? He yelled from inside. Run off around here and the big rats will eat ya! Get back here! The silver butterfly flew off at once and hid. GUOSHI's eyes widened. I'm going to pee, he answered. Qi-rong clicked his tongue. Kids are so full of shit and piss. Well, you're right about that one though. And then he stopped caring. GUOSHI scampered to the side and whispered again. Scrap Gogo. Just Daojang is fine, HuaLian said from the roof. Scrap Gogo sounds a little weird. GUOSHI, those people your dad kidnapped are very pitiful. They're servants from someone else's household, and their master will keep chasing after your dad to beat him up. Will you help us set them free? I know, GUOSHI said. They're from the house of the god riding the big black ox. He scratched his head. I want to let them go too, but my dad is sick. He said he has to eat human flesh to get better, and eating human flesh is normal. I'm still little, so he'll teach me how to eat it when I'm bigger. But I don't think it's a very good idea. It's more than just not a good idea, HuaLian thought. This is a close call. Having remained by Qi-rong's side for so long, GUOSHI's morals were beginning to go astray. If he was dragged down the wrong path for much longer, he might start believing that this kind of life is normal, and think nothing of eating human flesh. It's definitely not a good idea, HuaLian said quickly. Eating human flesh will make you sick. The ghosts of any people you eat will haunt you and your dad. Your dad isn't sick, he's just a glutton who refuses to give up something he likes. You have to figure out a way to stop him from ever eating that stuff again, otherwise you won't have a dad anymore. Then what should I do? GUOSHI asked, clearly alarmed. Huachang turned to HuaLian. Gogo, let me. He said a few words to the silver butterfly, and GUOSHI listened on the other end, trying hard to remember everything. Once it was done, Huachang looked up again. Let's lure Xuanji out of the way first, he told HuaLian. Inside the house, Xuanji said. I still think that one is suspicious. He says he's a servant of Yushi Huang, but he's covered with ghost chi. I think he's lying. I'll question him some more. After seeing GUOSHI scurry away, Qirong took this opportunity to turn his back to the door and start munching on the arm again. Sure, he vaguely replied. Aside from the fact that Xuanji went mad whenever she ran into Pei Ming, she was otherwise much more detail-oriented and cautious than Qirong. She was a woman after all. Besides, GUOSHI was a little scared of her, so the chance of him fumbling was higher with her around. HuaLian nodded. How do we lure her away? The two exchanged a look and said in unison. General Pei, oh my god, you're seriously throwing him under the bus for this? Very clever though. HuaLian pressed his hands together in the prayer. There's no other way. We'll need to temporarily sacrifice you, General Pei. Everyone will thank you once we're saved. Huachang laughed out loud. They should thank Gaga instead. Another silver butterfly materialized from the engravings on Huachang's silver vambraces and flew next to HuaLian's ear. A man's voice came floating through it. It was Pei Ming's voice. Huachang had apparently left a few silver butterflies behind before they separated, and the voices on the other end was being broadcast to them. HuaLian listened closely for a bit, then he whispered. Let's cut this up a little and use these lines. Xuanji's back was facing the window. She stared at Yin Yu like a hawk as she interrogated him. In Yushi country, I'm responsible for attending to hungry ghosts who have nowhere to turn, Yin Yu answered, acting like an honest and dutiful soul. When they wander to our doorstep, I give them a handful of rice and send them on their way, which is why I have GUOSHIII on me. The other hostages were the real farmers of Yushi country. While there certainly were those who gave such relief to wandering ghosts, he was definitely not one of them. They knew he was making things up, but no one made a sound. Qirong chortled. I'm a hungry ghost too. Why not give me some relief? I'm being hunted down just over a few farmers eaten. What's up with your boss? That cheapskate, pretending to be so generous. Xuanji, on the other hand, treated the comment with open disdain. There are so many hungry ghosts in the world. How can you bring relief to them all? It's nothing but an act. Just then, a silver butterfly, with its light concealed, flew soundlessly behind her. It flashed its light once before it hit, and the hostages saw, but they remained composed, with unspoken understanding. Everyone pretended they didn't see anything. Xuanji was about to continue the interrogation when she seemed to hear the voice of a man. If that's the case, these first. Do you any more? Give. Here. If that's the case, to roast these rats first. Do you have any more snakes? Give them here. When HuaLian had first heard Pei Ming say it, he was filled with both shock and pity. Some corpse-eating rats must have approached them, and Pei Ming must have thought they were normal rats and killed them to serve as a meal for Pei Shuo. Would eating such creatures cause problems? They had to hurry back soon. However, the effect was fascinating after Huachang muted some parts from the line. Now it sounded like the words meant something, but their meaning couldn't be understood. When Xuanji heard it, she shuddered violently and whipped her head around. But the silver butterfly was cunningly agile. It emitted no light, and it had long since fluttered to the side and hidden by the time she turned around. Uncertain, Xuanji turned back to question the hostages. Did any of you hear something just now? Did you see anything? Yin Yu took the lead and shook his head, and the rest of the hostages did the same, all appearing honest and timid. Qirong looked over with his mouth covered in blood. What did you hear? Xuanji was slightly confused. I thought I heard Pei Ming's voice. Huh. You're probably delusional, Qirong said. I haven't heard anything. The silver butterfly pressed close to Xuanji so no one else could hear the voices it transmitted. Xuanji was doubtful. Really? But I keep feeling that maybe he's close by. She was bewildered for a moment before she heaved a sigh. Perhaps this is what they call lover's intuition. My lord, why don't I go out and take another look around? HuaLian hadn't expected it to go this smoothly. He silently clenched his fists and looked up to flash Huachang a smile. Huachang smiled back. However, Qirong unexpectedly rained on his parade. Didn't you go once already? Intuition my ass, it's delusion for sure. You do nothing but think of him 800 times a day, of course you're delusional. It appeared Xuanji was slightly convinced by his assurance. Though still unsure, she seemed to relent on her plan to leave. HuaLian wasn't discouraged by the failure of this attempt though, because he had more lines. Where that came from? Xuanji was just about to continue her interrogation when she heard Pei Ming's voice once more. You silly thing, come here, I'll teach you. A moment later, a young girl's voice could be heard. Oh no, oh no, she's rushing out of there. Oh, please, General Pei, I've done it once, I'm experienced now. Oh no, let me do it. Out of context, I can't. Yeah, this is gonna get her. That was, of course, Pei Ming instructing Banyu how to roast corpse-eating rats for little Pei to eat. But it sounded like something completely different to Xuanji's ears. His disdainful dismay became tender resignation, and her gloomy rejection became bashful timidity. Xuanji screeched, and a red sheen crawled over her eyes. The ghost fire on top of her head erupted, just like the jealous flames blazing in her heart. It's him! It's him for sure! He must be here! I sensed it! My heart sensed him! She pulled at her hair and screamed, Pei Ming, you're always like this! Which woman is it this time? I'm going to kill you! She continued to shriek as she leapt outside, dragging her 2 broken legs. Qirong broke into curses. Hey, Xuanji, what the fuck? How can you run that fast on those fucked up legs? Is that man whore really worth it? HuaLian watched as Xuanji's stumbling, wobbling back disappeared, feeling somewhat mournful. Huachang probably thought he was concerned for the safety of those back at the temple. No need to worry, he said. The Great Butterfly will lead her in the opposite direction, even if she finds them. Roya is acting as a shield, and she won't be able to enter the protection circle. Let's end our business here quickly. Now that Xuanji was gone, it was time for GUOSHIII to enter the scene. He rose to his feet and wiped his muddy hands on his butt. HuaLian was still a little worried. Will it really be alright? Gaga, trust me, Huachang assured quietly. If this doesn't work, we'll find another way. There are plenty of other options. If necessary, we can destroy Qirong's ability to speak forever, then take our time to coming up with an idea. Ellipse reply. Well, at least he has a backup plan, HuaLian. By the time GUOSHIII entered the house, Qirong had already licked his hands clean of blood. When he saw him, he called out, Son, come here and chop your daddy's legs. GUOSHIII did as he was told. He chopped obediently for a while before he asked, Dad, those people in the corner are bound by ropes. How do they still don't dare move? Qirong perked up at his question. It's because they're so scared of your daddy that their legs are weak, of course. GUOSHII's eyes and mouth opened wide and round. Oh, you're that amazing? Qirong's vanity was greatly satisfied, and he replied, That's right, look here. Today I'll show you just how amazing your daddy is. You see that ball of fire? The moment I give the command, whoosh! They'll all burn to death. So of course they're afraid of me. And there are 2 more puny ghosts you need to remember. GUOSHIII was nodding enthusiastically throughout his father's rant, like a little chick pecking at grain. Qirong continued. One is Huachang. The other has the nickname Blackwater. They're 2 weak-ass nobodies. 2 wretches pretending to be great. They got a little lucky, but in reality, their titles are all hollow. Do you understand what a hollow title is? I'll teach you. It's a metaphor. It means they look like they're powerful on the surface, but when it comes to true strength, they're nowhere near my level. GUOSHIII looked like he sort of understood, but not quite. Oh, they're just lucky. If I had their luck, I would be 10 times greater than they ever were, Qirong added. You just wait. This time, your daddy will break through this trial. I'll beat them black and blue and wipe the smiles off their faces. No one will dare look down on me again. Only I get to look down on people. He was full of fire, swinging his arms as he hollered. GUOSHIII absolutely did not understand who or what he was talking about, but he still cheered. You can do it, Dad! Ellipse reply from HuaLian. On the roof, HuaLian slapped a hand over his face. Qirong's great speech had rendered him utterly speechless, all too aware of and quite embarrassed by the fact that Qirong was his younger cousin. He turned to Huachang. Son like this, Huachang flashed a fake smile. No need to worry about him, Gaga. He's full of memorable lines. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Throughout history, men all over the world have loved to brag. A breeze could blow the handkerchief of a brothel girl into a man's hand, and he would turn around and say that the most beautiful and renowned of all courtesans had fallen madly in love with him. Holding shoes and wiping benches for the emperor's mistresses, uncles, grandsons, cousins, mistresses, would be twisted into an important administrator position at the residence of the royal family, raising his status. Men who didn't brag were a rare species. Men who loved to brag primarily puffed themselves up to women, but bragging to their sons was a close second. HuaLian recalled his youth, when his own father frequently spoke of his heroism and greatness in politics, both subtly and blatantly. This was why, when HuaLian was young, he deeply believed his father was a noble, valiant ruler, whose great name would go down in history. When he eventually discovered that wasn't true, he'd been extremely disillusioned. The letdown was so great that it had sparked his teenage rebellion. As he reflected on this, HuaLian shook his head with wry humor. Why would I compare Qirong with my father? Really, how baffling. Maybe they did both love to elevate themselves in front of their sons, but his father's boasting fell within normal parameters. Qirong, on the other hand, had reached a stage of absolute shamelessness and baseless self-righteousness. No wonder that even Blackwater, who always tried to stay under everyone's radar, regarded him with such contempt that he'd find any excuse to beat him up whenever they crossed paths. However, HuaLian was still a little puzzled. Why was Qirong cursing so many others right now but leaving HuaLian out? Did he have a change of heart? HuaLian could also understand a bit better now why Qirong was dragging his feet on devouring GUOSHI. If he bragged to a normal person, or someone a bit older with more life experience, they might not buy into it. Even if they agreed with him on the surface, it still wouldn't feel sincere. All the response would be overly glib and exaggerated, like Qirong's little ghost minions in the past. But GUOSHI's praise was different. Every word came from the bottom of his heart. He genuinely believed that his dad was the most powerful guy in the world. It had probably been a while since Qirong had bragged so heartily. Satisfied at last, he ended the rant. You gotta be good, you hear me? If you don't listen to me, I'll put a ghost fire on you too, he threatened. Sure enough, GUOSHI was scared and hastily covered his own head. No, I don't want to wear it. Oh yeah, Dad. He remembered what HuaChang and HuaLian taught him and said nervously. Once they have a green fire on their head, you won't be able to take them off, right? If he had asked, can you take it off them once they have it on? Qirong might not have told the truth, but instead, coached by HuaChang and HuaLian, he phrased it as an expression of doubt. You won't be able to take it off them, right? I see subtle manipulation. Qirong kicked out on the spot and sent the head of one of the stone people flying. Bullshit! If Daddy wants to lock, he'll lock. If he wants to unlock, he'll unlock. Watch! Dad will unlock one to show you. Then he pointed at a farmer and yelled, "Tuck-fucked HuaLian." That's the password. That's why he's not cursing HuaLian, because if he keeps saying the password, he'll start unlocking them. HuaLian made no comments, neither did HuaChang. The coast fire on top of the farmer's head was extinguished and he leapt to his feet. However, he didn't run very far before Qirong spat loudly. Another ball of bright green ghost fire spewed from his mouth, which landed and loomed over the top of the farmer's head. Qirong laughed boisterously and patted GUOSHI's head. What do you think? Your dad is powerful, right? On the roof, HuaLian wiped sweat off his face. HuaChang looked cool and aloof, but the tone of his voice was chilling. I think that trash wants to be trashed harder. He was cracking his knuckles, so HuaLian said hurriedly, It's fine. He was tricked more easily than expected. They had originally taught GUOSHI many more ways to dig for information, but it seemed they wouldn't need any of them, and no wonder Qirong hadn't cursed HuaLian earlier. It wasn't that he had a change of heart, but that cursing him had become the unlocking incantation. Qirong's feelings for HuaLian clearly ran deep. At that point, there was no more reason for the two of them to keep hiding. They immediately smashed through the roof and jumped down. The massive crash made Qirong fall off his chair in surprise. Who's there? Who's there? And then he saw who it was. Dog! But Qirong probably wanted to curse him, but he quickly covered his mouth, realizing that the phrase trying to burst out would free his prisoners. From the corner, one of the farmers said, "I think you just yelled out the incantation, so let's see if we can unlock each other." "Yeah, it's just some cursing, right? Well, I kind of feel bad for that HuaLian person. It's not like he is here, it should be fine." "It's for a good cause, Hua-Chang. Calm down." Hua-Chang raised an eyebrow and looked their way. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Yin Yu's forehead. I suggest you don't say it, whether the person is here or not," Yin Yu said. "The consequences could be even worse than our present situation." Across the room, Qirong grabbed GUOSHI to shield himself and switched up his lines a bit. Dog mounted. Switched up his words a bit. You need to get more creative with this, Qirong. "You're shameless, you're spying, you're conniving." HuaLian frowned glumly. "What the heck is dog mounted?" Qirong grew smug again. "Even if you know the incantation, it's useless. Would you curse yourselves? Hua-Chang, you can't say it either, can you?" Hua-Chang scowled harder at this. His knuckles cracked a few more times, but HuaLian didn't notice. Instead, he was baffled. "Well, sure, it's nothing." Then he recited the incantation several times with no hesitation, as each utterance could only release one person. The hostages now knew that he was the one being cursed in the incantation, and they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts, thinking, "He's brave enough to humiliate himself, a real man." However, none of the ghost fire's locks atop their heads were unlocked by the attempt. HuaLian's face changed slightly, and Qirong cackled. "You fell for it. If I'm not the one who's doing the unlocking, the incantation is pointless. You cursed yourself for nothing." A silver butterfly flew past GUOSHI's eyes. He blinked twice, his eyelids drooped, and he fell asleep in short order. Qirong was still cackling to himself when a forceful yank of his sleeve made him whirl around 18 times before crashing into a wall. And then he blurts out the incantation. This is so comedic again. After he cursed, the ball of ghost fire atop Yin Yu's head disappeared. Yin Yu immediately leapt to his feet and dodged a good distance away. Qirong instantly covered his mouth, knowing what had slipped out. Calm, don't worry, don't hold yourself back, HuaLian said pleasantly. Release your true self, keep cursing. He spoke with such serenity as he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed hold of Qirong. Yeah, I did need Qirong to get a good beating, and that HuaLian gets to deliver another one. I like that. We all liked that. Everyone liked that. The ghost didn't fully understand what he meant by that, so he yelled with all he had. Go ahead, hate me! Even if you beat me to death, I won't say that phrase again. Next to them, Hua-Chang said with an icy voice. Perfect, exactly the way I wanted. Qirong turned his head. He saw that Hua-Chang was smiling at him with an incredibly fake smile, but it still disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hua-Chang then slammed Qirong's head several centimeters into the ground. Couples who beat Qirong together stay together. Gosh, I love this season 2 reference, the throwback. Hua-Chang yanked his head out and Qirong roared aloud. You dare treat me like this? I've had it. I'll burn everyone. We can all die together. Dog Hua-Chang, burn up! It seemed that Dog Hua-Chang was the other half of the incantation, meant to initiate the incineration, but after he yelled it, there were no cries nor wails from anyone. Because maybe the butterfly did the recording and then that worked. That could work. He opened his eyes in confusion. The farmers were all fine, and they stood watching from the other end of the room. Qirong was dumbfounded. What's going on? How come none of you died? Go die! Who released you? You did, HuaLian said. He pointed at a silver butterfly on the side, which was broadcasting the exact same roar from earlier. You cast yourself for nothing. Gosh, George is working full-time for this, overtime even. Though I suppose this one might be one of George's friends. I think that with all the information George has stored into his butterfly memory, Hua-Chang wouldn't bring him out for something like this. Don't you know, this butterfly has very important Gaga memories. We can't taint them with this sort of Qirong cussing. The red butterfly had recorded everything. It had copied his voice, including the incantation. They could infinitely unlock with that one curse alone. Leave this plane, HuaLian said coldly. Sorry, no one's coming with you. With another violent strike, Qirong was bashed underground. After the smoke finally cleared, the farmers all walked up and circled around the sea. Can he still be fished up? Yin Yu hopped down into the deep crater that HuaLian had punched, and they jumped back out a moment later with a green budawang in his hand. Chengdu, Your Highness, the green ghost Qirong has been collected. The vivid green budawang was baring its teeth and rolling its eyes back. A long tongue spat as it dangled from its mouth. It looked like it was laughing at someone, but also like it was blustering and ballyhooing with all its might. In any case, it was in extremely poor taste. Even children would toss it aside in contempt if they saw it. HuaLian couldn't tell if Qirong's character had influenced the design, or if HuaLian purposely made him this way. Don't give that thing to us, you hang on to it, and keep it far, far away, HuaLian said. Yes, sir, Yin Yu acknowledged. To be honest, HuaLian didn't really want to hold the thing either. He picked up GUOSHI from the ground. A few wraith butterflies came flying from different directions and landed on the back of HuaLian's hand. He cast a glance down, then said, We need to hurry back to the Holy Temple. HuaLian whirled around. Did something happen there? And when something happens in the Holy Temple, that could be interesting. And I mean, again, the murals that we saw in that Holy Temple, that was the end of the chapter. The murals that we saw in the most recent Holy Temple, were they older murals or were they also newer murals painted only, maybe 100 years ago, you know? And if they have disappeared now, that means that someone came to make them disappear, or I don't know actually how they are disappearing. If there's like a magical timer or something. It's hard to say. We don't have any express evidence. But yes, that was our Xuanji and Qirong side story. Basically introducing them to the mess and also showing us that Qirong was indeed the one responsible for kidnapping the farmers along with Xuanji, and Rainmaster has been chasing them, so they have actually been here all along. Like, we've known about them, it just didn't occur to me that it would be Qirong teaming up with Xuanji, so this is fun. In the sense of that we knew that they had worked together before, but getting to actually see them be idiotic together is kind of, yeah, okay. I kind of envisioned this dynamic, and here it is. And of course, Xuanji being, reasonable until she hears Pei Ming's voice, and then she's just gone. Goodness me. Other than that, we have once again acquired both GUOSHI and Qirong. Qirong is now in his Budawang form, and yeah, we really are collecting a whole blind box set of Budawangs. But good thing for GUOSHI that we managed to pick him up, because, oh my gosh, this poor child is already so... Yeah, his worldview is already getting a bit skewed by exposure to Qirong. Honestly, though, who wouldn't go a little insane if exposed to Qirong for extended periods of time? I think we were all kind of happy that he was away for a while, but, well, he's back. Last appearance was the Chaos Inn, so it has been a while, but yeah. Anyway, so now the problem with the farmers is solved. Now we have to find Rainmaster so that they can take them back. The fun part of all this is that Xuanji, turns out she is the general of Yushi Huang, the Rainmaster. Or was, anyway, until she, tried to give up her country to elope with Pei Ming. Yeah, that happened. But she also speaks of Yushi Huang as someone who's easily bullied. And we already know that Yushi was trampled by Xuli and by Pei Ming apparently, because he was leading those battles against Xuanji's army, so he was definitely involved in this. And if the Rainmaster, you know, is the tale of the last of the four famous tales, the princess who slit her throat, I guess that kind of like alliance with Xuanji's story, that could be something that kind of resonates with the words we're hearing here. And you know, obviously that is just Xuanji's narrative of things. Things are probably different once we learn them from the Rainmaster's perspective. But I guess this was important to know. Important to learn about, interesting, etc, etc. So we achieved some things. Great. A little bit of that Chiron comedy that I absolutely love and adore. I'm so happy he's a Buddha Wang again. And really, what else is there to say about this chapter? It was pretty straightforward what our goal was and what we achieved, and now we have to deliver the farmers back, we have to eventually deal with Xuanji, and I know she'll probably be bumping into Pei Ming sooner or later. And so, with another chapter of only a few pages, I think? Yeah, this one's a short one. Let's do chapter 89. Resentful female ghost, flame of jealousy, burn the affection. This is the Xuanji chapter, isn't it? Well, we have to get that squared away so that we can move on and get to the kiln already. So, Xuanji, Rainmaster, what else? Oh yeah. Might be a while to go still. We'll see. HuaLian raised his hand slightly and brought a silver butterfly perched there close to HuaLian's ear. Along with the sound of the silver butterfly's fluttering wings, he heard Pei Ming's voice floating over. Silly thing, did you hear that strange noise? Even though HuaLian knew that Pei Ming felt nothing for Banyue, the way he spoke would make anyone wonder. It was probably because Pei Ming had been chasing skirts for such a long time. I'm not silly, Banyue muttered grimly. And I heard that noise was really weird. I don't think it's General Hua coming back. Of course it wasn't. That was the thumping sound Xuanji made while hopping along on her broken legs. The thumping didn't last long before the two on the other end fell silent. The next thing they heard was a woman's crazed laughter. That laughter echoed and resounded in the empty underground city, then carried over via the silver butterfly. Some white noise cackled over the transmission, and the result was even scarier than hearing it in person. Naturally, this was the laugh of the overjoyed and painfully hateful Xuanji, who had finally seen Pei Ming once more. Yeah, this is the best day of her undead life in a long time. Didn't the silver butterfly lead her in the opposite direction? HuaLian asked. She's smarter than expected, HuaLian replied. Xuanji had been hot on the trail of that race butterfly, running with incredible speed all the way to the end of the main street in no time. However, she found no one there. She had once been a general on the battlefield, so she quickly realized that she had been led astray. She should have returned to Qirong the moment she figured it out, but she was dead set on finding Pei Ming. So she just turned around and ran in the opposite direction, throwing her boss completely out of her mind. HuaLian found it funny for some reason. It was a complicated sentiment. He quickly gathered the escaped hostages, and their group rushed to the Wuyang Holy Temple at the center of the city. Xuanji had waited for Pei Ming for much, much too long. From the sound of her laughter alone, it was easy to imagine how crazed and twisted her face must look. Pei Ming was probably also stunned by the sight of her, and he was in shock for a long moment before he spoke. You are... Xuanji sneered coldly. After a pause, however, Pei Ming unexpectedly asked, Who are you? Oh no. Oh no. Xuanji was so filled with hate that her voice turned sharp and trembling. Oh, are you trying to anger me on purpose? You're actually asking who I am? HuaLian wiped away a drop of cold sweat. No way, General Pei. Is he doing this on purpose, or does he really not recognize her? Probably the latter, HuaLian said. After all, if the rumors were true, Pei Ming had carried on affairs with over 1,000 beauties over the course of many centuries. How could he remember each one, especially an old one from so many hundred years ago? Furthermore, the ghost bride incident on Mount Yujin had been handed off to Pei Shuo to manage. Pei Ming didn't bother appearing in person at all, nor did he cast a single glance her way. Yeah, makes sense. Right, you're deliberately trying to anger me. I won't fall for it, Xuanji mumbled to herself. You want to lie and say you don't remember me? You want to lie to me? And then she screeched again. Who's this little whore? Aren't your standards usually high? What? Trying a different flavor this time? Banyu was confused. Pei Ming was even more confused. Oh my gosh, these are so silly. They're like the silly ellipsis replies. Both made noises of confusion, but that resentful tone seemed to jog Pei Ming's memory. He slightly knitted his brows. Xuanji, what happened to you? Only then did HuaLian remember that Xuanji must look quite disheveled. Her eyes were the red of a malicious ghost's, and the bottom hem of her bright crimson bridal robe was disgustingly filthy. She crawled like a crocodile on the ground, sluggish but dangerous. Presented with such a sight, it would genuinely be quite difficult to link her to the noble, composed general she once was. Pei Ming's question infuriated Xuanji. What happened to me? You dare ask how I've come to look like this? It's your fault. I did all of this for you. HuaLian was listening intently, so any subtle movements would not escape his ears. She charged at the protection circle, he informed. Roy can hold her off, HuaLian said. Sure enough, a shriek was heard through the silver butterfly. Xuanji must have been bounced back and then flying over 30 meters, dropping into the darkness once more. Pei Ming spoke. His Highness has an excellent spiritual device. I'll have to make one for myself sometimes. You wouldn't say that if you knew how it was forged, HuaLian thought. Yeah, I have some idea how this might have come to pass. And yes, Pei Ming, you don't want one, trust me. But before he could complete his thought, Pei Ming shouted, What are you doing? Stop! Don't think you can keep hiding in there, Xuanji yelled. Rumble, rumble. HuaLian was dumbfounded as he hurried along. What's that sound? Did something collapse? What did she do? It appears she toppled the holy temple. The stone ceiling collapsed. As it turned out, when Xuanji found out she couldn't enter Roy's protection circle, she knocked the entire building down in a fit. Are General Pei and the others all right? Little Pei and Banyu are both there too, HuaLian asked. He was especially concerned for Pei Shuo, who was currently mortal. Hopefully he didn't get crushed. They're fine. Pei Ming protected them, HuaLian said. The moment the stone ceiling collapsed, Pei Ming became a meat shield and protected Pei Shuo and Banyu with his body. HuaLian breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's fine. The protection circle won't break from that. On the other hand, Pei Ming was clearly furious. He smashed the stone slab on top of him with a punch and exclaimed, Enough with the tantrum! Even if you topple the sky, you won't be able to get in! Xuanji only cackled wickedly in response. General Pei, watch out! Banyu exclaimed. What? All their reactions happened at once. Amidst the chaos, HuaLian heard the sound of a sharp sword piercing flesh. There was no question that Pei Ming was the one who was stabbed. Wait, what? What happened? HuaLian cried anxiously. Who stabbed General Pei? Did the protection circle break? That's impossible. Wait, a sword? Ah, the Mingguang, Rongguang. In that instant, he finally understood what Xuanji had been planning. So that was it. After Xuanji had her fill of laughing, she said coolly, You said I wanted to get in. Another voice also started laughing. Hey, Pei Ming! Look who's here! It's your old sweetheart! Rongguang. As it turned out, Xuanji didn't topple the holy temple in a mad fit of rage, nor was she trying to enter the protection circle. Her goal was to crush the 2 ghost-sealing clay pots Banyu had with her in the circle. This would release the ghosts and allow them to attack from the inside. As soon as Rongguang escaped the pot, he quickly turned into his sword form and stabbed Pei Ming. Pei Ming seemed to be trying to pull him out, but Rongguang wouldn't budge and kept himself firmly buried in Pei Ming's body. "You wish! Time to die!" Pei Ming gritted his teeth. "State Preceptor Banyue, is the other pot okay?" Xuanji and Rongguang were already attacking them from both sides. If Como joined the mix, it'd be over for them. "Yes, Como is still sealed," Banyue confirmed. The situation was growing dire, and HuaLian was worried. Just as he was about to quicken his pace, HuaChang stopped completely. Okay. So HuaChang has a plan, or something is happening? Perplexed, HuaLian looked back. Sandang? On the back of HuaChang's hand perched another wraith butterfly, which seemed to be whispering to him about a new change in the situation. When the report was done, he looked up and smiled. "Gaga, no need to panic. Looks like it'll be fine even if we don't rush over. Rainmaster entry?" Because we are waiting for the Rainmaster, and we do kind of... we need backup, and that's the only backup that might be coming. Back at the temple, Mingguang had pierced Pei Ming's chest under Rongguang's command. Xuanji gripped his boots before shimming up his leg, looking like a red gecko. With the way she was dressed and that ghost fire looming over her head, she was the very picture of a crazed ghost woman. "You!" Pei Ming cried. Pei darling, Xuanji murmured. She wrapped herself around Pei Ming, contorting her body and mangled legs in horrible shapes. In that position, it was difficult to tell whether she wanted to strangle him to death or embrace him tightly. At the edge of her vision, she suddenly spotted Pei Shuo, who Pei Ming was shielding. She remembered that this cold and stoic martial god had sealed her under a mountain, and she gritted her teeth. "You little mutt!" Just as her claws were about to swipe, a hand seized her wrist. The skin of the hand that had halted hers was just as pale as her own. When she looked up, she realized it was Banyue who had stopped her. Her heart burned whenever she saw another woman by Pei Ming's side, and she cried, "I haven't even come for your wretched life, but here you are, giving yourself up to me." And then she grabbed for Banyue's hand. But Banyue wasn't one of those good, obedient little brides who would stand around waiting to be scratched to death. She deftly seized Xuanji's other wrist. Xuanji was a general in life. She knew that her strength would put most men to shame, and a typical woman and female ghost could only submit to her beatings. But she never could have imagined that this little girl, who looked so thin and weak, like a simple breeze could knock her over, possessed such terrifying power in her arms, a strength that nearly dwarfed Xuanji's own. Not only were both her wrists cuffed and immobile, but Xuanji was even more stunned when their eyes met. This little girl's gaze was full of aggression and murderous intent, like the shimmer of a blade in combat. It reminded Xuanji of the battlefield. Her heart lurched, and she flung away her arms to break free of the hold. Banyue picked up Pei Shuo and, borrowing the force of Xuanji's throw, hopped meters away, landing lightly on her feet. "Let go of General Pei!" The sword buried in Pei Ming taunted him. "Pei Ming, you're lucky with women as usual. Look at this, you've got two lady ghosts fighting over you." Xuanji clung to Pei Ming like a contorted scarlet phaeton, and both her hands wrapped around his neck. Your little lover seemed to have some skill," she said coldly. Pei Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. "She's not my lover, I don't have one." "You're still trying to deny it?" Xuanji cried. "If she's not your lover, why would she tell me to let you go? If my old ma was here, she'd tell you to let me go too. By your definition, would that make her my lover?" Pei Ming countered. Only his frivolous character could be blamed at this point, since he went around calling women silly thing for no good reason. Xuanji was mad with jealousy and refused to believe a word he said. "What? Afraid to admit it? You were so intimate when speaking to her before. Didn't you always admit so frankly whenever you got your hands on a new flame? You'd always be honest with me, never caring for my feelings. Do you know how miserable I was? Why are you scared of admitting anything now? General Pei, Have you started to fear death? Or do you love her so much that you can't bear to let me touch a single one of her fingers? They were still a good distance from the holy temple, and HuaLian watched the scene play out from afar. He couldn't bear to stand by anymore and looked back. Sunlong, why don't we go rescue them? HuaShang laughed. No need to worry, Gaga. Someone else will be showing up soon on our behalf. Besides, even if we headed over now, Xuanji wouldn't release her chokehold on Pei Ming. That was true. And things would indeed be rather difficult with the hostages to look after. Yin Yu and the farmers were nervously spectating the action and providing commentary. Yeah, I can tell that Lady Ghost's love has warped into hatred. She's going nuts. I don't think so. I'm sure she won't be able to bring herself to go through with it. Want some melon seeds? Give me another handful, thanks. How can everyone be in the mood to snack on melon seeds? HuaLian asked, frowning. And snacking on melon seeds is internet slang for spectating someone else's drama. Alright, that's funny, snacking on melon seeds. Do we have something equivalent in internet slang in English? I mean, listening to someone talk about drama, you're asking them to spill the tea, but when you're spectating someone else's drama, what do we call that? Maybe it's something really obvious and I just can't remember it at the moment. Your Highness, didn't you eat a bunch too? The people said. Huh? Only then did HuaLian realize that while he was focused on the show, he had unconsciously accepted a handful of melon seeds that had been passed to him and eaten them all. He slapped his forehead. How rude of me. On the other end, Pei Ming was at the end of his rope. Xuanji, do you have to be like this about everything? It's been so many years. Why can't we just bury the hatchet and walk away? Why must you be like this? Xuanji's hands squeezed his throat harder, her almond-shaped eyes bulging. No, you messed with me first, and you want to bury the hatchet and walk away? You wish! Pei Ming sighed. You really haven't changed at all. This is exactly why we didn't work out. Xuanji thrust her face closer to his. What was that? You think I'm the problem? What do you mean? She cried in rage. Am I not beautiful enough? You told me I was gorgeous. Did I deny you GUOSHII battle plans and army secrets? No, but you refused them. You said that you didn't like that I was strong-minded, so I threw away my own legs. Who could ever love you more than me? But what about you? Over hundreds of years, you never cast a single glance my way. When did you ever come to see me? Pei Ming pushed away the face that was pressed so close to his. I didn't visit because I knew you'd go crazy if I came to see you, he shouted. Xuanji seized the Ming Wang sword in his chest and pushed it in deeper, then pulled it out. Ouch. Pei Ming puked another few mouthfuls of blood. Say it, Xuanji yelled. Swear on your status as a heavenly official. Swear that from now on I am the only one. Swear that you'll never look at another woman again, that your eyes will rot if you do. Oh gosh. And I turned the page and look who it is. Like, I guess I got a bit spoiled of what is coming up, but I kind of knew that this was happening and, well, I don't know about you guys, but that sure looks like a princess to me. Oh my gosh. Okay. With the Rainmaster hat and everything. She's giving me similar vibes to HuaLian, but like way more calm, you know? No, nothing on the throat that I can see though, so maybe those scars have healed a long time ago. Rongguang was clearly enjoying this. Go on and say it, Pei Ming. Say it and you can salvage your pathetic life. Pei Ming cursed. Oh, shut up, god damn it. I never could have guessed. I didn't die on the battlefield. I didn't die by the world's greatest sword. Instead, I'll die by the hands of a nutty ghost woman. Not receiving the answer she desired, Xuanji was absolutely furious, and her claws shot out to grip the crown of his head. HuaLian really couldn't wait any longer. Sunlong, I think things are getting out of hand, he said, as he put his hand on Fangxin's hilt. Will the person you spoke of make it in time? If not, then let me go first. It's fine, HuaShang said. Gaga, look, here they come. Just as the words left his lips, the insane, furious Xuanji froze completely. It was like someone had cast a petrification spell on her. Her body and expression went rigid. Pei Ming had already been stabbed by her multiple times, and his vomited blood covered the floor. From within the darkness, they could hear the crisp sound of ox hooves. Click-clack, click-clack. Their pace wasn't hurried. Soon after, a person riding a black ox appeared before them. The rider was a woman, wearing robes of lush green. Her eyes were clear, and her expression was calm and quiet. As she languidly approached, she held her chin high, like she was gazing at something far away. Pei Ming, with blood smeared around his lips, was momentarily stunned. Queen Yushi. The woman inclined her head to look at him, her demeanor unchanged. She then gave a slight smile and bowed her head to return the greeting. Yup. Well, that is the confrontation we were waiting for. HuaLian was shocked as well. Queen Yushi? That's right, HuaChang replied. Heaven's current rainmaster, the 16th princess of the kingdom of Yushi, Yushi Huang. She was also the last ruler of the kingdom of Yushi. And that was the end of chapter 89, and oh my lord. Another short, incredibly chaotic chapter, and of course it's the Xuanji chapter, and then we have Xuanji and Rongguang ganging up on Pei Ming. Yeah, so everyone who hates Pei Ming a lot are here to gang up on him. Poor Pei Ming, he really got beaten up roughly in this one. And finally, he's finally starting to be actually nice and kind to Banyu as well. So this feels so undeserved, but I also know that this is a consequence of his actions, so I suppose he'll live. Like, HuaChang was in no rush to save him. He'll be fine. And also, I mean, look at this woman. Look at this woman. Holy shit. This is so fun. This is so fun. The 16th princess. I need to make some notes from this. The 16th princess of the kingdom of Yushi. Yushi Huang, last ruler of the kingdom. And the princess, yeah, she is 100%, come on. I mean, they haven't said it yet, but she is the princess who slit her throat, come on. I will accept no other outcomes. And her confrontation with Pei Ming is the one we were kind of expecting to happen, and I thought that Pei Shou's connection to her was going to force their conversation, sort of, but now she's showing up to rescue Pei Ming as well. So not only is Pei Shou in her debt, now Pei Ming is gonna be in her debt. And yeah, that's an interesting shift of dynamics. And well, I suppose that in a way HuaLian is also in her debt. From like 800 years ago. Like, this is a character who has been helping out a lot. But I wonder if she sees it that way. Because from what we've seen of Yushi Huang so far, mostly through stories and rumors from the others, it doesn't seem like she plays, you know, games at all. She is very practical, down to earth, and very humble. Like, she lives a pretty humble life, and she's been Rainmaster for 800 years now, right? And this further places some events on our timeline, right? Because she ascended before HuaLian. She ascended before HuaLian, I think. And she was still healing from the wounds on her neck, I'm supposing. Because the thing about their meeting, what was it? Because he only spoke with the ox, and it was a bit like, well, she has fewer followers, but she's older. I think that is what he said. I'm gonna have to check that later, so forgive me if I said anything wrong. But yeah, so that means that the kingdom of Yushi fell before the kingdom of Shanle did, and Pei Ming ascended sometimes after that. So I really think that Pei Ming might not have ascended until after HuaLian's banishment. Like, I've already kind of headcanoned it, but I think this is kind of more definite now, because this was around the same time that he had his affair with Xuanji. So yeah, that makes sense. All that said, I am excited to see what she will say, because she has literally not spoken in the story so far, even though she did make an appearance in Arc 2, more or less. Yeah, again, I don't have much more to say about this chapter. It was short, it had a purpose. The purpose was the Pei Ming meets Xuanji reunion and also bringing Rainmaster into the fold finally. So how about we just roll into the next chapter, which will be chapter 90. The Last Princess, Throat Slit Before the Palace Gates. Yeah, here we go. It's official. Rainmaster was the princess who slit her throat. And before the palace gates? I mean, she was the last ruler of Yushi before it got overthrown. So, yeah, that might have been like a sort of protest, you know? Like, would not face defeat as a hostage or a captive, you know? I've never had the honor to meet the Rainmaster in person, so I didn't know she was once a princess, HuaLian said. On the other side, Xuanji gritted her teeth. What did you do? Why can't I move? The Rainmaster moved her gaze away from Pei Ming and explained. I have brought a Yulong sword. Yulong means rain dragon. The Yulong sword? HuaLian wondered. The secret sword from the kingdom of Yushi, wielded by all of its rulers throughout history, Huachang replied. The Rainmaster forged it into a spiritual device. It possesses the natural power of deterrence against the people of Yushu, and Xuanji was a traitor to her people. The fear and guilt still consume her heart. Of course, she can do naught but kneel and obey. Alright, so the sword is making her kneel and obey. The Rainmaster told her not to move, therefore she couldn't move. If you can't move, I'll do it myself, Rongguang exclaimed. He prepared to grab Pei Ming again, but before his blade could sink even a centimeter deeper, there was an explosion of red smoke. Clunk. The sword piercing Pei Ming's chest disappeared, and the tiny blade, no longer than a finger, fell to the ground. Like a little keychain. What's going on? Why can't I move either? Rongguang yelled furiously. HuaLian and the others finally stopped spectating from afar and walked over. Huachang glanced at the tiny, toy-like Mingguang sword on the ground and smirked. Much better. Wait, are you trying to say that was Huachang? Let go, Xuanji, the Rainmaster bid her temperately. Xuanji's hands began to drop from Pei Ming's neck, but she refused to yield so easily. I finally caught him. I won't let him go. If you must cling to something in order to yield, why not pick up that which you have tossed away and hold it in your hands anew? The Rainmaster said. Alas, the power of the sacred guardian sword was too strong, and Xuanji was forcibly torn away. She fell backward to the ground, looking unkempt and miserable, her hair disheveled. What right do you have to lecture me? Do you really take yourself for the ruler of the kingdom? Or have you forgotten how you became queen? I won't acknowledge you. I won't. Okay, how you became queen? I mean, 16th princess. There were a lot of other possible rulers before that. So yeah, this seems to have been a pretty dramatic, perhaps tragic, and very likely bloody sort of ascension. The Rainmaster closed her eyes and softly shook her head. Banue seized the opportunity to hurl a pot at Xuanji, which sucked her in. And then she swiftly sealed the ghost bride inside. And so the source of all this mess was finally subdued. HuaLian went to Pei Ming's side and helped him up. General Pei's all right. This won't kill me, Pei Ming said. Then he asked doubtfully, I say, Your Highness, have you been here for a while already? What do you mean? HuaLian replied. Pei Ming picked up the tiny, shrunken Mingguang sword in his hand. Crimson Rainsword Flower, how tough is the seal? It won't break under pressure, will it? Of course not, Huachang replied. To release it, you must hold the hilt, apply spiritual power, and mentally give permission. This seal can't be broken by accident or deception. Should have given us that seal earlier, Huachang. Only then did Pei Ming heave a long sigh. As for the farmers who had escaped Qirong's clutches, they all rushed forward like their parents had appeared before them. Lord Rainmaster! The rest of the group turned around, and HuaLian inclined his head in respect. Queen Yushi! The Rainmaster had dismounted the black ox, rope in hand, and she also bowed her head and returned the courtesy. Your Royal Highness. As they greeted each other, HuaLian inadvertently glimpsed her neck and was slightly taken aback, but he quickly replied, During Shanla's drought, my lord loaned me the Rainmaster hat and aided me in my time of need. I was never able to thank you in person, but my wish has come true today. Then he bent forward and bowed deeply. The Rainmaster stood still and waited until he had completed his respect, before she replied, speaking very slowly. I imagine that your Royal Highness might never have relaxed had I refused your one bow. Now that it is done, let us forget the whole affair. The tone of her voice was clear and serene, slow and mild. She wore a soft smile, looking particularly tranquil. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, Pei Ming! Isn't this embarrassing? Needing a woman to save you, and it's Yushi Huang, no less. Who is this? Is this still the sword? The Rainmaster's demeanor remained unchanged, still very calm, but Pei Ming didn't look so comfortable anymore. The black ox began snorting harsh breaths in Pei Ming's direction, shaking his head and swinging his tail. Although the aggression wasn't aimed at HuaLian, HuaLian knew that bulls got angry when they saw red, and he recalled many painful experiences of being chased and struck. He quickly shifted in front of HuaLian, afraid the ox would be further provoked by the red of HuaLian's robes. Oh my gosh, protective HuaLian strikes again. At the same time, he slapped a talisman on the little sword to seal its mouth. Yeah, it was the sword. Pei Ming had to say something at this point. He scratched his nose and said politely, My thanks to Queen Yushi for rescuing and helping little Pei. The Rainmaster was also courteous, and she cupped her hands. It was nothing. Ban Yue came over and tugged on Rainmaster's sleeve. Lord Rainmaster, Pei Shogege passed out from hunger. HuaLian glanced over. Let's get to the surface first. The question of provisions was solved very efficiently by the residents of Yushi country. Since the Rainmaster controlled agriculture, her people always carried food with them. By the time they got back above ground, night had passed and the sun had come out. The Rainmaster retrieved seeds from a satchel on the ox, found a field and planted them then and there. Before long, a small field of crops had sprouted and were ready for harvest. Those who had been starving all cheered. HuaLian realized that GUOSHI probably hadn't eaten well in the past few days either and woke him up. The moment he was awake, GUOSHI asked where his dad was, then concluded that he'd deserted him again. He cried up a storm, so Yin Yu had no choice but to give him that extremely ugly green Budao to hold. When GUOSHI heard this was his dad, it was like he had been given a treasure. He stopped crying and hugged it tightly as he ate a yam. GUOSHI. Oh my gosh, poor little GUOSHI. Meanwhile, HuaLian, HuaLian, and HuaLian, the Rainmaster, and Pei Ming sat to one side to discuss serious business. They could already see Mount Tonglu up ahead. Now that they were close, they could tell that the lower half of the mountain was covered with large patches of crimson red, like splattered blood. The upper half was covered with harsh layers of snow. Not just General Pei Jr., but Ban Yue, GUOSHI, and the rest must all stay here, HuaLian said. They can't continue onward. Pei Ming was pouring medicinal smoke from a bottle over his wounds and shook his head as he sighed. I've been unlucky this entire way, hurdle after hurdle. He'd had hellish bad luck. That really did describe his journey thus far, and he was feeling quite miserable. The Rainmaster sat with poise next to HuaLian, and after some contemplation, he said, Your Highness, your mission is to subdue all evil creatures who possess the potential to become a supreme. There is one that you may need to watch out for. HuaLian perked up. Did Lord Rainmaster run into something on the road? The Rainmaster nodded lightly. Yes, on the way here, I met a young man dressed in white. Yeah, this young man dressed in white, huh? HuaLian let out a soft noise of acknowledgement. We also heard rumors about the one my lord speaks of while on the road. Many nefarious creatures were afraid of him. We almost ran into him as well. Has my lord seen him in person? How did you manage to get away? Much ashamed, the Rainmaster said. But if it wasn't for the Guardian Steed's astoundingly powerful legs and that young man's lack of interest, it is difficult to say how the meeting would have ended. Alright, so someone really dangerous, and again, this could be maybe Long Ying about to become you-know-who. What did he look like? HuaLian pressed. His appearance was not clear, the Rainmaster said. His head was wrapped in bandages. Oh my fucking god. Head wrapped in bandages. HuaLian was dumbfounded. Was it Long Ying? Pei Ming frowned. Your Highness knows him? I'm not sure, HuaLian replied, then immediately turned to Huatong. Son Long Ying is definitely in Ghost City, right? Huatong also looked serious and only answered after a pause. He was, but it's hard to say whether he still is. Gaga, why don't you verify further? HuaLian continued his questions. Lord Rainmaster, you said the white-clad young man's head was wrapped in bandages. Was he just over 10 years of age, or maybe a bit older? Either way, a scrawny boy. Yet unexpectedly, the Rainmaster replied, No, the young man was about 16 or 17, and his body type was similar to that of your Highness. Huh? Now, this was not what HuaLian had expected to hear. 16 or 17? Long Ying isn't that old. Was it really him? Based on the current information, he couldn't be certain. But he could have been growing, so to speak, to become more like Bai Wuxiang, who is, perhaps very Crown Prince of Wuyong coded, who was also probably 16, 17, if the parallels are to be continued. Pei Ming tossed the little medicine bottle aside after he was done. Either way, we'll all end up in the kiln in the end. Let's just wait and see. As a martial god, his recovery speed was exceptionally fast. With just one bottle of spiritual medicine, his severe chest wound was already mostly healed. The Rainmaster inclined her head. Why doesn't General Pei have a sword? Pei Ming hadn't expected her to actively ask him anything and didn't know how to best respond. Pei Shaw, who was finally conscious, answered on his behalf while eating a roasted yam. General Pei's sword was snapped. Eat your yam, Pei Ming said. Pei Shaw shut his mouth. When the Rainmaster heard this, she thought for a moment before removing her own sword and handing it to Pei Ming with both hands. There was nothing off about her expression, and she acted with the utmost grace. It was instead Pei Ming whose face changed slightly, with an expression like she was giving him a poisonous snake. After some hesitation, he said, Thanks, but this is Yushi's sacred guardian sword. It's probably inappropriate for me to wield it. It has been centuries since the kingdom of Yushi was destroyed. General Pei is a martial god, a skilled swordsman, the Rainmaster said gently. Since we are here to prevent the birth of a new ghost king, this sword will be more effective if you are the one to wield it, rather than I. Pei Ming hesitated even longer, but in the end he still very politely declined. Pei thanks Queen Yushi for her kindness, but there's no need. The Rainmaster didn't push further. They all chatted for a bit longer, and the Rainmaster asked whether they had any news of the Windmaster. Only then did HuaLian learn that the Rain and Windmasters were on good terms. Xuan had often visited Yushi country to eat, drink, and be merry, but he hadn't been there in a long time due to the Blackwater incident, of course. The Lord Rainmaster had sent out her own search party, but they had come back empty-handed. She couldn't help but sigh. The group decided that they would rest for another 2 hours before continuing on their way. HuaLian walked off, looking for a random tree to lean against and doze for a bit. However, Huatong managed to produce some rope and cloth out of nowhere, and he set up 2 swinging hammock beds between 2 trees. Both of them climbed in and had a good time swinging, and the beds themselves were quite comfortable to recline in. After lying there for a bit, his arms pillowing the back of his head, HuaLian wondered aloud in confusion. Sunlong, why do you think General Pei won't take Lord Rainmaster's sword? Well, if she used it to slit her own throat, maybe even in front of him. I can kind of see how that would be a bit. A martial god who lost his weapon should surely be anxious to find another one. Was Pei Ming eager for a beating? Hua Chang also had his arms pillowing his head. Someone like Pei Ming, while he loves women, he might not think highly of them, he replied leisurely. Not only did he have to be rescued to begin with, it was by a woman, and one he knew in the past no less. He must be quite frustrated, and see the whole situation as embarrassing. Besides, the Rainmaster once disciplined one of his descendants. He probably thinks she was trying to make fun of him. With all that rattling around his head, how could he possibly take the sword? Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of history as well, that just a lot of small things, or, they are rather big things actually, but still, Their hammock beds squeaked as they swung. HuaLian sighed. That's nonsensical pride. By the way, Sunlong, did you notice? There's an old scar on Lord Rainmaster's neck. So the scar is still there. I don't need to see it to know, Hua Chang said. She's the princess who slit her throat, after all. HuaLian pulled himself up a bit. I knew it. And so did I. Fucking hell, HuaLian. Did Guggen notice that the Rainmaster speaks a little slowly? That's also caused by the old scar on her neck. Oh, I thought that was just her personality, HuaLian said. As a princess, why did she have to slit her own throat? Xuanji's comment also made me curious. Or have you forgotten how you became queen? How did she become queen? It's a long story, but I'll keep it short, Hua Chang replied. And thus we'll get another information dump about the Yushi Huang, the Queen Yushi, the princess who slit her own throat. I'll have to get her a proper picture so that that is not her ox, And now we do have a really nice picture of her and the ox, actually. I should just print that one. Alright, Yushi Huang backstory. While Yushi Huang certainly was of the royal descent in the kingdom of Yushi, she lacked high status. She was a daughter born from a palace servant, so her rank was low. Okay. So we're already seeing some of the reasons why she is the way she is, like her personality and so on. And her awkward, introverted personality did little to help. Each and every one of the 15 older siblings above, as well as all the younger siblings below, were favored more highly than she. The temple of Yulong was the kingdom of Yushi's royal cultivation hall. According to historical custom, in order to express their sincerity to the heavens, every ruler would select one descendant and send them there to cultivate and pray for prosperity and peace. It sounded like a grand assignment, but in truth, it was grueling work. The method of cultivation the Temple of Yulong practiced involved hard physical labor. No servants or any tiny items of comfort were permitted. And those of royal descent were not exempt from harsh training. The position was traditionally pushed around. If one was unlucky enough to land it, they would often spend an impressive fortune to find a substitute. But when this generation came around, there was no selection process needed. Yushi Huang was sent off from the get-go. HuaLian shook his head at this point in the story. Although they both came from royalty and both entered their royal cultivation halls, the Rainmaster's experience greatly differed from his own. No wonder Xuanji didn't sound like she thought highly of the Rainmaster, HuaLian remarked. Of course, Hua Chang said. Xuanji might not be a princess, but she came from an impressive background nonetheless and had many suitors. She was valued far higher in the eyes of royalty and nobility. Now that Xuanji had ruined herself, it was no wonder she couldn't stand the sight of the Rainmaster, who still planted fields so tranquilly. The Rainmaster had urged her to let go, but from Xuanji's perspective, her words were probably seen as condescending and sarcastic. In any case, the Rainmaster spent her days at the Temple of Yulong cultivating in ascetic peace. Until one day, a few distinguished guests came from the kingdom of Xuli. Xuli and Yushi didn't immediately fall out. There was some forced civility and false courtesy at first. In order to maintain the bogus peace, the kingdom of Xuli sent a few royals, generals, and civil officials to attend the national banquet of the kingdom of Yushi, and they paid a visit to Yushi's royal cultivation hall while they were at it. That day, Yushi Huang was cleaning the tiles on the roof of the temple. When she was ready to come down, she found that someone had taken the ladder away. The people on the ground all found it funny to see someone stuck on the roof, unable to get down. Even the princesses and princes of Yushi were snickering behind their hands. It was the general of Xuli who, after chuckling, leapt onto the roof and helped her down. That general was, of course, Pei Ming. HuaLian was just thinking, that General Pei was quite a Casanova when a new voice suddenly spoke up. That guy, Pei Ming, he's like that everywhere he goes, like a dog that always needs to piss to mark its territory. HuaLian was instantly pulled back to the present by that malicious, vulgar comparison. He looked back and picked up the unbelievably shrunken sword. General Rong, when did you break free of the mouth-sealing talisman? Looks like you really want to talk, huh? Don't seal me, let me speak, Rong Guang said. I know every sword affair Pei Ming has ever had like the back of my hand. 3 days and 3 nights, it wouldn't be enough to list them all. He knew Xuli was going to invade Yushi soon, but he still went and seduced all the favored high-ranking princesses. They were all crazy for him and got into jealous fights. Don't you think that's a little immoral? It certainly wasn't nice to smile and laugh with me one day, then invade and trample my home the next. HuaLian felt a little sorry. So did Queen Yushi and General Pei have a good relationship back then? There was never any relationship, Rong Guang said. Gosh, he's here to spill the tea, actually. Yeah, let him speak, HuaLian, let him speak. That guy only met Yushi Huang twice. There were too many beauties in Yushi. He forgot her by the next day. In this world, friendships between women fell out fast, but the ones between men fell out even faster. The only difference was the end result. When women had a falling out, it might be over after some slaps or scratching, but when men fell out, the end might very well be death, without an intact corpse. When Xuli no longer wished to maintain a false peace, they simply made up some excuse to invade. Pei Ming led their army and charged all the way to the palace gates, forcing the king of Yushi to hide deep within the palace and cling to it as his very last line of defense. However, Pei Ming only needed to apply a bit of pressure to crack the palace's delicate layers of protection like a snail's shell. But it didn't crush them so simply. There were other considerations. At Rong Guang's suggestion, he did something else. The Xuli troops took hundreds of felons from Yushi's death row, dressed them up as normal civilians, and dragged them before the palace gates. Pei Ming charged King Yushi with the crime of oppressing his people and stated that he must come outside, kowtow 3 times, and kill himself in atonement. Only then would they free the civilians, and only then would they promise not harm the remaining members of the royal household. If the king refused, Pei Ming would behead the hostages. He gave the royals 3 days, and with each day that passed, a third of the group would be killed. After 3 days came and went, they would invade the palace to kill all the royals, then kill the rest of the civilians. General Rong, what a shrewd but beautiful move, HuaLian remarked. Rong Guang wasn't mad, he even seemed pleased. I'll take that as a compliment. It was a splendid excuse for Xuli to invade Yushi. The kingdom of Yushi is negligent and oppressive in its rule, and for the sake of justice, Xuli shall rescue the suffering citizens of the kingdom. The sheer righteousness, truly a beautiful move. If King Yushi refused to come out, then he was selfish, muddle-headed, and didn't care for his people. And he had always declared that he loved his people like his children. It would provoke resentment from the citizenry if his words and actions didn't match, and they would assume that they had been deceived. Didn't you say you loved your people like your children? Why would you turn around and let us be sacrificed for the sake of the royals? This would then destroy their loyalty to the Yushi royals. After killing the last of those civilians, the people of Yushi would be terrified that Xuli's next move would be to slaughter the whole city. Xuli would then announce that those who had been executed were felons on death row anyway, doomed to die. They had only used to reveal the selfish lies of the Yushi royals. Seeing such an immense contrast would immediately calm the growing fears in the hearts of the Yushi people and turn them meek and obedient. That would make Xuli's subsequent takeover much easier, as the people would be suitably disheartened. However, if King Yushi really did come out and kill himself to atone, whatever, it would make no difference. It would just save them the hassle of killing him themselves. Besides, Pei Ming and Rongguang believed that King Yushi would never go through with it, or rather, that no monarch would be willing to end their life in a state of humiliation. To bow before civilians and enemy troops alike, admit one's mistake and then die, dream on. But then unexpectedly, Yushi Huang did, huh? The ruler of Yushi actually did emerge, after only one day, just as Pei Ming was about to order the execution of the first group of civilians. The palace gates opened. With the sacred guardian sword Yulong hanging from the royal waist, the monarch walked out, kneeled before the people, and kowtowed 3 times. The sword was unsheathed, a throat was slashed, and the gates were splashed with blood. HuaLian could already guess what had happened. Was it Lord Rainmaster who came out? Yes, Hua Cheng replied. After the palace attendants and royal family had been thoroughly interrogated, the Xuli troops discovered what had happened. The Xuli troops, which included Pei Ming and Rongguang, had been loitering around outside the palace that day, laughing boisterously in an excessively arrogant display. On the other hand, the palace was utter chaos inside, crying and wailing filled the air. It was, of course, impossible that King Yushi would go out and kill himself. He sat upon his throne, his face grim and pale. Meanwhile, all the royal siblings who usually fought each other bloody to curry favor with the king had been howling and weeping for ages. But the king still hadn't moved a muscle. So each of them began to cautiously attempt to persuade him. There were a variety of reasons and many types of arguments, such as, this is for the people, even if you die, your name will go down in history, and if you do nothing, your people are doomed. Every excuse was trotted out, but nothing swayed the king, and soon a day had almost passed. Some of the sons were growing anxious, and they yelled at their father in agitation. The king hadn't even died yet. He was outraged at their behavior and swung his staff out to beat them with it. The sons and grandsons would have never retaliated in the past, but no one cared now that they were in such dire straits. And so, one of the princes could no longer tolerate it and hit back. His punch was unexpectedly too powerful, and it knocked the king, who was in his 60s, to the floor. His head was drenched in blood, and he couldn't get back up. Oh my gosh, he killed the king. The princes and princesses were petrified at first, but they soon relaxed when they realized he was still breathing. They began to discuss how they could drag the immobile king out of the gate, and then how they could manipulate his limbs into performing the difficult movements of kowtowing and atonement. Even ridiculous ideas were part of the heated discussion, such as stringing him up like a puppet to control him. The king was so furious, he almost had a stroke then and there. Finally, they decided that they would find 2 people to carry the old king outside to complete the process of atonement. However, now there was a new problem. Who would those 2 people be? It was a dangerous position to be in. Who knew whether General Pei Ming would simply shoot him dead with arrows if he wasn't pleased? Nobody was willing to do it. The dispute and arguments went on the whole time the 16th princess stood there, silent and unnoticed. But she suddenly said something to the old king, where he lay on the ground. "Please allow me to succeed the throne," Yushi Huang said. King Yushi gazed at his daughter he had barely looked at over the course of her life, and a trifling tear finally rolled from the corner of his eye. Only a single drop. Normally, there would be endless fights over this position, but no one fought this time. Whoever gained the office was doomed to die. Thus, in less than an hour, after the crudest and most rushed succession ceremony in the history of the Kingdom of Yushi, the least likely monarch was born. The new Queen of Yushi slit her throat and blood poured forth like a fountain. She was no doubt beyond saving. Pei Ming had never thought things would go like this. When he glanced over between drinks and saw it play out, he was completely stunned. Rongguang cursed loudly, upset that their luck had turned out this way. How could they do this? The ruler had certainly atoned, but it wasn't the same ruler as the day before. The death of someone so insignificant wouldn't destroy the people's loyalty. And now they couldn't kill the old crook king. Even today, Rongguang still found it unbelievable. We never thought they'd pull a move like that, passing the throne off at the last moment and finding a scapegoat. Absolutely outrageous. The soldiers of Xuli couldn't bear to watch this absurd succession farce anymore, and they made considerable noise about whether to save this so-called queen. However, her injury was too great. The medical officers confirmed that she couldn't be saved, and in the end, Pei Ming had to keep his promise not to touch the civilians outside the palace, nor lay a finger on the royal family. They dressed the injury on the neck of this ruler, then sent her properly to the Temple of Yulong to allow her to breathe her last. They would find her a better place in the royal mausoleum, where she would be buried. When Yushi Huang took her last breath that night beneath the divine statue of the former Rainmaster, the statue sighed. Thunder roared and lightning crackled. The new Rainmaster had ascended. As the tale drew to a close, HuaLian mused, "No wonder General Pei wore that expression when he saw the sword." And that was the end of chapter 90, which was our Rainmaster backstory chapter. So yeah, finally got to it. And well, the story was slightly different from what I imagined it would be, but the outcome more or less is the same. Pei Ming followed Rongguang's plan here, but in the end they failed against Yushi Huang, who did something unexpected. So yeah, losing like this must have kind of stuck with him, but also just the fact that this young girl took his sword to her own throat. Just like that. It's interesting, isn't it? It's an interesting story. Like, I don't know if he remembered that he rescued her that day at all, but she was very obviously someone who the royal family didn't care that much for. Like, even the king only shed one tear for her when she decided to sacrifice herself for him. And you know, not really for him. I guess she too must have done this for her people, right? The people who she serves and the people who are her followers. So I think that she and HuaLian in that regard are perhaps very similar. And maybe some of that is also why she ended up wanting to help him. But these are just some of my immediate late night thoughts. I'm happy to finally have been introduced to Yushi Huang. I've known about her existence for a long while, and I also know that she is the favorite character of quite a few people, and I think I can see the beginnings of why. I hope she's gonna be sticking around for a little longer, that we'll see her a few more times in the next 3 books. We are nearing the end of book 5. We have 1 chapter left, and it's a pretty short one. But yeah, that is another item squared off on our list. Check, check, check. Rainmaster introduction, check. Rainmaster backstory, check. Pei Ming Rainmaster relations, discovered. Well done, everybody. We're solving all the mysteries. So what are all the mysteries that are left? I suppose Xuli is a little bit of a mystery. Baijing, I guess? Yeah, you know what? I think we might have visited most of our characters now. Like, we know most of our characters' stories now, which leaves us mostly with, you know, the main story and Ming Lianqing and the Prince of Wu Yong and all that. Huh. Yeah, that makes me even more sure that we are slowly rolling into Endgame now. Like, we have visited and given a ton time and screen time to most of our characters. We still have a little bit of a mystery going on here with what exactly happened and who created the fetus spirit, I suppose. So that will come back, but you know, we've met all the characters involved except for maybe the killer. But my point being, this is very much pre-endgame feelings, and most of the questions and developments that we still need to happen are between our main characters. So hoping for a little bit more HuaLian soon, because we still have things that needs clearing up, mentioning. And of course, this whole thing, we're diving into it, we're getting there. And it is implied by HuaLian that we will be leaving behind quite a bit of the cast while going to the kiln. And then we'll just have to see who is going to be sticking with HuaLian and Huachang. Because the big thing, the big upcoming thing in Tonglu is this white-clad bandaged man, who is a young guy, 16, 17, but not quite as young as Long Ying. So is this Long Ying? Is this Long Ying who's slowly becoming stronger and more true to his form? Or is this something else? Is this a red herring? Or is it like, yeah, I don't know yet, and I'm excited to find out. I doubt that will be in the next chapter though, because the next chapter is only 11 pages. And it is titled Chapter 91, Ride the Black Ox Flying Hooves on Mount Tonglu. Yulong was the sacred guardian sword that Yu Shihuang had used to slash her own throat, so of course Pei Ming couldn't take it. It was certainly a holy weapon, but it was also a murderous one. Yu Shihuang sure is generous, otherwise I'd almost suspect she did that on purpose to scare him, or remind him, Rongguang said. I can't believe she'd actually bring out Yulong for him to use. You really think he'd dare? HuaLian couldn't tolerate him anymore. Why must you always think so negatively? And he slapped another talisman to seal Rongguang's mouth. It just so happened that at that moment, Pei Ming called out to them from a distance. Your Highness, Crimson Winged Flower, are you two rested? Time to put the beds away, let's get going. There wasn't much time to rest in the first place, and it had flown by while they chatted. Most of their group stayed behind while HuaLian, Huachang, and Pei Ming set off. The Rainmaster had a steed and offered to give them a ride to the foot of Mount Tonglu. HuaLian thanked her with delight. The black ox shook and transformed, becoming 3 times bigger than his previous size. There was room for 6 people on his back. He lowered his front legs to the ground, laying his body low for the Rainmaster to mount him and ride at the very front. Pei Ming was next, but he left a large space between himself and the Rainmaster. Last came HuaLian and Huachang. After HuaLian mounted, the black ox rose to his feet, now incredibly tall. HuaLian brushed his hands against the smooth, shiny black coat with amazement. Lord Rainmaster's steed truly is magical. Sunlong, I think you might have mentioned it before, but how did he come to be? Stretching out its legs, the black ox began to run. The scenery on either side quickly disappeared behind them, and the ride was as amazingly steady as it was amazingly fast. Huachang gently held on to HuaLian's waist from behind, as if afraid he might fall. He was once the door knocker on one of the side gates at the Temple of Yulong, the royal cultivation hall of Yushi. There was a minor custom at the Temple of Yulong. Visitors would rub the golden beasts carved on the door knockers to give them human chi and accumulate good karma. When devotees visited, they usually rubbed the dragons, tigers, herons, and other such holy beasts. People typically didn't rub the ox, so the carving was rather deserted and lonely. While Yu Shihuang cultivated at the Temple of Yulong, every time she passed that door while seeking water, she would rub the ox's head. It absorbed her chi, and when the Rainmaster ascended, the ox ascended with her. He was the only deputy she ever appointed. The black ox ran quickly, and HuaLian leaned back slightly from the force. It was almost like he was sitting in Huachang's embrace. He chuckled at the story. There certainly isn't anything Sunlong doesn't know. No tale or classic can trip you up. Huachang chuckled as well. Is there anything else Gaga wants to know? If it's within my expertise, I'll tell you everything. Pei Ming sat in front of them. Since the Rainmaster wasn't talking, he didn't make conversation either, and instead listened in on them. Indeed, Lord Ghost King. Your Highness, why don't you ask about the Crimson Rainsword Flower's background? See if he'll answer you. HuaLian's smile immediately faltered. Inquiring after the background of a Ghost King was not very polite. In HuaLian's opinion, that sort of personal information was no different than asking about the size of a man's manhood. He instantly changed the subject. Well, if you asked... I think he'd tell you. Worried that HuaChang might get upset. General Pei, he called out nonchalantly. What? Pei Ming asked. There are bumps up ahead, watch out, HuaLian cautioned. What? As soon as he spoke, the black ox carrying the four of them loud a long cry deep as a bell. Pei Ming went flying off his back. And was completely dumbfounded. Was he playing with HuaLian? Like, was he playing along with what HuaLian was saying? What the heck? Something like this had truly never been heard of nor seen before. Mistakes happened. If you fell off, then so be it. But how could only the person in the middle be thrown off, and not the ones in front and back? Was that even possible? The ox never paused in his step. HuaLian looked back, his hollering trailing behind. Didn't I warn you to watch out for the bumps ahead, General Pei? Over the course of the journey, Pei Ming was flung off 7 or 8 times. Finally, the four riding the Rainmaster's guardian steed arrived at the foot of Mount Tonglu. Much like Mount Taizang, Mount Tonglu used to be a lush green mountain sitting at the heart of the royal capital, its scenery elegant and beautiful. At its foot was the majestic imperial city, the most prosperous in the kingdom. The city had once been buried deep underground, but it had probably resurfaced after many earthquakes and was now back above the earth. HuaLian's eyes scanned their surroundings for a moment as he sat on the black ox. He was about to dismount when he saw HuaChang standing there, his hand outstretched toward him. HuaLian's heart skipped a beat, and he gave him his hand before hopping down. There must be a holy temple here in the imperial city, right? There certainly is, HuaChang replied. Pei Ming had fallen many times during the ride, but he was very sturdy and didn't limp at all when he walked, as expected for a martial god. As expected of a martial god. He even reached out to pat the ox's neck, failing to notice the ox baring his teeth at him dangerously. I'm guessing the tallest building in the city must either be the palace or the holy temple, he stated. No, HuaChang replied. The imperial city's Wuyang temple is on top of the mountain, he pointed. Halfway up the Crimson Mountain, there was the corner of a roof poking out. The majority of the building was hidden in a misty red shadow. Why is the mountain red? HuaLian wondered. He had barely finished his question before the ox roared and threw his head back. They'd already started walking away, but they looked back startled. The ox was rolling on the ground, but the Rainmaster never loosened her grip on the rope she used to lead him. What's going on? The ox let out a human scream. As soon as she heard this scream, the Rainmaster pulled out Yulong and struck down toward the black ox. The blade flashed. Something black and furry was flung away and sent crashing into a wall on the street, staining it with a large bloody splash. It was a corpse-eating rat. The scream hadn't been from the black ox, but from a corpse-eating rat that had climbed onto the ox and bit him hard when no one was looking. Although the rat was on the brink of death, it still screamed and screamed. Your Royal Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! Save me! Save me! Save me! Boom. The shrill cries made HuaLian seize up, and his head began to throb. HuaChang swiftly pulled him to stand behind him, then raised his hand. The corpse-eating rat was blown into a mist of blood. Oh yeah, that's HuaChang's thing, right? But the tiny eyes remained stuck to the wall and shimmered with madness. Lord Rainmaster, I suggest you check over your steed, HuaChang said. The Rainmaster was already combing through and turning over the ox's black hair. It's just a scratch. However, more and more human voices rose in undulating whispers from all around. Take me away! Take me away! I should have fled a long time ago. I can't get over it. We shouldn't have believed his nonsense. We face a wrongful death. Gaga! Gaga! Your Highness! That last line was particularly clear. It was HuaLian's voice. Only then did HuaLian snap out of it. I'm sorry. HuaLian looked grave. Did you understand what they were saying again? HuaLian nodded. HuaLian reached out and covered his ears. Stop listening to them. Those words weren't directed at you. HuaLian was still tense, his head tingling. I know, he managed to say. But still, like now knowing that it's still creepy as hell to know that these were memories that are implanted in HuaLian, and that is why he knows what they're saying. This is, it's super creepy. It's terrifying. Thousands upon thousands of corpse-eating rats came swarming toward the four of them, pouring in like a black tide. This was the royal capital, and its population had been much denser than the previous city, which meant there were more dead and thus more abundant food for the rats. Their numbers were therefore quite large, and they were heavily surrounded. Pei Ming was getting serious. A thin sheen of protection aura had covered him. You all leave first, I'll lure them away. Before he could finish, the massive ocean of rats screeched and dashed toward him, but they brushed past him and continued, running in one direction. He turned his head and saw that they were chasing after the Rainmaster. Without anyone noticing, the Rainmaster had remounted her black ox and was running in the opposite direction to distract the rats. The ox had already put a distance of a few dozen meters between them, but he wasn't going too fast, just fast enough that the corpse-eating rats wouldn't gain on them, but slow enough that they could keep him in sight. It was the perfect spacing to lead them away without letting them catch up. Rainmaster called to them from the distance. My lords, please continue onward. I can lead them away. As the Rainmaster rode her ox, she scattered fat, white grains of rice along the way. Rats loved rice by nature, and it had been countless years since they last saw such succulent grains, so they swarmed after her. This was what Pei Ming had been planning to do, but the Rainmaster had once again stepped forward and robbed Pei Ming of his heroics. His expression was extremely conflicted. HuaLian dropped his hands. Gaga, let's go. HuaLian's head throbbed whenever he heard the voices of those corpse-eating rats, and he was able to let out a breath of relief as the voices receded into the distance. He nodded in agreement, but Pei Ming turned to address them. Hold on, you're going to leave just like that? Yeah, HuaLian said. Pei Ming frowned. What about the Rainmaster? She won't be able to handle this on her own. Isn't it reckless to run off? HuaLian was perplexed. How come General Pei doesn't think the Rainmaster can take care of herself? Wasn't it obvious just now that the Lord Rainmaster is more than capable? Pei Ming didn't seem pleased by the point he made, and he came to a decision. I don't think so. There's a martial guard here, so there's no reason to make a woman official do this sort of work. Your Highness, you two go on ahead. If I can catch up with you later, we'll meet at the Holy Temple. And with that, he set off on a chase. And we are back down to HuaLian, I guess. Okay. HuaLian called after him a few times until HuaLian intervened. Let's go, Gaga. Don't bother with him. He just can't stand being protected by a woman and has to try to salvage his dignity. Without wasting any more time, they ran through the imperial city and past the multitudes of empty-shelled stone people toward the massive mountain. An hour later, they finally set foot on Mount Honglu slopes. The mountain looked like it was dyed the color of blood because all the trees on its slopes were red. There weren't maples, but they were the same fiery crimson color. It was indeed the color of blood, and HuaLian could also faintly smell its thick stench. It seemed that, over the course of centuries, the plants here had feasted upon all the resentment and human blood that had soaked into the soil. The fourth Wuyang temple had been built on a stone outcropping halfway up Mount Honglu slopes. This was how it had escaped the misfortune of being swallowed by lava. It was the largest of the 4 temples and also the best maintained. Within the halls there were many stone people, their poses and expressions all different. They had probably been temple attendants. The two ran straight for the grand hall. Sure enough, they saw a mural as soon as they entered. After only a single glance, HuaLian said, "It seems someone got here before us." There was only one mural within the grand hall. While the other 2 walls themselves were intact, the murals on their surfaces had been slashed and destroyed. This was the first time something like this had happened, and HuaLian was dumbfounded. Agreed. Who could have done this? They didn't even know who had painted the murals, and now they had to deal with the additional mystery of a mural destroyer. Still, they were short on time, so they studied the mural that remained. From his first cursory glance, not even a close examination, the hair on HuaLian's neck stood on end. What was this? This mural was completely different from those in the other 3 temples. There was only one person in the painting. The colors were dark, and the figure's line and expression were extremely twisted. The person's appearance couldn't be the sun at all. One could only tell that it was a civilian in tattered clothing. That in itself was nothing. What made HuaLian shrink back in terror was the fact that the person appeared to be in excruciating pain. He had torn apart his clothing and exposed his flesh, and upon his body there were 3 faces, each one as contorted as his own. It was the human face disease. Oh my god. Assaulted by such a shocking discovery, the black of this mural invaded HuaLian's vision entirely. It's the same, he mumbled. It's exactly the same. The people of Wuyang had also encountered the human face disease. Why were the experiences of the Crown Prince of Wuyang, someone from over 2 millennia ago, so eerily similar to HuaLian's own? HuaLian saw how quickly things were going downhill and steadied him. Your Highness, stop looking at it for now. But the impact of that image was too great, and the trauma left in HuaLian's heart by human face disease was too severe. He stared at it like someone possessed. So HuaLian simply pulled HuaLian over and pressed him into his embrace. The tone of his voice was firm but gentle. All right, Your Highness, listen to me. Listen to me. He paused briefly, then continued in a low voice. You see, the previous murals have told their stories chronologically. There is cause and effect. The last one had the Crown Prince of Wuyang building a bridge to the sky, so the next one should depict an event that came right after. But this mural doesn't connect to the last one at all. The timeline doesn't make sense, isn't that right? HuaLian came back to himself quickly and began to think. You're right. There must be something missing in between. Someone destroyed the previous 2 murals before we got here. If that person destroyed the other 2 murals, why didn't they destroy this one too? HuaLian asked. Why did they leave it? There are 2 possibilities, HuaLian said. They might have thought that leaving this mural behind was inconsequential, that it didn't matter if it remained. They weren't concerned with us seeing it. And the second possibility, HuaLian asked. The person actually did destroy all 3 murals, and this one was painted on afterward, meaning that it's a fake, HuaLian said slowly. Very right, HuaLian replied. Why not think bigger? Maybe all the murals we've seen along the way were lies. We're already very close to the answer, so before we get there, don't start overthinking things on your own, alright? After being buried in HuaLian's arms for so long, HuaLian was able to finally completely scrub the horrifying image of the mural from his brain. Only then did he realize the position the 2 of them were in. He quickly moved to pull himself away from the embrace. How embarrassing, Sanlang. However, HuaLian didn't let him break away. He instead pulled him closer, smiling as he did so. Nothing to be embarrassed about, but... He lowered his head. There is actually a third possibility. The bottom half of HuaLian's face was still pressed to his shoulder, and HuaLian's voice was right next to his ear. It was extremely, extremely quiet, and no one could hear it except HuaLian himself. His breath hitched slightly as he heard HuaLian whisper. The third possibility is that the person wanted to destroy all the murals, but they couldn't finish in time. We came in just as they were about to deal with the last one, which means they're hiding here in the Grand Hall right now. And that was the end of Volume 5 of Heaven Official's Blessing. Oh my god. What a cliffhanger at the end of the volume 2? Oh my gosh, imagine when these were coming out and you got to the end of this book and then, you know, book 6 looks like that. Y'all know the cover of book 6, okay? Oh my gosh. Fucking hell, we did it. We finished volume 5 of Heaven Official's Blessing and we left on such a cliffhanger. What the fuck? These murals. So if someone is destroying these murals and someone else is creating them, like obviously someone has been making them so that someone will see them, but someone else might have been destroying them if they didn't want them seen. And now I'm thinking like, okay, a theory could be that Yin Yu was making the murals. Who would be destroying them? Well, maybe the Prince of Wuyong himself. In other words, because we know now about the white bandaged man, you know, approaching the mountain. He's been around, right? He's been around. They almost bumped into him. He might have been the one destroying the murals as they've been encountering them. He might be that crown prince who, for various reasons, don't want these to be seen. But in that case, this last mural must be real then. It's not fake like HuaLian said in the second reasoning. Because the third reasoning is the one he is actually thinking is going on here. He thinks that they came in and stopped the destruction of the mural with their own presence, which means it's real. A man with the human face disease in Wuyong. Well, what do we know about the face disease? We know that the face disease was like powered by the sacrifice of Lang Ying's child, but also like that resentment of the Yong'an civilians. So in this case, the Wuyong's human face disease originate from the destruction of the kingdom and the resentment of the people, because that one rat had a scream that was like, we should have never believed in him, you know, and his solution or whatever, because it failed. The bridge to heaven failed and they ended up burning all of them. Oh my gosh. My head is so full and also so empty. I just really want to keep going. I feel like I've been theorizing all day, so I feel like this video is just full of my theories. But that leaves us with, who is this person in the temple with them right now? Is it this white bandaged young man, or is it someone else? We know that Main Yunqing was headed here as well, and the other mountains were headed here as well, and who knows what they'll bring along. A lot of things are going to be happening going forward. And finally, we do have HuaLian alone again, and I think that was on purpose, because we kind of want to progress with like the central plot and our central characters now, so it was necessary to put the other cast away. And especially if we are going to be encountering any of these people, it's just better to be fewer people around. Even though that Earthmaster shovel might be useful when they're in the kiln, just saying. Anywho, this has been another absolutely idiotic read of ours, of 109 pages. Oh my god, I'm insane. But I did finish it, and that makes me very happy. Now I just have to work on this video and hopefully get it out before I go on vacation on Sunday. I seriously don't know what else to say. I'll need to come back to you guys with a summary of my feelings of volume 5. Though my thoughts right now is that, wow, this was like a collection of a lot of side character stories, and at the same time we were making our way to Mount Tonglu and through kind of like the trials of the mountain, but we're only just arriving at the mountain itself. I wonder if we're going to get to the end of the Mount Tonglu plot before we get to book 4, to the flashback arc, or if the flashback arc is going to be coming up very soon. And now with that mural of the human face disease, I am really wondering if it's going to be sooner rather than later. Is book 6 going to be mostly this next flashback arc before we get back on track with everything? This is going to be so annoying to me. This video is going to take a while to get out. I'm not going to be able to read anymore before I leave for my vacation. Just going to have to wait until I get back. Oh my lord. How exciting and how frustrating. Either way, I am having a great time with the story, and these last few chapters have had a few heart-pounding moments there that are really encouraging me to keep going. And I really hope that there's going to be more focus on these moments now. It's not something that would just last for a couple of pages before we have to go into another side character story. I hope that we've gotten through most of it. I am sure we'll get back to them eventually, because there are unresolved things with all the side characters still. But please, let me have a little bit more of that feeling, a little bit more of that excitement. That is what I'm hoping for going forward, and I am sure that the beginning of Volume 6 is going to be super exciting. But for now, I'm going to pack it up and I'm gonna go tell you guys how I've been faring. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me. Until next time, this has been Amelia, aka Space Dad Puffin, and I will see you in the next